আসসালামু আলাইকুম। সবাই কেমন আছেন? নতুন একটা চ্যানেল, যারা যারা দেখতে আসবেন অবশ্যই সাবস্ক্রাইব করে যাবেন। আসলে আপনারা সাপোর্ট না করলে আমরা কিভাবে সামনের দিকে যাব? দেখা যাক আজকে পাকিস্তানের কোনো টিম পাকিস্তানের ফোর্থ ড্রাইভ সার্ভাইভ করতে পারে কিনা। লাস্ট চান্স, আমরা সবাই আমাদের যার যার প্রিয় দল সাপোর্ট করব। এখন দেখার বিষয়, দেখতে থাকেন কিভাবে তারা তাদের জয় ছিনিয়ে আনতে পারে। আমরাও কি তারাও চেষ্টা করবে সর্বোচ্চ। আশা করি সামনের যে দুইটা ম্যাচ আছে ওই দুইটাও চেষ্টা করব ফার্স্ট পার্টি করার, ইনশাল্লাহ। আমার এই চ্যানেল থেকে আপনারা দেখতে পারবেন। সবাই একটু সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দেন, আর মেসেজে যা যা দেখেন আমি চেষ্টা করব সবারই রিপ্লাই দেওয়ার। আর অল্প কিছুক্ষণের ভিতরে ম্যাচটা শুরু হবে। সবাই লাইভটা শেয়ার করার চেষ্টা করছে, লাইভটা শেয়ার করে দেন। আশা করি আপনারা সবাই হেল্প করবেন। যদি আসলে নতুন তো অনেক ভুল ভ্রান্তি হবে, যথাসম্ভব আপনারা ভুলগুলো ক্ষমা করবেন।
You don't want to go Neox because teams will already be on the ground.
You don't know. You're not going to have any scouting done, so you're going to have to just go to the backup drop. How are they going to be able to adjust? This is the worst start possible for the players, but the best start possible for us, the viewers, baby.
Let's get it going here, guys. We're about to see some legendary action. It's going to get hot quick, so why don't we throw it to our legendary casters, John Allen and Blake.
Oh, hell yeah, let's get stuck in. The double plane path. We thought it was just a myth, but no, it is here, and it is ready to bite our players if they are unsuspecting. But the Yulin backup drop could potentially come on in through, and we know that that likes to be just as hot as Neox.
Can be starting off strong here from RA over towards Foot, which is not the best start here for Turkey, but obviously RA is down with one player, and Murray's also out. Murray arguably one of the best players on the squad as well, so pretty rough player to lose early, as well as Marv, so it's down to Prestige as well as 3-5ET. Top one, but a good response coming through from him on such a bare amount of HP as well at the start of the game. But yeah, these double plane paths really do throw a spanner in the works.
Ada as well being able to be picked up. That's very powerful in the early game. The bounce not going to connect though. Marth very unlikely to get back up. The M24, I mean, he could do it with a cheeky little headshot there over the top, but the spray down is good for Z-Wolf. Able to keep it under control. Double elimination.
JS9, always really nice in those situations, honestly, to get that under the belt. But we're back on board right now. We are getting stuck into the thick of it. Vicious also starting to pop up a little bit. Doran with one Elin to start things off. Obviously, Narvalo's not playing today. They got Redox in. I think Redox is arguably a much more aggressive player. And kind of what I took from that was, yeah, maybe we're benching Narvalo. We're looking for a day where we just run the lobby on these teams. Maybe that's the way to go.
Nice little shutdown onto Quick. Does Galaxy try and hold their own? We got Wolves as well as RJC knocking at the door. Now it's just Satan on the inside. Playing underneath the staircases. There is still third parties to be worried about. Satan's able to find the shots to shut them down. Earn a bunch of points for Galaxy nice and early, despite losing his teammate.
He's still going. RJC goes down as well, and Satan starts off massively for the squad. Necessary gets downstairs and does what's necessary for the Wolves to remove Satan, because he really did come from the depths of hell there to cause chaos amongst these teams. This is over towards Neox to start things off. For Void, they get a nice start to their game. They start on the eastern plane path, so they get instantly out down towards Jordana City, which is their preferred drop spot on the map. So this is good news for them. They don't have to worry about Alula, who are over towards their north side, Younggu. So it's just one of the situations where you sort of have to wait things out if you do play Jordana City at the start, or you can wrap south. But I think on this kind of circle, maybe you're thinking a northern push is a little bit easier, get towards that big terrain on that north side. But we do still have plenty of engagements popping off. T24 here with a nade, drops it, and will take the both of them down. It's a bit of a desperation nade there, but is their backup.
It's with a mutually assured destruction nade theirs. Four Thrives may very well be able to get this res on position. Vicious, though, looking to spot IQ out. They've already seen him behind the rock, and they will very likely be able to secure this flush. Four Thrives very much needing to get away from this one now. IQ wants to disengage, but the paths are looking pretty open, Blank. It's going to be difficult.
It is, absolutely is. Again, for around Yulin, they have some possibilities to head over towards that north side. Likely you want to kind of control that recall beacon as long as you can on stage one. But still, things are popping off over towards Neox. You've got Ida also getting stuck in here alongside with Enigma Galaxy. Always fun to see. For Boars, they pick up Stadium. It's one of their preferred drop spots as well. So for Stadium to go over towards them, they've got a 2-2 split on this one. It's looking good. Doran, though, still tearing through the players on Four Thrives. And the big thing about this is, John, we just heard that interview coming through from Falag, talking about how Rondo is their big game, right? It's where they gain the most of their momentum. Already it's looking a little bit shaky. They do get the res beacon off though, but they're far on that north side. So there's more of this jungle to cut through to get through to that south.
Yeah, of course, looking to have to move south on this first circle. Really very central on this one. So not super definitive as to where we're going to be ending up heading. There's Enigma Galaxy still in Neox factory near Test Track as well with Team Flash. Both looking to find the final shutdowns onto the opposing players. It looks like Team Flash do have a little position up towards the north. Enigma Galaxy, they also have position to go for these recalls too. So looking to go for a 1v2 for Lord. On the ground floor, 2 players up top for Team Flash. No one very likely to come back in for the assist. Not just yet.
What we're looking at right now, Flash, she's starting to move in. Over towards Enigma Galaxy, gets the side swipe. Lord does go down. Quick jump shot always is a good thing to go for here, especially in these scenarios around Rondo. Difficult to deny that one. T2K over towards Enigma Galaxy as Ralph does get the pickup. So it's all systems go around the map here for Enigma Galaxy, but those systems are failing. Ralph being the player that headed over towards a recall beacon, and now it gets real scary. They are very central, but playing on with a few players here. They obviously want to get more back up again. This is a scary spot to be in, because now you've got to move out from the center zone.
Absolutely. Need to get out of dodge as fast as you can. He's going to be pretty chock-a-block fairly quickly in this central area, with teams looking to try and get those recalls done nice and quickly. It looks like we still have 2 players down in the lobby overall. Hopefully they can get picked back up. See if that can come on through. Team Flash, ooh, taking a knock from Goat as well. Looks like a flush coming through there as well. And once more, going to have to try and pick themselves back up to 4. You do not want to be going into stage 2 with only 3 players.
Talking to, I think we were speaking to Hustler Crew yesterday. I think it was one of the desks that was able to catch them, basically saying that it's such a different lobby for us. Like, teams are moving so incredibly fast towards our center. You can really get a feel of that right here, right now, where teams are just getting stuck in, trying to find a place to position, trying to find a place to stay. And we are in sort of that center meta at the moment. But no one's been really able to capitalize on playing edge at the moment. So many times they really struggle to get in because there's so many sight lines already set up towards that center of the circle. And one thing I am slightly worried about.
Ooh. Take a moment.
Take a moment here.
Void.
We'll park that.
Potato with a challenge here against Enigma Galaxy. On the inside now, just ducking back behind the wall, but now has to hold the door frame. It does so beautifully.
Dear.
Satan for 2, a beautiful pop-off here, and now it's a 1v1 on location. Voin Chaikari not having the greatest time in the fight, and Satan backs him off the res as well. He's going to step forwards. He's playing him like a fiddle right now and just needs one more chord to strike it. Satan hops back over the wall again, up into the wall, spots it, back into the door frame, still just dancing around this one, not willing to fully commit just yet, but the third is there. What a hold from Satan. Beautiful stuff, but Void Chaikari in tatters.
Demonic behavior coming through from Satan here. The 1v3 just looks easy for Enigma Galaxy, and that racks them up at the 8-minute mark at 8 eliminations. They are 1 for 1 on the minute at the moment. Incredible stuff. I want to go back to what I was talking about earlier though. Boars, they go for this 2-2 split across stadium as well as down towards the southeast side. I found that sometimes in Western Europe, that regroup was slightly slow. I know they want to control stadium recall beacon as much as possible, so hopefully the ball's down towards the southeast side. They're keeping their heads down.
Trying to stay out of it for now. We were looking at the point scoring from the previous 2 days, and it looks like to get a 4th place in this format is going to be
it's 48 points.
It's going to be in the, it's from 48 down to 44. That was the sort of scores we were seeing around that part of the tables from the first day and the second day. So you really want to be aiming to get over 50 points.
Yeah, you're basically looking for an 8-point average during this, and that's a tough ask for a lot of teams. It's very, very worrying to go into this one, and I think that it's clear to say that from every single day we've seen so far, from Group A to Group B, usually the team that gets a chicken dinner on Rondo is in the top 4.
I mean, yeah, it's more than likely that if you give yourself such a strong start, you're going to have a good time with it. So for Enigma Galaxy, converting this from their position now on the south side is so important with a high-scoring start.
Yeah, they're able to get all 4 players back up again as well, which is incredible news for them. So they have a full reset. There was also bodies left behind by Voin, which is another possibility of getting those players back up again. I am kind of curious where Voin did head off to, because they need to get 3 more players back up again. It's disappointing, right? It's disappointing for Voin there. I think yesterday they were fairly consistent, but it is absolutely true that the gun skill was where they were lacking a lot of times.
Looks like they actually recalled almost all the way down towards Jadina. on the southeast side, and they are still very much in the blue zone, Blank. So a long way to trudge into this next zone. And they're going to have to go around Neox Factory on the eastern side as well, although they definitely can choose their approach, being so far away. That is the one benefit is afforded to them. Loops also looking to skirt the edge, as we saw there, them moving to the east of Neox Factory, trying to send a little bit more central. And then we hop on over to RJC, who are on the western side, around Stadium, and actually, with Terminus still in Stadium, he's very split from the rest of the boars.
Well, again, it makes sense that he's just controlling the recall. That's all he's doing. There's also that situation where if they have a bad mishap down on the southeast side, Terminus can recall them all back in. Right now, he is getting a little bit cornered, right? That's the price you have to pay for that kind of play at the end of the day, though. So we'll see how he does extricate himself from the situation. Though he stayed fairly hidden before in Western Europe. No one's really able to spot him. Sometimes he's struck from that location as well. All right, though, they're moving in on that south side of Stadium at the moment. Now there is a wall between Terminus and the rest of the boars. We head over towards the eastern side. It is a fairly eastern shift on this as well, and we're around Bamboo, so we're kind of in a similar area we were on Group A. And if you remember from Group A, where 4 Thrives is playing is where Pandem also thrived from.
Okay, hopefully they can repeat that sort of performance from that northeast side, from the hills that sit there. Team Flash to their southwest, as well as Loops, are in the contention for going for that spot. Terminus, I mean, he would have known that RJC was sending someone on in, but with the circle leaving, RJC not going to commit to holding that one out. I don't know if he made his presence known, but there was some damage on side for RJC. It's such an open recall in the middle of Stadium. It's slap bang in the middle of the arena. So just holding it out, it's more likely to get damage, if not shut down the entire squad. In the meantime, the Galaxy are on the hunt. They're rolling across the open field right behind T2K. And it's going to work out because Lords claps another and picks it up for the flush as well. They're looking for Slayer around the other side of the rock. It's very unlikely that they can get the recalls on here. So for T2K, this could be terminal.
They're looking for the 10er here, 100%. I mean, with Slayer on the other side, this feels like a pretty big opportunity to get it. And there will be the knock, assisted by the nade and also 7-2-1, but they do get that stolen away from them, so they stay at 9 points, not hitting double digits just yet. We can see Satan here, 5 elims at this stage of the game is extraordinary work from Nigma Galaxy. Continuing to do well, and it's a good rotate in because not only that, they cut off T2K who was in the area, so they expand even more space around this location.
I take that back, though. I thought T2K would find it difficult to get the recalls. They immediately got the recalls. They had a duo on the southwest side, so they're going to be able to find their full 4 yet again. The regroup coming through for the boars as well has happened, which means that Stadium is now open on that western side. And a couple of teams yet to make their way fully in. Obviously, we saw T2K push back out of the circle from that engagement. You've also got R8 up on that northern side, and a team that has just about started to enter the circle. Voinchaika, they're moving in.
Yeah, Voinchaika is trying to head over towards Luke's position. They're playing on high ground at the moment. You can see Voin Zeta already taking quite a bit of damage there. They will just continue the pursuit, though, for center. And this is a bit of a thread, right? This is a bit of a thread coming from Void. It's not surprising they take a knock from this because there is a lot of teams looking at them at the moment. Vagnazada finds a huge long shot over towards Rules. Should be able to confirm the flush on it too.
Picks up the point. T2K, they got back up to 4 and almost immediately dismantled back to 2. They are starting to get scrappy on the south side, Blank. They really haven't been able to find a way in, and now the circle is chock-a-block. It is a real roadblock in their way. I don't think T2K are going to be able to find too much more into this match. They may just have to settle with the 1 Elim point. And in they go. 1 goes out. Slayer's low, has to dip out of the blue zone, and there he goes down 2. Now just 1 player left standing for them on the back, and it's really going to be a tough time.
Loops win, potentially, off the back of this. This is a very, very nice circle shift for them. They have so much high ground control. They need to keep a head swivel on, though, right? They need as much scouting as possible in this game to understand where all the teams are coming from. They didn't really let Voin get away without doing damage to them either, so it's good to see them having impact in this game, not just letting teams get through for free. So this is really, really good news for Loops, who arguably yesterday should have done a lot better.
Boars sending in, deciding where they want to go. It looks like the assault is going to happen over towards Al-Ula. And over the side, they haven't taken it up just yet, but it's certainly going to be a matter of time, or maybe not, as they just pop out and hop into the fight straight away. No answer from Al-Ula. They didn't have crossfires established onto this position, and that made it vulnerable.
Again, this is one of the strengths from Boars, though. I think this is one thing we have to highlight about this team, is that their decision-making is so swift, right? And it's nice to see a squad that all agree on one thing at the same time and will just make that push, because when they were on the map, it was far southwest. They wrapped around Goat Team, who were playing just the western side of Test Track, and then straight through towards that location, and they were ready for a fight. Alula, on the other hand, they just weren't expecting a team to come flying in that fast.
Going to force Alula out to go for a recall all the way out east, and just in time. They really don't have much longer, about 30 seconds more, and they wouldn't have been able to go for it. So nicely found on that front. So maybe playing as 4. The Vicious, they've been suffering in the meantime. Koa trying to step up as well. Icy has already bit the dust. And there needs to be big shot downs for Koa, but it's just not quite connecting. Now he's able to turn it on. That's what you're looking for. And Koa keeps his teammates safe around the side of the barrel there as they roll it on in. Just going to be Goat Team continually back and forth with Vicious, and nobody's looking pretty out of this one.
That is so sad for Koa. What a performance from him. Kind of let down by the rest of the squad, really. Did a huge amount of work for the squad there, but not able to get those flushes. It's going to cost them, right? That could have been 8 eliminations they grabbed as opposed to just the 5. They'll take it, though. They'll try and run with it. R8, they were far over towards Test Track. They have wrapped past the likes of Foot, but they spot onto them, and Zedwolf starting off on this game hot, not looking to let that leave just yet.
All right, struggling to find their foot on this hill, as Foot struggle to find theirs too. It is a tough area on the northern side to try and push their way in. Ida as well, just that backstop that's causing them so much of a headache. Darkin and Emre both moving forwards, maybe wanted to find Zedwolf. Is R8 losing yet another, now down to just Marth. He's not going to be able to get too much done here. Has to pull the evacuation cord and zip himself out of there if he can, but I think that might be too tall of an order. Gets all across the way, and R8 will go down.
I mean, if I had £1 for every time that Zedwolf's the last player on his team, I'd be pretty rich at this point in time. It's a difficult thing for Zedwolf. I don't think he's ever quite found a team where he's outclassed on it. And that, you know, that does go to the head sometimes. It can cause how you play to be a little bit different. But, you know, he does need the rest of the team alongside with him. I don't think they're a bad team. They just need to step up. Nigma Galaxy right on the edge here versus RJC, the African squad who honestly have surprised everybody so far in this tournament. Incredible squad. And I think from a team that we didn't expect much out of, they have delivered in a big way.
Continuing to deliver on an Elim over towards Ralph. Satan now trying to hold face. We saw a 1v3 from him before against Voin Chaikari. They're no longer in the lobby, so he's turned his attention to RJC instead. Lord, of course, has got that off angle, and they do have the backup for him. Satan, I imagine, is expending that jammer, which is why he's not taking damage in the blue there. Able to hold his nerve on this. RJC not going to move forwards. They have lost Shiva.
Shiva going down is bad news as well, though. But I think for RJC, Shiva actually was one of their best players when they were playing yesterday. He was finding a lot of good pickoffs overall. Sad to see that that's not the case here with going down. Satan is going to push forward, though, through that smoke. We do have Goat down towards that southeast side, but I am kind of more looking at 4 Fries right now. Like we said before, this game is what they said a lot of their momentum on the day rides on. You know, that's a difficult thing to really put to your own gameplay, right? Where if you throw away Rondo, you feel like the rest of the day becomes a little muddled. So here they want things to be crystal clear going forward, and they have a good position to do it from. They are playing from the edge, though.
Flash able to shut down RJC. They're not going to be able to make it out with their 3 players. They tried to make the approach, but yeah, it's just cut away. Unfortunate timing for them. A difficult approach to this mountaintop as well, Blank. And as you said before, this very may well just be a Loops win. Their position is so strong. The question is, how many points do they get for it, right? They're on 4 elims right now, and plenty more opportunity to farm.
Yeah, for Loops, though, the only problem comes if there's like a double 4v4 happening around them, right? Where they get third-partied on, and then another team's able to take their place on the throne at the top of the hill. I wonder when that's going to happen. I think a lot of teams are playing quite passive right now. They'd rather just clear out the edges. Everybody in this lobby knows that eliminations on Rondo are basically the big prize to come away from. Because you can get the amount of placement points and eliminations you might just get in a fairly decent Erangel game.
But decent's not what you're looking for if you want the top 4, you know? It might tide you over. You do need those big blast-out performances. Nick Galaxy, they started so strong. Up onto 9 eliminations very, very early, but it's not looking so strong, not looking so hot as they try and make their dash over the open ground. Popping the person into the vehicle. Another knock is found. Lord may be able to ride a little bit further, but yeah, he's going to have to just get popped out of that vehicle. Nick Galaxy down to 1, and Satan will be able to survive for a little bit longer, but it's going to be a question of how many placements they find here.
Yeah, Satan every time, as soon as it comes down to him. Lording over this rock for the time being, but we'll see how long he can stay out there. Just wants to get in towards those placements. Still got 11 teams left in the lobby. And 9 elims, it's good. It's a good start, but it's not enough. T2K, though, currently shredding the likes of Alula. Barely making it down here. Fourth Rise would have loved to grab the little points on this, but if we check in with them, they've lost a player entirely, and one player is knocked.
T2K do go down, so a lot of damage done to Alula. And Fourth Ride's not quite in a position to maybe pick themselves up just there. Fourth Ride's maybe thrown a lifeline by that scenario, and a hard west shift on the circle is going to put the hurry up on that. They need some pace to them to get all 3 players back in and start moving.
The circle erring here is really good for them because it means that they have time to get this 3rd player back up. Circle moves far over towards that western side. Suddenly, Flash looking hecka good right now. I mean, they've got 9 elims so far, a strong compound to play out the back of. Goat's just been eliminated by them. And look at this flex out coming from them. You can't quite see it on your screen just yet. You'd have to look at the minimap top right side when we head over towards them. But they are trying to command space, stop the wraps from happening on the south side. This is a lovely bit of tech coming through from Flash at the moment.
They're on 11 eliminations now, Blank, as well. This is a big wind-up for them to try and punch through towards the top side of the tables early. Boars try and make their move, but Goat team spot them from the south side. Goat currently playing on as just 2 players alive. Boars could potentially get their player back up, but they don't have a lot of time to be mucking around with.
Yeah, Boars basically know they need to get rid of Goat here on the south side and then start potentially wrapping towards that north. They should know that it's locked down on that southern edge. Good shots coming through from Loops over towards Fourth Thrives, who are now very much suffering at the hands of all the teams inside the lobby. Ida going for a mad dash, mad spray, but it's not happening. And Wolves will grab themselves some more points off the back of this one.
They are on the hunt for Turkey as Ida goes down to the Wolves on the approach. Looks like Team Flash are getting stuck in over towards Goat as well on the far side, who do get eliminated. That allows the Boars back up to 4, and they're making their approach against Fourth Rise and Loops.
This is really good. Loops are currently distracted. Terminus winding up the nade. In fact, the entire team is winding up nades, but they're not quite far enough. And now they've revealed position. That's a little bit scary for them at the moment. Huzaifa does not have angles over towards them. Rafinha has to move across, sends one of his own, does quite a bit of damage over towards the players on Boars.
But his position's now known. You can see immediately a nade sent back to tickle his health bar.
Oh,
looks
that's
pretty
good
on Terminus. Doesn't quite get the knock. Just about
Huzaifa, though.
Oh, okay. A big opener. Loops lose 2 to a big nade from Huzaifa. Fourth Thrive still not out of it just yet. 8 eliminations and 1 player, but they've got a dream. Let's see if they can fulfill it. Moving up the hillside. In the meantime, the Boars are going to keep the pressure up over towards Loops, and all of a sudden they're on 1. Just Rafinha's there as Fourth Thrive steps forwards. Last legs will be able to find a little bit more on the points tally. A nice pick up there. Once more as well. The explosion's not going to bother him, and Rafinha's down. The Boars now have an opening, and Fourth Thrive survive.
And Fourth Thrives, they confirm on so many eliminations there. Boars get a lot of them taken off them. The big thing is, though, is that because of this big old bit of unplayable space, the pillar in front of them, it has isolated that fight away from a lot of teams, so Boars not really under threat there. I think Boars are able to get their 4th player back up again. But Huzaifa is a bit of a scary prospect at the moment. But Flash, incredible. They've got the lineup on the south side. This should be an unlosable game for them at this point.
It is an incredible spot for them. Boars, yeah, they did lose Snowix in that engagement. Really unfortunate stuff. I think that might have been... I don't actually know who was able to pick that one up, but they are going to play as 3 nonetheless. But it is a powerful 3. They still got Vagnazada online. They got Robs online. These two have been such a brutal powerhouse for the roster. For Zypher, he got a big double nade over towards Loops. Let's see if he's got a repeat in that right arm of his.
He's got 4 nades, and we've seen crazier happen yesterday. First nade looking to line up. Down goes the emergency cover flare, but they've spotted him. That's big news for Boars. The fact they know his location is a really big deal, but finding Robs to start things off is tough. But the location is exposed now. Vagnazada sending up, has a Molotov, pops it down. The nade is in hand, looking to send around the side, and Terminus will finish it off, which leaves Boars up with Robs, which is great news. They should be able to get the res off, but for 4 Thrives,
yes,
a really, really nice finish there for them. The fact they're on 2 players confirms so many of the players on Loops as well. That's a great salvage.
Diaz with the nade over towards Terminus. He moved out. He flexed through for Team Flash. And the Boars are not getting Terminus back up there. Robs does get back to his feet. But now this north side has not concluded. And the Boars are losing 1. Team Flash are not missing a beat here, Blank. They have been violent on these third-party flex outs.
Still 2v2 though. The rest of Flash are still playing on that south side at the moment. Is good news. Also, the nades are looking quite difficult to hit, considering the amount of cover flares that were dropped down. This does keep Boars in a much better position, finding shots over towards 7-2-1 in the meantime. Robs has still got the eyes on the prize at the moment, looking for more teams inside the lobby, and that will get them into a top 4.
5 elims, not quite enough to satisfy the hunger for the Boars. They want to add more. Finds another. Rob's able to tally that one up to 6 now. And on the north side, they still have the Wolves to worry. 3rd place guaranteed, but the Wolves more maybe preoccupied with Team Flash. Not really anywhere to go though for the Boars, and they have to step into the firing line.
Yeah, Boars should absolutely be going down here in 3rd place. There's no real possibility for them to get further into the circle. It's such a tough task ahead of them. One will go down, the other is prone, Robs is out. The best thing they can hope for here is a 2nd place, but for Flash, what a game it's been. 15 elims. This is the type of game that secures you into the top 4 of survival.
Team Flash looking to lay down a gauntlet for the rest of our teams in match number 1. This is how you do it. Another knock for win, and Wolves on 2, hiding in amongst the trees in the forests. They try to go back to their primal roots here, Blank, but I think they might just be rooted out by Team Flash.
The Wolves just keeping it very safe, but throughout the entire game, Flash has been in control. There's been not a moment where their flex out, their rotation hasn't not made sense, and it is just a matter of time here for the Flash, looking to rack up to 18 elims on the game and finish it off with the drive-by. It looks nasty. Flash take the first game of the day and set a foundation that's going to be difficult to break.
The flash fire from the south side. They flex out brutally against everybody in their sights, Blank. Nobody was safe from Team Flash. They were third partying, they were controlling, they were dominant. This is who we did not see on day 1, back in the group stages. They only just snuck through the door there, but they have blasted it wide open here for game number 1.
There's a lot to talk about that. I mean, for 4 Thrives, incredible salvage at the end. Really incredible salvage. It looked like it was going pear-shaped, but if they need that momentum, it's going to come from that one. They will feel very deserving in the amount of elims they're able to get. Boards as well, really good rotate. Some very tough positions to play from. They made it happen. Great opportunistic gameplay as well. Overall, amazing stuff from a lot of our teams. Even Loops, I was a bit disappointed they weren't able to make it happen, but a great spot to be in. Either way, we're going to head back over to the desk and check out what they have to say.
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like, hold up. You could be a friend of me, an enemy, keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy, I'm in my element. Never switch up, never switch up, never switch up. Keep that same energy, never switch up. I'm in my element.
If you want to survive the survival stage, you gotta turn up the heat. And Team Flash looking like a solar flare on that first one. That is how you get started.
They all looked so good, but you're smiting down the entire lobby on that compound to the western side. Oh my goodness. So many teams, right, Seven, looking to try and take that position away. Initially, it was the side of X-Force Reject. Then it was Nigma Galaxy, and that was just not enough to take down Team Flash.
And even towards the end, the way that they were just able to take control of the full circle, especially towards the south, they were taking some fights that were a bit questionable there, but that's just full confidence when they were sending just one player. But they realized that they should have sent backup, and they did just that.
I think they were like, ball's looking kind of strong. Let's maybe solidify that defense against them. And even then, it was just enough to get rid of all of those teams. You had that Solo 4 Thrives, you had Boar, 721 Wolves. They were just getting bullied out of position by the oppressive force of Flash. And this is a team that has a lot of hype since PMGC of last year, right? Sure, finals didn't go great, but man, oh man, did they show up on match 1.
And how about this first match in Rondo for everybody at survival stage? The aggression is there. I was asking for aggression from Nigma Galaxy. Boy, did they give me that and some. Today, I got a chance to talk, before all the matches, I got a chance to talk to Satan. I was like, how many eliminations are you gonna get? He's like, 20. I was like, okay, but how about we come back to reality? Boy, I think he was in line because he was able to get some nasty, and I mean nasty engagements. A 3v1, a 1 versus 3 against Void.
Yeah, and
that's what you love to see.
Before they was on to Reject,
yep.
Right? So you got 2 massive clutches back-to-back. So Satan looking absolutely fantastic. We're looking at the entire lineup of Flash. I mean, almost double-digit eliminations for Zeus. And, of course, looking at the spread, everyone put some work. But I especially want to look at that damage taken. 51 damage taken by Win. Tops only taking, 0 damage, no damage taken. So all the fights they were taking were just so damn one-sided.
Oh, just straight domination in match number 1. And you're talking about that circle control, right? Well, I'll tell you one thing. Team Flash definitely did their homework here, Max, because that zone looked pretty similar to day 1.
They were watching that game of Pandem on a group headline. It's kind of similar. Let's play that similar area for ourselves, and they played it really well. And I feel like a lot of people, because they dropped there, are like, oh, they were gifted the game. No, they were so oppressive in that lobby. So whoever says in the chat they were gifted that chicken dinner, you're completely wrong. This is an insane step up, and Zeus, not really surprised this 7 will be our game MVP.
In regards that they didn't really have to move much, yeah, for the people that are saying that, yes, but they were actually doing a lot with what was given to them.
Exactly.
They were spreading out, they were gatekeeping like you were mentioning, Max, and they were willing to make sure that they control everything. They weren't being passive, which is something that we were used to seeing in the past, and that's what I love to see. By the way, with this performance right here, this squad already has way more points than what they were able to get during the group stage, because in the group stage, they ended up in 14th place with 21 points. So congratulations, Flash. You got 28 points now.
28 points. Are you kidding me? That is how you start this off. I mean, it's only 4 slots available, and with a performance like that, as long as they just kind of continue on here, they should be rock solid for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, just before the stream started, I think all of us, even John and Blank, were talking about what's possibly going to be the point threshold to be in top 4. I think we kind of all went around 50, you know, possibly. 28 points, near 50, you're getting there already, so you just got to be a little bit more consistent here, and you should be good to go.
Yeah. Higher than what we had in groups, too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
but
yeah, it's top 4, it's top 4,
yeah,
not top 6. Yeah,
yes,
that makes total
exactly.
sense.
Yeah, I was talking to a lot of the players. I was talking to a lot of players and coaches at breakfast, and I was kind of trying to guess, you know, hey, what do you guys think that cutoff's going to be? I heard a lot of 45s. That's where they were kind of thinking off for top 4. But with performances like this, I don't think that's going to be enough.
It comes down to if we're going to have a dominant team, right? Because yesterday in Group B, I mean, we saw a team just be absolutely dominant and consistent with Bigatron. It wasn't just one game. Is that going to happen here as well? And if they do, are they just going to be, our team's going to be able to just keep pace with that kind of aggression, keep pace with that kind of consistency?
Yeah, hopefully try and maintain that momentum a little bit, though. We're looking at the map rotation now.
Yep.
It's back to back to back Erangel. And I want to bring up something Blank told me earlier, actually. It was very interesting. Apparently, Al-Ula want to drop in Northern George Pole.
Oh!
Take it away from Alpha 7, though, of course, as you know, got eliminated bottom 2 of Group A.
Oh my gosh.
So, and keep in mind, Al-Ula are the team that eliminated Alpha 7. So I think in a few months' time, they might even rename to Alpha 7. We are Alpha 7. They take everything from that team. But so that's going to be a really good rotation path for them in that early stage.
Yeah, you see that wide open, right? Might as well take it. I mean, they're not here. You got to take advantage. One thing is for sure, right? The aggression today at the survival stage did not disappoint. I think we were kind of counting, and on that hot drop, I think this is the most eliminations we've seen in a rondo so far.
Oh, most definitely. This was a 30 elimination rondo on phase 2 pop, so it was really, really high elimination, very intense at the very start of the game. Though, as we calm down a bit, get ready for Erangel. I want to pivot the conversation here, Seven, for a big topic, which is hot drops on Erangel. And we do have, there's two locations in mind in particular. I don't know which one you want to talk about in particular. Severny and especially Pochinki is going to maybe get a bit busy.
I think Pochinki is one that's really interesting because Enigma Galaxy has always been known to go towards Pochinki. And one thing that you mentioned, that you've been mentioning throughout this whole broadcast, is that extra loot, which is what?
The loot drop.
That's right. So that one, I mean, if there is going to be a hot drop, they got to keep that in mind. If there's not going to be a hot drop, Enigma Galaxy already told us, we're going to be going Pochinki. If that other team wants to come, we'll be there waiting. And right now, with the performance that they just had, they're going to be feeling confident. And I mean, they're going to be feeling really confident. So for anybody wanting to challenge them in Pochinki, in Erangel, I would think twice about it.
I mean, they were dropping there since 1996. Before I was born, they were dropping in Pochinki. But the other one is going to be Severny, and there's two teams that normally like to drop there. It's going to be Voin and also the side of X-Force Reject. And X-Force, I was talking to them earlier, they knew they were doing some big mistakes in terms of their decision-making. They were a bit hesitant. They want to fix that, and they said, we're going to go to Severny if we can, and if Voin are there, we'll just have to commit to it and take the fight for, again, that loot truck that does spawn near Severny.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more time, I think, kind of like dealing with everything, right? The pressure of the situation. That's the hardest thing to adapt to at this stage, is that little slight hesitation. There's so much going on. As a matter of fact, they were actually, I was talking to X-Force Rejects, and they were saying at one point, we were like, there's 50 people in this such a small circle. They looked to the left, he's like, I saw a guy, and I didn't even realize that was my enemy. I thought it was my teammate there for a second. So it's pretty tough to adapt at this level.
Talking about X-Force Rejects, I was talking to them and I was like, this is already a great performance for the Africa region for you guys. Nobody expected you guys to even make it to survival stage. The fact that you guys are here, it's already a win. And one of the players said, yeah, I think we want to just make sure we are in the first page. They weren't necessarily pushing for that top 4. And then Shiva came around and be like, no. I want to be in the final, so I'm hoping that's going to be the case. And talking about pressure and all that stuff, a player especially, that really surprised me just now in this match, Husaifa. It is his first global event. It might have been the jitters in that first day for Group A, but right now he was able to showcase why 4 Thrives decided to pick him up as backup for Falak.
And actually, yeah, that's why I wanted to talk about you for 4 Thrives. This was my day 1 topic, but I didn't have time about it. You said back in PMGO South Asia, you did not want Falak to be MVP.
Yep.
Is that still the case here for PMGO Season 1?
No. That's PMGO. That's completely different. I want Falak to be able to showcase his skills. I mean, I wouldn't hate it if Husaifa's going to keep doing this and make sure he gets the extra points for the squad, because guess what? At the end of the day, they're trying to be in the top 4 right now. So get as many points as you want in any way possible.
Top 4, that's all that matters, baby. And you know what else matters? Erangel, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. Let's get it going here. Match number 2. Rondo definitely set the stage. But look at this. We're headed to the east side, baby.
You know where Alula's going.
Oh, yeah. Alpha 7. Who? We are Alpha 7. And here we go. Very Western here this time around. Zaki all down to the eastern side of Primorsk. Seeing where teams are going. Actually, really good for 4 Thrives as you talk about them, right? They like to drop on that Western Bridge location. It's all of those eastern teams, especially Team Flash to go Yasnai Poliano. Their stretch got to be careful. They might clash with the likes of Voin upon that early rotate. As Voin are going there. And I'm seeing X-Force Reject. I think the hot drop in Severny is happening, boys.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I'm all for it.
Yep, we're seeing some teams head in that direction as we get into Erangel. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Hey, it's not just Rondo you get hot drops on, Blank. We've also got them here on Erangel. They're going to be everywhere. I wonder if it will repeat itself. It could also be a vehicle drop and it could all fizzle out to nothing. And they're going to get sent over towards Yasnaya or Kameshki or Zapovka, something like that, depending on where the circle goes. Wait and see. It might be, yeah, I think it might be a vehicle drop on the north side.
Well, this is the thing, though, is that we were discussing with the players earlier on for X-Force Rejects as well as Voin in terms of where they want to go. And it's between Primorsk as well as Severny, and I think Voin would quite like to have Severny, but this circle, they're one of the furthest teams out towards the eastern side. They're on the southern edge of Severny. They have the vehicles, so they can just make their way on over. But this is a very difficult playing path, followed up by an eastern circle. Difficult premise to work with at the moment. So luckily, like you say, it does sort of fizzle out. It does fizzle out.
The circle is kind of, I think, deceptively nasty as well, because it's so far south. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of landmass in this one, sure, with the military island taking up so much of it, but do you go to the military island on a circle like this? I don't think so, right? You're looking at maybe like a 10 to 15% chance that it ends up there. It's much more likely that you're going to want to take position on that northern side, which actually starts to crunch in the playable terrain a really very significant amount. You're talking about 40 to 50% of this circle playable.
Yeah, if you're on that southern side of the map, right, if you're playing Sosnovka, maybe you stick around here for a little while longer. You maybe try and hold the bridge out. If any teams want to make that southern wrap, which they might do, that's a possibility. So for the likes of the Vicious as well as Goat, they can definitely go for something like this. Voin has headed out over towards Stalber Way. Likely going to wrap underneath, most likely. They should know that they're one of the first teams to drop on this eastern side. And there's a lot of nice little bits of high ground you can play. They could even wrap around the south side of Prison, play something like that, or get one of the mansion compounds, even play Heaven if they so wished.
See where they end up drawing short. I think they have stopped on the top of Stalber, so maybe a stop off there. Pit stop to resupply. Team Flash, who just came off of a cracking win. 18 eliminations, not often you see that. But they will be at the top on Yasnaya. Looking to move down south, I imagine, not in the too distant future, you'd hope. Those Yaz fields, with how the circle is going to be so over-condensed for what it appears to be, getting past Yaz fields nice and early, probably going to be quite important for them.
Yeah, not only that, the loot truck as well is there, so they can pick up a lot from that, which would be nice. Alula moving out early from North George, get themselves over towards that eastern side of the map. A lot of teams realize they need to get moving now. Robs is already scouting out from Boars over towards the eastern side. Wolves find themselves neatly spotted across Farm and the southern coast.
T2K on the screen right now. They do have a very far-flung outpost in Slayer for T2K. He's grabbing a vehicle. He's coming back down towards Primorsk on the south point. Interesting rotational paths ahead of them. I'm sure it's going to be pretty tricky. Ooh, we did get a hot drop, but they are getting stuck in. RJC and Alula will be coming at loggerheads there. RJC losing 2 on the approach, though. It's much more likely that Alula will be able to get that res, and it's pretty much guaranteed now because that is an immediate evaporation coming through for the South Africans.
I think this is just a macro disadvantage, right? I think this team just hasn't had enough time on the global stage, haven't had enough time studying these rotations, and particularly on a playing path like that, it does throw things into disarray. You're relying a lot of past experiences to make these kind of games work, because a lot of times you're studying your rotation based off a fairly even playing path. For this one, you sort of need to realize that if you're going to head down towards that south side, you've got to be cautious on your approach, because it's likely that either South George or North George teams are also rotating on the North Island. I think genuinely for Xbox Rejects, they just did not expect anyone to be there and that they would get gas station for free.
Fortunately, you do just constantly have to be checking your assumptions on circles like this, and you don't spot one that you've made and it starts glaring out at you. Things like this can happen. It's beautiful that they can get a clean wipe as well for Laola, right? They are now on 4 elims on the game. The loot truck as well. Loot is potentially going to be passed over to them. They make their way south of Yasnaya. They're across that river. Team Flash yet to fully... Oh no, they have sent 2 of their players down towards the west point of Prison, and it's likely that east side of Yasnaya will regroup for them, but they are still on a 2-2 split. Could get severed by Alula or loops beyond them.
Greedy Boars will be going for a 2-2 split at the moment, just on the eastern side, west side of Shelter, and then they've got over towards the Snaking Roads. They've got a position there as well. Makes sense, you know, you're trying to set yourself up for stage 2 here. I don't disagree with it. They had the opportunity, they had the time, they started in school and apartments, they had a ton of loot to work with, so Robs could get out nice and early and send down towards that southeast side. I do think you can have a lot of teams coming in from the west though, so Vagnazada is going to be under a little bit of pressure here.
But currently near them, so are Loops. About 200 meters out right now. Where they're going to try and post up. Robs and Terminus, as you said, in this southeast point. Taking a look at our top 5 Elim tallies. At the moment, it's looking pretty flat, Blank. We have had some blast outs, and I think this must include previous stages of the tournament.
Because otherwise, Boss would not be on 11 points.
What's going on there? But yeah, fantastic stuff. Obviously, some fairly evenly matched players in this lobby in terms of that firepower. Although most of the it was notable that there was a player from Team Flash, Zeus, on that tally, given that they only just about qualified at the bottom of the tables.
Yeah, they just barely got in. I mean, Zeus, obviously last game 9 elims, almost hitting the 10er, which is crazy. On a game where they got more points than just that as well. Like, he was finding a lot of stuff in there. Here's that rotation. Like I said, like it was a, I don't want to call it a lazy rotating, but you could see that it was a leisurely drive for them, and they were not expecting opposition.
They were down early as well for Alula. They were able to get on the road nice and quickly and intercept that rotate. And as I said before, brilliant to get it done cleanly as well without losing a player at all. The crossings from the South Island seem to have gone off without a hitch, but the scraps that result from it may not be so pretty. Goat currently trying to blast their way through with the Wolves just up to their north. More players beyond that as well in 7-2-1. Enigma Galaxy further out west, although they are very split right now. Blank Enigma Galaxy on a 2-1-1, and very interspersed with all these other teams.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, they're also being quite greedy. They got Milter, they're playing around Sharkfin as well on that southern side. We're about to get our stage 2 coming in. Necessary dealing with Goat team. Force heading himself up the stairs. Quick shot with the S12K, does a lot of damage, and he's looking to send it in. There is an off angle too, great shots through the window. And the circle heads far northeast on this one, John.
Elementrix keeping his teammates safe on the top floor there, and the backup has arrived. The cavalry comes into play. 1 player, 2 player looking pretty low for Goat team. Necessary still holding his nerve on the top side. Elementrix peppering through the windows there, and in comes the rest of the team. Now they can control this ground floor. Goat team not in a position to really do too much, but that's a big nade out the window coming through, and that's going to be a brilliant answer to it. But it's a 1-for-1 trade, and with a numbers disadvantage, Goat are going to have a bad time with this one. Necessary drops down to the bottom floor and looks to take the staircase back into control. Oh, a bounce on the nade takes his teammate out of it. Now Justiato wanting to get any points on this match and not leave Goats with a goose egg.
I mean, for Wolves, that's sort of frustrating. Having that nade go through, couldn't confirm the elimination themselves, at least, but 1 more player to go down. Ayato tries to get the nade out. It's a little bit too far. The first is good, but he's on a very slimmest portion of HP.
Oh, he's still holding the door frame with the DBS. He steps out. How did that spray not connect? Necessary just about able to get that one done. Goodness me. They did manage to pick up all 4 of those points as well. So the Wolves will not be denied the points there. Nice find. Did they lose 1? Or is that just a really low HP player for the Wolves?
I think they did lose 1. Yeah, I think they're down to just 3 players now, which is frustrating during that fight, because it's quite clean up until that point. A lot of times, though, when Necessary gets pushed like that by a team like Goat, they usually go down. So it's some fantastic backup coming through from Elementrix. Some really, really difficult windows to hit those shots through, so he had to be quick on the trigger. Ida passing by on the eastern side. He's around crates. Very, very typical spot to play when these circles do go far east, but for the time being, this is not ideal in terms of information gain. So you're going to head over towards Lumberyard, which is a very good spot for it. Sadly, Alula is already there.
You know, if you're not fast enough, you lose the spot. I want to check back in with our greedy teams, right? Enigma Galaxy and Boars, they were on those big splits. Boars on a 2-2, Enigma Galaxy on an interspersed 2-1-1. Both of those 2 teams have now regrouped as a full 4, which is great news, I think, moving in towards the latter half of Stage 2. The Boars playing on that south point that they had. Enigma Galaxy just over to the west, about 300 meters west of that spot.
Like I said, Stage 2, you got to regroup on that. These teams know best at this point in time. You should know best coming into a PMGO. So they're instantly regrouping on that. Trying to get themselves as much position as possible. For Enigma Galaxy, they don't actually try to confirm that towards Milter Power. I think towards Milter, I think that makes sense. Considering that position is a city, you don't want to send teams into it too early.
Definitely don't want to overcommit if you can help it. Oh, hang on a minute. I said Enigma Galaxy had regrouped. Let's take a look at that solo scout to the southeast. But actually, it's going to really pay off here. They've tracked a potential path to make a south rotate on this next circle with a shift out towards the east side of Milter, south of Prison. We're going up to the top of that hill, up to the Lumberyard.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, for Foot as well as Boars, And Flash potentially here. The main job is just trying to clear out this western side, but a lot of teams are going to send towards that northern edge, just because there is a slope down towards that road on the eastern side of Prison. You can use that to lose a lot of those sight lines that might be looking towards you in this mid-game. But a lot of teams having very similar ideas. That's 4-5's, R8, the Vicious, as well as T2K.
Chaikari were pushed off of Severny and now marshalling their way through the east side of that prison. Making their way on in. A nice little holdout for them as well. Potentially looking to get stuck into a fight to teams up towards their north. They've got 3 teams potentially looking to push past that. You've got Vicious, you've got T2K, as well as 4 Thrives, who are all maybe wanting to make that eastern rotate. But for Void Jaikari, if they stick too close to Prison, they're not going to have a say in this rotate. T2K are taking advantage of that.
Well, I think the high ground is profitable, though, for Void Jaikari. I think it's a good place to play. It's a smart place to play, especially with this kind of circle as well. If it moves north, they suddenly have a really big chunk of the circle covered, because a lot of teams aren't going to be moving towards Prison early. Igneous, just try and go for the shots over towards Void Jaikari on the top side. If he hit that, they might have considered going a little bit more crazy on this one, but I don't know if there's certain fishes in front of them just yet.
Just poking back and forth, trading that aggression. Not really pulling the trigger fully on that fight just yet. 4 Thrives making their move. It looks like they're wrapping back around to the west side, instead of trying to push in behind the Vicious and T2K. But R8 are littered around that area as well, Blank, on that northwest side. Both teams a little bit slower to get in towards these circles. Prestige has been spotted, and IQ's not going to let that one go. A cheeky little swap onto the back seat there, and that will be an easy little knock to come on through, and runs him down to add insult to injury. R8 diminished a player now. They're going to be behind 4 Thrives at the back of the queue.
I mean, 4-5 is also a similar boat here, though, on 3 players. Hazaifa being down. I actually kind of liked how Hazaifa played on the first day. I was quite a big fan of it. I think Hazaifa played really, really well as this anchor. I think there was a lot of times where 4-5's got a little bit too aggressive, and I think Hazaifa was playing this backstop and was sort of wondering why he had to go make these really big savior plays. Now 4-5's down to 2 again. For them, this game would have been a nice spot to cement their position over towards that top side. But man, another eastern shift on the circle is so brutal. It's over towards the Deadwoods as well. Ida just has the pick of the litter right now. They've got the compound that sits on the southeast side of that hill. They've got Mini Milter compound on the northwest. So much space to play. I think that I would try and confirm over towards the dips that sit just in the Deadwoods. Void Jaikari also similarly going for a very, very samey approach to this one. But 4-5 is coming in from that north side.
I'm always a little bit worried about that compound that currently Swain is sitting in for Ida on that southeast side of the hill, Blank. It feels like those sort of 3 lined up buildings are so prone to misplays and throwing things away. More often than not, I feel like the mistakes that I see are so glaring in that position. It's a really difficult spot to play with so many sightlines trapping you into a very linear fight. So you need to get away from you. That's the name of the game, and that's exactly what Emery's going to want to do, and knock over towards 4 Thrives, leaving them now just down to 1 player on that north side of this next circle.
Well, the thing is with this is so far down towards the southeast that for Ida, they can play this kind of loose a little bit, just because we're not in that early game. These spots aren't already taken up. We don't have teams that are able just to thread the needle. We have pretty much a wall of teams sat across those forested areas on this middle side of the circle. So for Ida, there's just so much space to play right now. But we're back on board, watching teams taking knocks left, right, and center. Good shot from the Vicious there on Icy towards T2K. That's on the northern side of things.
That northern side really has been a tough trudge for so many teams. They've been brilliant that Void Jaikari have actually been able to get through. Even as 3, they've put themselves right in the middle of this one. Foot not so lucky on their location a little bit further north. They are taking heavy casualties right now, and the nades just rolling over the top. Oh, the Boars have been taking heavy hits as well. Fortunate getting taken down one of their players on the southwest side by Enigma Galaxy as well. Looks like Flash chiming in. Magnazada falls, so 2 players, 3 players down now for the Boars. They are down to their last leg.
It was a massively improbable rotation that was going to come through from them. They were kind of stuck on this western side. Again, they set up for a much more central circle on this. Potentially, they could have played it a little bit slower. I think Terminus, it might have just been game over just then. Lucky that it bounces off the tree. Made a rubber, this one.
But the nade info will be passed on over. 7-2-1 just not quite able to extract the value. There is another 2 nades in the pocket here, and Terminus wants to launch one of his own. Bobbling another smoke through. The nade does tag a little bit there, but the reses are going to start to come through. 7-2-1 will be able to piece themselves back together. They won't be able to pop their heads up too easily, though. There's so many teams around them, but more nades will start to roll down towards Terminus, and his days are numbered.
And they are, T2K with the hovercraft, looks to just put them on their backs. Doran, last alive here on this edge. Igneous is down, there's a player underneath. See what Vish can get done here. Fearless needs to be that in this moment. Icy behind the hovercraft will make the spray, and they do live it.
A big strafe out from Icy keeps them up as 4. Terminus is still alive underneath the threat of 7-2-1, who are in turn being bowed down by the teams around them. Just not finding these nades. Voinchaikari gets another knock over towards 7-2-1. These bleed outs are going to start coming through thick and fast.
Tarek, though, coming in, looking to find some more shots over towards the Vicious, but they're holding their ground. P5ET is down, and Doran is making it happen. The upstart.
Koa as well around and at his side. They really desperately want to get this res, get 3 players back alive. Please, please let us get back on our feet. R8, try something that they weren't ready to bite. And they choke a little bit. Marth now the last to stand. Nades keep going over the top. And Terminus is just being helped out so much by the suppression by Voinchaikari.
The best part about this spot, though, and what a lot of people underestimate, is that, yeah, it looks like nade bait, but there's so many rocky outcrops around it that most of the nades tend to just start bouncing off. So it's good for that, especially when you're throwing these nades downhill. Typically, they got a lot of velocity on them and can go awry pretty quickly.
Try to hide from the explosive damage as much as you can. Marth nearly going down there, but just about finds some cover behind the tree trunk. Up and in, Doran moves forwards, allows Icy to resurrect Koa, but are they even going to be able to get him in the vehicle there? Looks like a little bit too long on that one, and Doran's already down. IQ there will fall as well, actually, to an off angle coming through. I think that was from Loops. As Vicious suffering heavily, everybody in this north side blank is just bleeding dry.
Oh my God, 4-5, so lucky. But the shot will come through from Ida, finish them off, and Marth will go down next. 6 eliminations for the Vicious, for Doran, totally understandable. They just had to make a mad send out, try and find a position whilst the res was going through for the rest of the team. And really, there's just not a lot of space to play on this eastern side of the map now.
And there's so many teams who are looking out over it as well. Team Flash have been able to stay out of it quite nicely on the western side. They'll have to charge through the lumberyard at some point, maybe flex down towards the south, towards Enigma Galaxy, who are taking shots up their way. They do want to be a little bit more careful. Foot, they've lost a little bit too much now on this northern side. Just 1 player now stands for them, but these solo survivors, they're going to have an impact here. Wolves on their position on the south, going to be first to face off against the Galaxy. This is the last player for Foot, but he's going to challenge over towards Icy. It's the battle of the solos. Vicious go down first. A nade over from Satan. Over towards Wolves, finds the first, and not quite the second.
The second looked nice, though, and we'll send another in, and Necessary knows he's got a lead, but it's a nade from up on high from 7-2-1 that will take him down. Removes 1 of the eliminations away from Enigma Galaxy. Flash, though, fast on their approach. They spotted 1 from Enigma Galaxy. Ralph is down to start things off, and now they're backfilled.
They are so quick on this pounce blank. Flash are playing revitalized. This is a team that wins Southeast Asia. We did not see them before, but they are back with a vengeance and now starting to rack up these elims in this match, playing nice and proactively into these later circles, despite being quiet earlier on.
Alula, though, pretty nice position over towards Lumberyard. We'll hold that out, but what a crazy spot to finish then. You've got this slope that sits all the way down towards our eastern side. Then you've got Lumberyard up top, which is a bit of a TDM ground of play to make yourself into. It's going to be all about the angles, all about the reflexes.
They marched in from that Milta Peninsula. They are slowly trying to crunch in from this eastern side, but they have to move on this hard west shift. The question is direction. They try and move a little bit closer towards Enigma Galaxy, and that may have been a mistake in retrospect. Now with 3 players alive, Dark in Neve, he wanted to move in towards Swain to look for the res. No shutdown there with the spray. No nades in hand either. But they try and push on towards 7-2-1 with the ball solo still alive. This is not going as well as maybe they would have liked. 2 players now pushing in through the smoke. 1 player for Enigma Galaxy has fallen. Another suit to go. And 7-2-1 hold their nerve in the face of it. Terminus laughing right now because I don't think Enigma Galaxy are going to know that there's a solo here. If they had gone down, that would have been good for him. But now they clash with Ida and all around it. As Terminus just survives through it all.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for one more team to go down, and suddenly we're in top 8, and Terminus starts earning points, but I don't know how long he lives here. No nades. It's a very, very difficult prospect to go up against. Ida. Ado's still alive for the time being, but that is great news for Boars at least. The team that was chasing them for so long finally does go down, but it is 7-2-1 to overlap them. But at least this middle pack is still open for a lot of squads, Loops included, who have 4 players, and Terminus is down.
Finally going to be punched out. As the balls go down with 0 elims, dropping down a little bit lower on the tables. Enigma Galaxy able to just about push past them, as was 7-2-1 with their 6 elims. Holding off against Enigma Galaxy is a great result for them. Team Flash, they lost 1, I think, during all of that. So now it looks like, yeah, Loops, Alula, Point, Chaikari as well, with the 4-player rosters now stepping on forwards. Swain getting knocked, leaves Rita alone.
Boy Chill starting things off over towards Emre. Will find the flush on it too. Ida goes next to the DP shots. And for Voin, this is such an important fight for them. They're right at the bottom of the tables right now. Any more points that they can get to put themselves back in a position to break into that top 4 is good. Because remember, this is no longer a case of anyone else going through. Top 4 is all it is.
You need to be pushing up towards those 50 points. That's what you need to do. Team Flash doing beautifully on that mark, by the way, Blank. They're now up to 30. 20 more points over the next 4 matches, I think, is doable, plus whatever else they're able to earn here. Alula playing in the center area now, up to 8 eliminations. A beautiful pickup for them, but 7-2-1 are going to trade off and pick up these knocks before they can find them.
I mean, the thing for 7-2-1, though, is I don't know how wise taking that shot was over towards Voin Chaikari, because not only does this happen, you also have a situation where you alert a lot of the teams around you when you're one of the teams that was primed to move. Needed to sort of wait for this next circle to hit before making any decisions like that. Loops tries to make their way in, but Alula is holding their ground.
Loops really struggling to get through on this one. Alula rallying around their position. Voin Chaikari yet to step forwards though. No third party. They don't want to go fast onto it. Could potentially have tried to capitalize on the chaos, but they allow a potential stabilization to come through from Alula on all 4 of their players alive. Getting back up to full HP might make them just nigh on unassailable.
Mainly at the moment for Voin Chaikari on this northeast side, they got to wait for Alula to get embroiled in with the Flash before they make any moves. They've also got to deal with 7-2-1 on their south side, but either way, this is a good game for Voin Chaikari. A good reset as well, remember.
It is that sort of re-injection of power that you want to be finding after a slightly shoddy game when you're down at the bottom of the tables. Guaranteed at least a 4th place, but with only 2 elims, they do still need to go a little bit further to try and get themselves back into a confident lockstep with each other. Flash, they've been such a nuisance to every single team over the last 2 matches now. They're playing with 4 elims at this point, Blank, just getting ever closer to that 50-point boundary that we're expecting to be just a little bit higher than cutoff.
Chaikari circling, musing on what needs to be done next. Masku tries to find some shots, but will go down in the process too. Boy Chill does find that one, but Alaku slaps back over towards Boy Chill himself. So the opener is down, but luckily they're able to find him. And the Indonesian squad lives to fight another day here, but down to 3 players in the blue, happy to move out of it into the clutches of Alula. Looks like a dangerous prospect to me.
And Team Flash are all too happy to let this one happen. We know that they love to just pick off these points from the sidelines, take these shots as, I think, Is that, yeah, Top Z just going to stay out in the blue zone quick. Does fall to it, though. And Voin Chaikari do still have a little bit of life left in them. But how much more is there with just one player now? Potato can't quite weather the storm. Falls down, third place.
Oh.
Team Flash versus Alula.
Roasted and toasted that Potato, but in the meantime, it's Flash. Within a Flash, find themselves in the center over towards this circle. Instantaneously finding a better spot here. It's very similar to our first game of the day. The nade looks good, just tickles him though. Not quite enough damage, able to get to cover just quick enough. But Alula, they've lost all position here.
They are staggering as well. They are back down on those health bars, trying to tick themselves back up. In the meantime, Team Flash looking so much more healthy. Ooh, a nasty off angle though.
For Win, he set himself up really nicely to be a big fawn in the bushes there for the guys on Flash. Luckily, they even the odds instantaneously into a 2v2 now. Claws as well as Yata in position. Win, though, providing so much information just from this spot towards the rest of the squad, and they have nades to line up.
They know that Claws now is going to be playing towards the back of that building. Hopping out Wins, just pinging this one through. Guaranteed that comm is coming on in strong. And in a 2v2, Team Flash with 5 eliminations want to try and add up to 7. Alula, though, want to cap off a big Elim game, and it's a 1 nade knockout there coming through over onto Claws, and no push forwards coming through from Yasa. Claws is going to be isolated, and the nades are brutal. This is no Flash in the pan blank. They are back to back now, and they are pushing for the 50 points in the first 2 matches.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you just want to go to finals right now, and you just want to finish your day nice and early, this is how you do it, right? You have your breakfast, you turn up, an hour, that's all you need. An hour.
Oh my goodness me. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when a team's on form like this? They're such a big point sponge as well.
I mean, they're going to be for the rest of the day if they keep playing up. And I mean, it's already evident from the rest of the pack as well, because we're seeing a lot of the teams in terms of points for our squads underneath. And yeah, you better hold up that logo. It has been an astonishing day for the guys on Flash. Really well played. But where was this Flash yesterday?
I mean, that was a nasty display coming through for them. They have fixed whatever has been going wrong, right? That readjustment into this global tournament has worked wonders. Whatever they've done, it is the right decision. I can categorically say that. They have been such a nuisance, playing such a nasty little flex out style that has been bothering everybody else as they try and take position. Nobody has been able to escape their ire, and Team Flash go back to back to step even closer towards a qualification spot.
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like, hold up. You could be a friend of me, an enemy, keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy, I'm in my element. Never switch up, never switch up, never switch up. Keep that same energy, I'm in my element.
And just like that, Team Flash, welcome to the grand finals. If that didn't lock them in already, I don't know what does. That is how you start it off. 3 spots remaining, boys.
I mean, pretty much, right?
One team was able to do it in Group A, but at the end of the day with S2G, this time, Team Flash was like, you know what? We want to be sure we secure our spot within the first 2 matches, just controlling and being great at where I love the macro that they were doing in this game.
I was a little bit sad initially before this event. I'm like, oh, the players of Deek Xavier, they're all retiring. We don't have Parajin, we don't have Levi's. Vietnam, are they going to step up again? But yes, Flash are doing it with 2 chicken dinners right back to back. One Rondo, 1 Erangel here to kick it off. And especially their spreads, their splits on top of Lumberyard. They got so many off angles, which high risk, high reward, right? And Win did go out because of it, but Tops in particular, Top Z, this man with the utility was absolutely crazy.
One thing that I would have to nitpick with this team, especially when they end up going to the finals, was how quick they actually ended up going to Alula there at the end. You and I were both unhappy on just how slow they were to actually go up to Alula. I wish that reaction would have been a little bit faster for my liking.
Ngồi tách biệt đi vô không trời vô chân trời kìa, phải đừng qua phải luôn, phải kìa, nằm kìa, phải kìa, được thấy ra, chắc đừng có tâm lên, ông nhìn đi là sẽ thấy, đâu thấy, hướng 15, đó là hướng đó đó, đánh đi nha, đánh đi, đó đó, kìa cái ra nè, kìa, anh, sao đây đứng kia này, được rồi, bây giờ, đây nghiêng kìa, kìa, từ sau này, qua tao nha, đá là bố á, qua tao nha, từ qua tao nha, đá rồi vậy nha, tao đứng trường này, chạy qua đi, chạy đá luôn, chạy qua kia luôn, chạy qua sân á, chạy một phải á. Nó còn sao dạ sau nó đứng y chang nó sao cái chốc đó
Oh, I love it, man. I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners. You're talking about, nitpicking. My only nitpick with this team is, why did they do this during the group stage, right? I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, but look at this. Being able to pull out a back-to-back chicken dinner off the rip. These guys are so hyped, Max.
They're like, we barely qualified in the PMGC Grand Finals thanks to an airdrop last year. Now we're not going to take any chances, right?
Yeah.
We're going to start off with the 2 chicken dinners. And look at Zeus. That's another player. This is another win where one player on the team, 7, has taken 0 damage.
Yeah, considering it was Win that was actually the standout player for their squad during the regionals, it's the right time for this player to step up, and is actually a player from Alula that's able to get MVP as Yas gets those 6 eliminations, 837 damage. By the way, one team that's currently not here that I'm pretty sure we'll end up seeing when we show the leaderboard for this match is 7-2-1. I really enjoy how 7-2-1 was gatekeeping not only Boar, Enigma Galaxy, and Ida. They were making sure they were being proactive and getting those eliminations. They didn't get into a top 3 scenario, but they were able to just clutch up those elims. And remember, with now only 4 matches left, any points matter big time.
It was really good, the decision-making from 7-2-1. They understood the only way for us to make it uphill is to clear our backs, which is what you're talking about. The gatekeeping here, especially versus Ida. So, sure, it's not a 7-2-1 win, but they showed true good macro showcase of what they could do here on that first Orango. And there's 2 more to go. Maybe a win is in the cards for them.
Let's take a look at this, though. Wow, I mean, so Team Flash get the chicken dinner, but Alula end up on top there with 20 points. That's not something that you got to be mad at, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're not going to be mad whatsoever. I mean, this squad, the way that they were playing and holding off that area, those 2 houses too, they were taking fights with loops. They had Quick on the off angle, and I got to highlight him because he wasn't just on the off angle for the fight against loops. He was also keeping an eye out for what Voin was doing, because they didn't want Voin to just sneak up on them, and Voin was just waiting for the right time to go up and see if they could maybe third party.
It was a bit tricky. I mean, especially what I liked is they also had to play on the rooftop, right? Putting a smoke on the lower side of the building, and with third-person perspective, able to get all the insight. And thanks to that game, our top 2 teams are looking so comfy. Flash in particular, 45 points.
It's crazy.
They might qualify by getting 0 points on the rest of today.
I'll tell you, that's why I'm like, hey, welcome to the grand finals. Like I said, I was talking to all these players and coaches, and that was the number I kept hearing. It's like, hey, 45 points. If we get that, we're for sure making it. And just like that, in 2 games, they knocked it down. Now, looking a little bit further down the leaderboards, I'm looking at that 5th place cutoff, 7, and that's going to be 4 Thrives. What do you think about them so far?
You go from having a great rondo to this squad. I'm not really sure what happened, if it was maybe the way that the circle was, if they were just caught with a slow rotation at one point, but they were just being silly with some of the splits that they were doing, Max. They had a 1-1-1 split because they had already lost a player, but it was in a situation where they really didn't need to do that.
Yeah, initial rotation, no scouting, clash with R8, lose a player, then go to Museum, 3-man split as you're talking about, and then they start to just rotate without really knowing where to go, and they find a slight hiding spot, which gets them naded eventually. I have not seen the confidence we saw from 4 Thrives back in PMGO South Asia. I want to see that a little bit because, as you said, the rondo was great. They were looking so strong, so confident, especially Huzaifa. But here, that wide northern rotation was just putting them, maybe making them overthink the overall game scheme.
And I'm hoping that they don't get into their mind, because that's usually the biggest factor for this squad, getting into their mind after a bad game. Snap out of it and make sure you do end up being decisive. That's going to be the big one, Jukes. Decisiveness for 4 Thrives.
That's what it's all about. You got to be decisive, especially when we only had 2 matches and the same winner in both right here. So we're going into another match of Erangel. Man, what do you think? I mean, as far as teams that are pretty low on the leaderboards, right? it's getting pretty do or die pretty quickly here.
I'm waiting to see what Ida can do.
Yeah.
In particular, I think they had a really good showcase this game coming out of Milton Power itself on the eastern side, and they had this massive 2-1-1 split, which I think was great to just not only get control of good positions in case the circle comes your way again, but also if you have to go on the offensive, you can quickly reposition and start pushing your way in the play zone. Then the circle said, hell no, we're going to go on top of the mountain of Lumberyard. And I think that rotation, especially with 7-2-1's gatekeeping, is almost an impossible rotation. Yeah. So what I'm going to say for Ida, I would love for them to think a bit more of wider rotations to avoid these kind of clashes. If they do maybe a wide southern rotate on a very split clash, who knows? Sorry, a flash. Maybe it could have been an Ida win here, but it's still a tricky performance for them to go for.
You're talking about Ida. I'm going to be talking about Enigma Galaxy because this squad has been aggressive. We saw what they were able to do earlier in Rondo. In this match as well, they were making sure that they kept people off. They were being proactive, playing that edge of the circle too. They tried to do some third party. It didn't end up working out for them. They ultimately ended this match with, I believe it was 3 eliminations. Now, when we saw the overall, something to keep an eye out for is the placement points, only 1. The eliminations for that squad, 12. So too much of a big gap. I want to see Enigma Galaxy being able to kind of bring that down in a way, make sure you stay alive a little bit longer. Not just with one player, not just with Satan or Ado, as it was the case here in Erangel. You got to stay a little bit longer with at least 3 players and start collecting more placement points. If not, going to be trickling down even more, especially if Flash gets another win. That's going to be tough.
Actually, talking about players that need to try and stick together as a full team in the late game, Vicious Man Icy saved them so many times on the eastern beach side. And this is the issue I was seeing back in PMGO EECA, where it was just Icy time and time again, hard carrying the team, saving the day, pretty much also qualifying them here for PMGO Season 1. So Icy is great, but with a team, he's even better.
That's what it's all about, right? That teamwork. You know, one thing in particular I want to think about is, okay, you know, Team Flash, back-to-back wins, phenomenal, right?
Yep.
Do you think these teams are going to be mad if they continue to point sponge for the rest of the day?
What do you mean?
I mean, if you think about it, if they keep on getting majority of the points, that could allow a little bit of a lower point gap for that 4th place position. I mean, they've already locked it in. What do you think?
If I'm one of those teams trying to get into top 4, I'm actually kind of happy because you're just keeping yourself there. They're helping you keep yourself within that range of getting to top 4. I think that's what you're trying to go with,
exactly
right?
What I'm saying.
Yeah, so they're going to be happy about that. And if you're Team Flash, I mean, you're pretty much secure. Like John was saying, that we're able to secure and stamp it going to the grand finals in the first 2 matches.
I mean, you would be happy about that if you are not in the top 4. If you're in the top 4, you want that point gap to be a little bit bigger, right? To be comfortably in the top 4, to not budge around too much, except for, of course, Team Flash. They're big chilling right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, the 3 other spots right now, the lower the point gap is going to be to enter the top 4, the easier it's going to be for those teams that are not there to make it up there.
With what you're saying, though, something that we do have to keep an eye out for is how are those top 4 teams now going to be doing, right? We have Flash, we got Alula, 7-2-1, Wolves, that's 2 consistent matches, getting yourself at least towards the end, collecting some eliminations. If they can continue to do that, we might end up having our top 4 early on, and that's something as a viewer that I just don't want. I want to see it come down to the end, baby.
I mean, it's totally possible. And if you look at Group A, right? I mean, S2G in the last 2 matches were able to get a whole bunch of points. And I was like, but this is top 4. Well, S2G ended up in 4th place, right? So, I mean, it can pretty much be anyone's game towards the end. You know, looking down at the bottom of the leaderboards, though, one team in particular that definitely needs to wake up is X-Force Rejects, right? I mean, rough games back-to-back. I mean, what do you think they need to do to wake up here?
It's just decision-making, committing to your plan as a full team. I think they do get a bit hesitant, which is, and I was talking to them earlier, they said that was their core issue going into their group for the group stage. And here, similar things we have seen. They had a really good rondo, actually, earlier, I think, in terms of macro. They were looking to go to a decision. They committed to it. This Erangel was a little bit shaky, right? Because they're leaving Severny.
Yes.
And they get caught off guard by Alula. No scouting whatsoever. If you're going to leave a city, just slow down your rotate. Even if you're in the blue for just an extra 10-15 seconds, it's worth it to make sure you don't lose players, or in this case, your entire team.
And that's when the inexperience of a region, of a team, even though they have been previously in Global 7, it just doesn't end up helping you out. But I fully agree with what you're saying, Max. I want them to see it slow it down a tiny bit. It's okay if you get a little bit of damage from the blue early on. Take that extra time. Satan's happy. Now, Satan, I want to see some placement points as well, okay? You're getting those eliminations. Give me the placement points, please. If not, it's going to be tough for that team to also qualify in the top 4.
I mean, it's good, especially for Enigma Galaxy. We're looking at them this game. No hot drop with Ida, right? Which is what we expected. Ida did leave, but we're going to have a little bit of a change here. Okay.
Hey, what? Substitution?
Don't see that very often, huh?
No. I mean, this is pretty cool. I actually love that graphic, right? We're actually able to see some players swapping out. What do you think about swapping out a player? I mean, I guess if you're going to do it, this early would be the time, right?
You have to.
Yeah.
Especially for RA. RA's nowhere near right now the top 8. Even though 8 is in their name. Like, that team's, to be completely honest, they're just throwing. You can see now Naki on your screen. I actually like this, okay? I like that he's bringing them a bit of a light atmosphere for that squad after having a bad game. That's something that they didn't have in the past, and I'm hoping it ends up helping them out. Just not getting too deep into their head, because we know what can happen when that happens for 4th Thrice, Max.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I'm sure he's trash-talking his teammates right He's hard trolling the rest of 4th Thrive, but no, good to try and get a little bit of a good mindset, good atmosphere for your squad if you want to be able to come back.
The vibes.
Last game, for me, it was full hesitation mode, and they had a decent entry point. No scouting, go into RA, you lose a player for really no reason whatsoever. We know they can do better, so I'm expecting way more for these next 4 games.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because it really is such a huge thing, right? Being able to have that positive mindset when the weight of the gravity, right, of everything that is happening here in the survival stage is so heavy. To be able to, you know, just say, all right, let's shake it off, let's play our game. It's so important. And, you know, for like X-Force Reject, you're out so early, you know? That's the hard part, is like you haven't had the reps that all the rest of these teams have, even if they got to like zone 3 or 4. So to come back from that is way more difficult than anything else.
Talking about teams that are kind of disappointing. One team that you might be disappointed on, Max, 4.
Yeah, well, I don't want to talk about it, really.
You really don't? The thing is that this team is doing exactly what they did during their groups, which was pretty much maintain themselves there within striking distance, but it wasn't enough. And that was going to be my biggest question mark for this squad, right? Can you actually switch it up? Can you just adjust your gameplay or your strategies just enough to get you over that first hump and get into the top 4? And what would that be? Because right now, it's not looking like it's going to happen.
I mean, we have seen that they've been able to adapt back in their group, right? It wasn't enough by just a single point in their group. They missed out on the top 6 to go straight into the grand finals. I would say Bourse so far today, they get in positions are not bad, but they just get fully surrounded. I think if they can try and zone teams away from them, they can start to get a bit more pressure in these games. But as of right now, it's a bit tough, but again, in the last game, they could strike and snatch away a top 4 in the last moment.
Well, you know, speaking of strike, you know, I was looking at, you know, Wolves. What do you think about them, Max, so far, right? I mean, I've been kind of seeing a little, some hit, some miss, but you know what? We'll talk about that in a second as we get into the next match of Arigale. We got match number 3 here, guys. After this, we're at that halfway point.
Yeah, and talking about Wolves real quick.
Yeah.
A lot more aggressive, right? We got a chicken dinner from them in their group. It was a 2-elimination game. Now they were popping off here on the outskirts of Lumberyard. So maybe Wolves could make it a top 4. But again, very southern playing. Last game it was over to the west, now down south. Some teams not going to be happy, and Alula in particular will struggle to reach that northern George pole position.
I actually don't mind this playing path. I want to see what some of the other teams that we've been talking about, or we actually haven't been talking about, what are going to be doing. I'm looking at T2K. This squad was bringing in a lot of hype, especially with how they were able to perform in their region. Right now, they're just not showcasing it. I don't know if the jitters are getting back to them because it is their first global event for some of those players.
Yeah.
It goes along with what I'm saying with RA. It goes along with what we're saying in regards to X4 Rejects. You need to do something. This match will be the halfway point. And if those teams at the top continue to perform the way they are, they're just going to keep separating themselves, and it's going to make it so you're not going to be able to catch up for the top 4.
We're talking about teams that went out early. Last game, that was GOAT team, right? They're going back to their typical location of Novo. Be careful on the Eastern Bridge. Wolves are ready to take the fight.
I can hear some shots ringing off. Let's go ahead and send it on over to John Allen and Blake.
Looks like we got ourselves a hot drop in Milta, boys. All right. Okay, we're seeing the 7-2-1 squad try and hold it out. And, of course, it's a western playing path, so this does need to start concluding nice and quickly. I believe this is off against the Vicious on that south point. Okay. 4v4, but currently fairly far apart from one another.
Yeah, Miller's quite a big place, honestly. Miller is a big place. You've got Farmer towards that top side as well, so 7-2-1 versus T2K. Genuinely, you do want to conclude this as fast as possible. If not, just leave. A western circle on this one's very, very tough. T2K getting caught out on the rooftops, but there is a clap back from Igneous from far away with the Scar as well, which is good news for them.
A 1-for-1 trade, an open knock on a rooftop, though, is always difficult. Need to make sure that you can envelop that one. T2K wanting to try and surround it. Seven said he was going to try and look at it. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I don't like the look of that.
So we might be getting ourselves a little remake here. Honestly, I don't think the players are going to be too unhappy about that one, but we're going to send back over to the desk in the meantime. Just while we get our bearings, essentially.
Yeah, let's head over.
Yeah, bring it on back. Got a little bit of a rehost action. And you know what? That gives us a little bit more time to chat it up before we get into this one. Max, I see you got something on your mind.
I just wanted to cancel the game because I wanted to talk more about what happened. You know? Yes. Let's extend the podcast
You gotta get
right
your minutes
now.
in.
You know, a little bit of a reset. I think some teams might enjoy the fact we don't get that Southern Plane Pass. Zalula, no X-Force Reject in particular, might be enjoying this one a little bit more. Even likes of Voin. But Voin actually could... Actually, no, they can't go to their secondary drop location of Promorsk because T2K are going there. So that's going to be a potential other thing to keep in mind later on. But at least Milta is not happening.
Another team that's going to be happy and that we did end up getting that rehost is 7-1 because 7-1 ended up getting knocked by T2K.
In Milta, yeah.
And that's just not a fight you want to get. I honestly, we always talk about this hot drops, and we can actually take some time to just touch up on that again. You don't want to end up hot dropping right now. Maybe if it was a 3-day tournament, we would allow one hot drop. But right now, halfway point, this will be the halfway point. You don't want to take the risk for it. If you're T2K, they got absolutely nothing to lose, so I can see them going for that. But if you're of the likes of 7-1, we were just praising you. You're in the top 4. Avoid that.
I really like that you say that because usually in tournaments we're like, oh, the first hot drop, you got a Joker.
Yeah.
Right? You got a Joker, it's fine. All is forgiven. For this tournament, because of the especially short format, your homework needs to be done tenfold. You need to know every drop, every early phase 1, phase 2 rotation to avoid those skirmishes because one bad game could be instantly kicking you out of not just that phase, but the entire bloody tournament.
It's just completely different preparation too when it comes to this type of tournaments, right? You're used to preparing for more of a marathon with those 3 days, and this one is a sprint. You have to make sure you have no downtime.
You can't slip up at all, and you're right. I mean, a hot drop in a 6-match tournament, you know, pretty much a whole stage, like that's such a gamble. It really, really is, because you go out, there's no guarantee that you're gonna get that 20-point game to make up for it, especially with how desperate these teams are gonna get every game as we get on here, right? So I mean, you know, this little time is good for, you know, a team like Team Flash because they can kind of schedule out what kind of fun they're going to have tomorrow because, you know, they're going to have a day off and can do whatever the heck they want. They know that for sure. But the rest of these teams, you can see the pressure's on.
I mean, the pressure is on for, of course, every team wants to make in top 4, except for Flash. But Loops, man, we keep talking about Loops. That was the biggest storyline going into Group B, which is Alpha 7 eliminated. Massive surprise, unexpected in Group A, the Group of Death. And here, they're in 6th position, 14 points. Decent eliminations. They got 6 elims in the first game on Rondo. Then on the second game on Arango, it was 3 eliminations in a 5th place finish. But they're not looking super hungry for a team that literally could kick out the world champions of PMWC. They need to make it up there. Alpha 7, I know, are watching. Maybe not on the plane. I think they're home now. But they're watching it from home, hoping Loops just don't make it to secure their spot at the Esports World Cup.
And with the way that squad's currently playing, I don't think they're going to make it. And I think the biggest question mark for this squad, even when we end up seeing them in groups, is those eliminations. They're just honestly non-existent. Even if we went back to groups, they ended up getting 4, 2, 0, 1, 5. That's just not going to be able to cut. It's super low end, and you have good fragging power. I mean, I was hyping up Diego, how he's usually able to perform. I don't know what's going on with the roster. I don't know if it's maybe that they've been together for not that long of a time. They maybe needed a little bit extra time. But we need to start seeing them being able to win those fights. And early on, we didn't see them win those fights.
Frozen is camera shy.
It's a bad career to take if you are camera shy.
Right? I'll tell you that right now. You know what's so crazy? It's like I was talking about this to you guys off camera and some of the players as well, because playing at this high level is so tough, especially because you guys can't really see it because you're watching from the cameras at home. But the second a team is looking like they're about to go out, all the cameramen just rush towards them. So you got all of a sudden, imagine you're playing and you're like, oh, I'm in deep trouble, and you see a bunch of cameras just start coming to your face, and then right there, you're like, oh man, this is gonna be much more intense. But you know what? You gotta be able to overcome it.
It's called the pressure of being at a global event, the pressure of actually being good enough to make it to the 1% of the best. lobbies in the world when you come to PMGO.
I mean, over 1 million teams signed up, right? 1 million players joined up here for PMGO, and we're down now to very soon what is going to be the last 16 teams, the best teams in the world out of all the regions that could participate, and it's getting crazy intense right now.
Oh, yes, it is. And you know what? We were talking about loops, right? Or obviously, that's one of the major storylines because, you know, if they do end up getting top 6 in the finals, we're not going to see Alpha 7 at EWC. One other team that has kind of a similar storyline here, Max, right, is Boars.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit too because right now they want to overtake the side of Hustlers Crew, which is great because Hustlers Crew have not qualified for the finals. So Boar have a golden setup to make it to the Esports World Cup. But if they go into the finals, it's not just qualifying for the finals, right? No, when it gets a bit tricky, you need to be top 6 if you want to make it to the Esports World Cup. So also, Boar here, they had a good first game. Third place, 6 eliminations, then the Circle kind of messed around with them, and they were really struggling to send it into both Wolves and Flash. But then this game in particular, sending it in a slight dip, and just losing player one by one, just clearly not in control of this game. They need to try and get it back in their control if they want to be in that top 4.
If I had to pick one of the two, Hustler Crew, Boar, I want Boar to be there. Because Hustler Crew, you were able to dominate in your region. But I don't know. I have no idea what you were up to. I didn't see that kind of gameplay here when you came to a global event. So I'm hoping that Boar is able to adjust. I mean, we know Snow Weeks. We've seen it for a long time. Robs as well. Maybe they will be able to turn it around. Just do that quick little fix and start putting themselves in the top 4.
I mean, for Robs in particular, he was not playing globally for a while. He didn't even have a team for a moment. So I was like, where's Robs? I was waiting for Robs to get back onto the global event land scene. And he's finally here this time around. But again, it's an insanely tough lobby. All these teams are here for a reason. So even Boars, that there's so much on the line for this squad, themselves and Loops. Even then, even though you are one of the hungriest team in the lobby, sometimes it just might not be enough.
Yeah, that's the name of the game here, right? I mean, there's so much going against you. Hello, hi. You know, hopefully we continue to say hi to you in the finals time. You know, I got a question for you guys. Top 4 today. Do you think there's a possibility that we're going to see a team make it the top 4 without a chicken dinner?
Yes.
Yeah, most definitely. Sure. There's only 6 games. 2 of those were really taken by one squad, right? So you got 4 remaining. So I think we are going to have a team purely make it off of mainly eliminations.
And you can be consistent too, 7-2-1. I mean, they've gotten back-to-back 4th place finishes too. The eliminations have been consistent too, already stepping it up. And this is what I'm saying. They were kind of happy that rehost happened because they're not gonna be handicapped with one less player.
Take your time. Take your time. You know, that's the one thing about these like little gaps in time too that make things a little bit more difficult is you just don't want to second guess yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's sometimes you're in that kind of spot and you're just thinking, maybe it's a sign. Maybe we don't hot drop. Maybe we do decide to go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying?
No, exactly. It could be definitely a bit of a mindset for some of these teams. Though I kind of want to also talk about a team that is currently in the top 4, which is Wolves. I think they were very passive back in their group, not getting involved. I mean, one of the, if not the single lowest elimination chicken dinner we had, 2 elimination chicken dinner. Yeah. But here, man, look at their games. They got themselves 10 eliminations on that rondo, especially because of that 2nd place. Yep. And even this one, they got 4, which you might say in the grand scheme of things, that's low. But I would say for a North American squad, that's pretty good kind of change of mindset that they're willing to take fights. But you're raising your eyebrow at me, 7.
Yeah. I like my North American squad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I've always supported it. I mean, we haven't had a North American squad in a very long time. At a global fight, I don't even remember, but I do know that we're about to start the secondary gale, baby.
Let's get it. We're back in the game. The play path. Ah, man, this play path looks mighty fine. We're
way better.
Yeah, way better here. So a good, fortunate event for all of these players here when their tournament life is on the line.
Are we going to see maybe some Severny action again? Is Boeing going to be running away? And is X-Force Rejects going to be able to adjust? I'm hoping they do, Max.
I would say Void, if they didn't commit to it earlier, they're not going to commit to it now. They went actually towards Stolber Kameshki for their early rotation to loot up, so I think that would be still a very safe option. Kameshki is great. I think it's a little bit underrated as a looting position, so Void is not too far away from the plane. I would go over there.
Sometimes better to play it safe than sorry, you know what I'm saying? But you got to be able to get to that end game, still turn up that aggression, and get some serious eliminations. You guys said it, right? We could see a team in the top 4 without a single chicken dinner. Let's see if that's going to actually happen. As we take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Well, they do get the reset on their players, but it looks like Milter might be hot once more down there with 721 and T2K. as they're both descending on our picture-in-picture. They get the re-host, and it's going to be the same medicine that they'll have to swallow, and they are straight on top of each other once again. 7-2-1 going fairly low on that, as the AKM has to back off on the angle. So, no initial immediate knocks, but they are still very much in close quarters.
It's like some kind of weird gentleman's agreement. It's like, we got a knock on you, you got to give us that knock, okay? Please, we beg you. Right now, it does seem to be going poorly again, though. A big chunk of damage. Over towards 7-2-1.
Look at the map as well. Looks like Voinchaikari are alone up in Severny. But in the meantime, the first knock goes the way of T2K, and once more, they might be able to find that opener and continue on that flush. Push that one through. Get the early point and take 7-2-1 down a peg once more. And this just goes into why this is such a surprising re-host situation coming through for these two rosters.
Yeah, we lost that one. We'll do it again. We'll go for round 2 there.
Oh, yeah.
You knocked us out the first time, but
You're
I'm ready to take another one on the chin.
Oh, it's not going to happen again. Always happen again.
Yeah, well, they were not prepared, all right? Head was sent on a 360, but they're locked in for another one, which is okay. Malik on the sidelines here from 7-2-1. Now, I'm gonna go ahead, right, just whilst this fight is going on, disagree with Mr. Seven, because I think for Boars and multiple other teams, I don't think those 2 first games are too indicative of what was going on for a lot of other squads. Just because even that last game was East shift after East shift after East shift. Like a lot of the teams, like Enigma Galaxy, for instance, had set themselves up very nicely for a central finish. Boards had set themselves up very nicely for a central finish. You even had Loops getting involved there. But when it moves East over and over again, you've already got these setups going. Suddenly you're left high and dry compared to the teams that are already set up in vehicles ready to move because they're in open ground. And I think that a lot of times comes down to the difficulty of it. So I do think those first 2 matches, difficult to say right now for a lot of our squads of who's doing poorly, who's doing well. Obviously, there's one team that we can clearly say is absolutely smashing the lobby, and that is the Flash. But Alula being in second place, I'm not hating on Alula here, right? I think they've had a big turnaround. But for them to be in second place, I think that implies that maybe things have been going a little bit wonky inside the circles and the shifts.
Yeah, I mean, 20 of their 23 points came from that one match that we just saw, right?
Yeah.
They pulled out all the stops to be able to find that 23-point mark right now. So, I mean, it is a short match set. And if you're getting 20-point matches, that is huge for you, right? But there is a question mark there in terms of consistency, being able to move further forwards on this one. The circle being quite far down south, it gives us kind of a nasty circle again. A similar situation to the first one.
I still think you'd be happy with this circle, though. And again, I think the players are super happy, you know, that we had an issue, honestly, because I don't think they wanted to play that last game. Like, that's a very rough playing path to work with, very rough circle to then have to rotate into. You want something more fair when you're in a 6-game set, and this is probably it. This is probably it. Pretty central on the circle. Pretty nicely evened across on the playing path. So yeah, I think most teams are fairly pleased, and I think this is going to be more a case of let the best team win almost, which might just be Flash at this point in time.
Well, yeah, it seems pretty undeniable that they are playing very, very solid stuff right now. Their playstyle definitely has been more edge-focused, playing very wide splits when they know they can breathe in that latitude.
That was a nice setup.
That was a really nice setup with a Molotov burning them out. Rules immediately threading the needle on that shot. And 7-2-1 lose 2 of their players right now.
Yeah. Sticky bomb into Molotov into spray down. Like, that was... I mean, that's PMGO for you. That is PMGO. That's textbook. And 7-2-1 at this point, you're just going to leave. Because again, 7-2-1, 3rd place as well. Not a team that I would say is a top 4 squad.
I think there's only 2 teams in the top 4 right now that you might say would be a top
I would
4
say,
squad.
yeah, Wolves, absolutely, and Flash.
Yeah.
I think Flash, although they had a pretty dismal performance, I think that their past experiences and their past achievements would indicate that this is a top 4 squad.
We hop on to the remaining duo.
I feel like a hater right now.
Well, fair enough. I feel like, you know what? Sometimes you've got to have a little bit of hate in your heart. It's so important. It's all love. It's all love to all the players.
I wouldn't say I
unless they're playing
hate them.
badly.
I just feel like I hate her.
Oh, okay. But you were saying you hated them off before?
No, no, that never happened.
You said 4 thrives? Oh, man.
I don't know, dude. I think if you watch back any of my casts and any of our tournaments, you'll know that I'm a big 4 thrives fan.
Of course, we're all big 4 thrives fans here. Hopefully they can push up from that 5th place spot. Again, they're a team that easy in that conversation. Potentially be one of our top 4 contenders.
I think the most annoying thing about 4 thrives for me is that Noki's not playing. Probably one of my favorite players from the past.
It's a big hit, but I'm sure, you know what, they could stomach it. Right now, they're on 16 points, and with 7-2-1 going down to 2 players, there's a little bit of an opening here for them to be able to step up past that 4th place barrier. A 4-point difference right now, very much surmountable, especially when you consider that they're only playing on as a duo for 7-2-1. For 4 thrives, they're on the south coast right now. They'll be playing from not too far away from the cliffs and quite close to foot right now. As you can see them on the screen taking shots at one another. Currently being okay, though. They're currently doing just fine.
You're playing over towards the eastern side of Yellows. I think it is a difficult position to be in for 4 thrives where, yes, they have set themselves up for success if the circle moves far south because they can just instantly swim to Sosnovka. That is a low possibility, but it is there. But right now, they're locked in by a fair few squads. You've got Wolves in front of them. You've got Eder towards their western side. You've got Foot as well, who have a very much locale on this team. So 4 thrives aren't going to be moving for a while.
A little bit longer on them. They have to stick in spot. Right now, the only casualties that we've seen have been from that hot drop in Milta on the repeat. 7-2-1 playing as a duo, the southeast side. They are at a point threshold blank where they could potentially get, you know, this 5-point game. That would be a great result for them off of this match, I think, and still very much be in the running for those top 4 spots, but they're going to find it tough. Next circle comes on through. It does fully confirm up to the mainland. I think this is probably the kindest circle that we could have seen.
Yeah, this is what you want to see. A lot of teams, though, immediately in vehicles. Everyone's already rotating in. There was quite a lack of teams already moving at this point, but again, I think a lot of squads, like I said before, were sort of in prison because they just weren't able to leave. A lot of other teams had lock and key on them. Voinchai find themselves just alongside with the Boars, who do hit up school and apartments. I mean, that's a reasonable location to head back over towards, considering that's their drop spot. They know it should be free. Nigma Galaxy, though, happy as can be, considering this is around about a Pachinki circle. They know also that Pachinki's free, as that is their immediate drop spot.
So split, though. That's the thing. For Nigma Galaxy, they got 2 in Pachinki, 2 on the north side of Potato Hill right now. They do love to be bold with these flex outs. You can see we're on board with the flex out duo coming through. Satan and Lord. 2 sides of the same coin as they do wrap back around to the hopeful safety of their teammates across the way. Foot trying to take shots out in the open. They are being suppressed, though. Nice little safety covering fire, but maybe not quite enough there. As Frozen catches Satan.
Yeah, just try and lock him down. Again, Satan should be able to be rezzed here. Ralph does have eyes on, just keeps peppering these windows, and this is the smart thing to go for, just prevent them from taking more shots. Not sure how much more you need to send back this way now. You've locked down the position. Lord is just about making the jump out to go for the res now. Yeah, most players in, and actually in fairly strong spots. 4 thrives finally could breathe a little bit of fresh air down towards the south side. I think they managed to get 1 player on an outpost on the northern edge. He's just scouting around, trying to figure out where they can go. That is IQ.
Things info full. Very nice stuff. Necessary to move forward. There's only 1 team that isn't in this next zone blank, and that's T2K. They are still currently over by Milta, so yet to rotate in from their earlier hot drop on that southeast side, and they will be able to beat a pretty fast path through to farm, but beyond that, it's going to be pretty fraught with danger for them moving on. As we're hopping in with Boars up towards apartments, nearby school as well. These players do have quite a bit of this northern side under control near Team Flash, though. And that's a pretty dangerous place to be.
It's a scary team to come up against. But Potato Hill being like such a focus point for the lobby is a little bit wild, where you just have this mound towards the center. Cause a little bit of problem when it comes to rotates, but we are getting into zone 3 right now. And it's just dead center. Voinchai very pleased that they sent out a little bit earlier down towards that south side. They have control over towards the northwest edge of Potato Hill. But again, this cuts off sight lines in a way that sort of makes this one of those donut circles, right? It's going to be a lot of action on the outer edges, and some teams managing to control that middle area. This is very much moving from Battle Royale to King of the Hill.
But this is the sort of game that Team Flash have shown that they like to be playing in, right? Play from a position of strength on the edge, start to flex out and really hamper the teams that are moving in around you. So for the Boars, for teams like RJC as well out on that eastern side, it could get dangerous being so close to Team Flash. Teams are starting to pour in towards the middle, though. Potato Hill is a beacon to all those who want some form of sanctuary. However, it's not going to be as safe as maybe they are hoping it will be. On this western side, the most pressure being exerted by Ida against Voinchai.
We have a very central lobby as well. A lot of players like to go towards the middle of the circle, and I think Potato Hill can get a little bit congested. I think you can usually hold 2 to 3 teams. 3 teams is a bit of a stretch, but it is possible. Right now with Voinchai holding east and Ida holding west, that's doable. I mean, that's very sustainable over the long run, as long as teams just realize, look, let's keep our distance from one another, we'll hold each side, and then we may need to do battle in the end game, but for the time being, this is more profitable for both of us, just to hold position.
They'll have that central power position. I'm looking at the duo from 721. They are currently just hiding out as much as they can. Found a little bit of cover on that south side and trying to maintain that third place spot as best as they can, but the Wolves are just south of them and just south of them on the tables as well. And Alula on the northwest side, actually, they probably have a pretty tricky rotate ahead of them. Either go through Pachinki or wrap past the fields, and nobody's going to let them do that for free.
It's a hard push. I think for 7-2-1, they locked down a nice compound, at least. I think it's livable there. The problem will come when the team wants to crash that spot, and how possible is it for a 2-man to hold versus a squad like that? We have seen so many unbelievable clutches so far this PMGO that I sometimes forget that, you know, a 2v4 is actually a very, very big deal. But you're right, Alula having a tough approach on this one. Where do they go? How do they go about it? Right now, they were looking to head over towards that north side of the map. Unfortunately, RA is positioned there, and now he's on a lineup looking for more shots over towards Alula. I don't know how possible it is for Alula to live this one.
They are under a lot of pressure. RJC as well, we're on board with them and their T2K embroilment. A little bit further towards the east side of the circle. RJC, they're just going to give up the ghost and send away from that one. Not even going to try and get any sort of retribution there. And okay, Alula, they flexed back out. I think they did manage to get the res there, Blank, but a hard east shift makes it all the harder for them to make this move. I mean, this is great news for the teams out on the east side, and 7-2-1, whilst they're okay about it now, as you said before, that threat of a team crashing you just skyrocketed.
Either way, they've been thrown a Tyrannosaurus Rex-sized bone here.
A little lifeline.
A little lifeline for them.
Hopefully not looking to go extinct in this match.
A little lifeline for the boys, which is great news for them. And I think for 7-2-1, they do need to worry about that crash, though. Like, that is the biggest deal for the guys over inside this building, because someone's going to want it at some point. This is a great spot to play in. It's a very safe spot as well.
How have Enigma Galaxy managed this rotate through? I thought Fourth Rise would have had it completely on lock. But they've just snaked their way through one by one, and now they're crashing over towards Goat Team.
Enigma Galaxy, yeah, they have a lot of these opportunities coming their way where they are very, very aggressive and they're looking to send in. I mean, this is a good spot to take. They realize that going over towards the eastern side, very, very difficult maneuver for them. So they're just going to try and clear out this southeast edge. It's a bold maneuver, but I think they were assuming that teams are already trying to scout further over towards that northwest. So they've caught Go off guard here, which is great news.
Yato wanting to find a nade back over towards them. A lot of damage was done over towards one of the Enigma Galaxy players. The burn on the inside there was pretty potent, and another nade finds a second knock over towards Enigma Galaxy. It's not going their way. The wide angle for Satan as well is going to be pretty unresable. And Enigma Galaxy, they are pretty much on their last legs. Lord's just trying to get out of there. I think Ralph's trapped on the inside now. For GOAT team, hope they realize there's still one on the inside. Could be pretty troublesome if they don't. And Ralph might have an angle here. Lord could potentially crossfire on this. This is nasty. But with that shot, will give the position away. And they could start to adapt more to it.
Galaxy, Ralph standing away, Lord as well, still alive for them. I think for Enigma Galaxy here, it's just a case of you try and go for a big play here. Sadly, GOAT is set up, ready to receive. They did have players over towards that northwest side, but very, very quick to manage that one, which is very, very good news for GOAT. Not so much for Enigma Galaxy, but I still respect the play from Enigma Galaxy. I think making that wrap down towards the southeast side was a cool decision. If they popped off, we'd be having a very different conversation right now.
I'm glad we swapped over towards this north side of Potato Hill because Ida, R8, Boars further off to the north, and Voin Chaikari down to the south, holding the top of Potato Hill, is a big linchpin of this next circle. You always have to worry about Team Flash getting stuck into this one as well, Blank. They're on the east point of Potato Hill, and Boars are starting to make their move. Voin Chaikari, though, have spotted it and immediately taking a shot, getting that flush going as well. Terminus left on the back door, will not be able to find it, but there's an answer. Magnazada opening up as these nades just go back and forth between these two teams, and none of them really landing. It's Boars pushing into Voin Chaikari that seems to be more action-packed.
Absolutely, I think Boars are now in a very, very tricky position to play out. Ida, though, getting themselves a nade over towards SK Ton. Prestige also doing his best, jumping in the hovercraft for a little bit more cover in the time being. Amori, one of the best players on the squad, looks to move up, looks to get the job done, but it's not happening.
Marth is down, now it's all up to Amori. Ida with 3 foot beneath them as well. He's caught between the two teams. Can he weather it? No, he cannot. R8 down, but that was a lot of damage he was able to do there. And Ida go down as well. Down from the hill come Alula, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. Foot evaporate under the pressure from Alula, and this is how you want to keep hold of that second place spot. Alula, though, under pressure from Boars. Another team's jumping on into the fight. This is about 6 or 7 teams, who knows? And now 4 tries to hit a party. They want to sweep all the way through. The Boars are down. Alula are going to be next. Is there no team that doesn't want to move in? Voin Chaikari are going to sit there and wonder what the hell has just happened. And you know what's happening now, Blank? It's a flash fire from the north.
Moving straight in on this one. I mean, to be honest with you, there was not a lot of places to go, which is why you saw so many third parties. Boars waited out for quite a bit of time, moved in on that, thought they would be the last to take the tussle with those squads, but no, not meant to be, as 4 Thrives sends their way in. They were so confused, thought it was a teammate, and Hazaifa gives him the backhand.
4 Thrives with 4 players alive, 4 eliminations as well, now leading the lobby with Alula going down. They did have 1 more, but you take being alive with 4 over going down with 5 elims. Really nice stuff, but now Flash have put themselves on that northern side. I thought they were going to be moving in a little bit faster, but I mean, all of that concluded so quickly. About 5 teams getting eliminated on spot. It was brutal stuff. Flash maybe missed the boat on getting stuck into that engagement.
Well, I don't think so. I think for Flash, they're playing a very different game right now. They don't need to suffer a third party. They don't need to risk going for something like that. They need a slow game. They need placement points. For them, they are 5 points away from basically never dropping out. So I think you do adapt your playstyle to where you are inside the lobby. It's just funny that at game 3, Flash is on 45 points. What an aid from Voin Chaikari to kick things off here.
And now 4 Thrives are playing as 3. Valak wants to launch that nade first. Voin Chaikari not pushing forwards, not getting too aggressive with it. And I feel like this is a bit of a character that we're starting to see develop from this team. They do take a little bit too long and they lose a player. Meanwhile, Ralph is still going for Enigma Galaxy, but not for much longer. He falls and RJC will outlast them.
Almost made it happen. Almost made it happen, dude. But not meant to be. For Ralph there, it's probably one of the most aggressive plays I've seen from him from at least a year now. It's cool to see. I don't mind it. Voin Chaikari taking their time with this one, though. Sadly. looking to get too stuck into it, giving a lot of time to get T2 fall back up. IQ takes a hefty hit.
Getting the res on just yet, but again, this is what I'm not really seeing from Voinchikari, and actually Team Flash are going to exploit that. They are not being aggressive enough when they have an advantage there. I feel like they could have peeked over a little bit more and pushed that pressure on, but now Falak with a big nade steals the knock away and adds the point to their tally, as well as finding another knock, and Voinchikari crumble. There is just nothing left on that tank. They held the top of the Potato Hill for so long, but what have they got to show for it? They've got one Elim.
I mean, between the fingers of 4 Thrives, Voinchikari looking like a meringue, because like you said, they just crumbled to dust there. Unfortunate stuff for Voinchikari from such a dominant position on that north side, but 4 Thrives is running with high emotions this game. 7-2-1 though, they're living this one out. They're into top 8 from that position on the southwest side. They are living life in a big way. And right now, it is the Flash looking to secure their position in the grand finals.
Getting a flush, adding a placement point, that might just be enough, but they have started to take a little bit of a tickle to the health bars. One knock sent over their way, but they're keeping it on lockdown. T2K try and step forwards, but he's rebuffed almost immediately. Bozy able to do that. The backstop now under pressure as well, though, coming through from 4 Thrives, who have been on a bit of a tear, and there's Bozy going down, stepping forwards towards the last player of T2K as their backlines get evaporated. It's Team Flash looking to try and keep it under control, but they've only got 2 players left standing, and there's another shot that's going to shut them down. 2 eliminations, and now just 2 players left in action. Team Flash, they could go a little bit further, but how much more have they got?
Nice.
Topsy finds another knock, finds another flush.
They're done.
And they might just be over that threshold already.
They're done now. That is absolutely secured. They're into 6th. Those placement points start to bump up. If they get towards a 5th here, I think I'll just call it right now. The Flash is not leaving the top 4. What an incredible run. Securing your position at match 3 in the day is absolutely wild stuff. But another team that wants more points on this game is the current lobby elimination leaders in 4 Thrives. Pakistan bringing it to the lobby with 12 total eliminations. This is some insane work from this team at the halfway point of the day.
They're looking healthy. They're looking good on position as well. From Potato Hill, there really isn't too many other teams that can take this sort of pressure away from them. Look at the angles they have. Loops have to leave this compound as well. T24 is just going to nail them to the floor with those bullets.
There's still 12 eliminations left in the lobby here that they could grab in the meantime. It's not likely to get all of them, but they want the majority. Wolves, you got Loops trying to move up in the meantime over on this side of the map, but the Vicious currently battling them back.
7-2-1 still alive, by the way. I don't know if we talked about that a little bit anymore. IQ finds the knock over onto Doran, and Vicious are struggling here to keep their backstop alive. Loops are putting pressure on all the time, but the smoke train that they laid out is starting to fade. They need to utilize it. About 10 seconds before it's gone completely, and there goes the crash. Immediately, Koa sprays for 1, sprays for 2, steps out for more, and a 3rd falls to the spray down from Koa. Now up to the rest of the team as he does get knocked in response. Is there a 3rd party coming through from 7-2-1? Loops are swept aside. Where are RJC as well? They are right next door to 7-2-1, so a lot of angles over towards the Vicious, and it's going to leave them with only 1 player alive. In the meantime, 13 elims for 4 Thrives.
This is a banger match from 4 Thrives, and they're only going to go higher. I don't see the chicken dinner to going to anybody else other than 4 Thrives this game. They're just looking to secure it now. One thing I do want to quickly mention is that the Vicious without Koa at this point in time, I doubt they'd be in survival stage, and I doubt they'd have these small redemption gains without him. He has been such a massive boon to the lobby, starting from a couple of years ago, this guy, and then just continuing to have performance after performance, moving to the global stage. So cool to see this guy rise.
Koa has risen as well as they bring him back to his feet. 7-2-1 still getting stuck in. They are still very much alive in this lobby. With 2 players, they could very well go very far into it. With the circle shifting out towards the west side. it's going to help them get maybe to a second place here, Blank, which is crazy considering how early they went down. But 14 eliminations now as the Vicious lose another. Koa breaks new ground over towards RJC. Devil tries to spray him down, and he's going to be able to find success in that pursuit. Koa will fall, no res available. And the flush comes on out. RJC on 3.
The heart of Pakistan is thumping here. Like the sound of a drum, as these guys will wage war on the rest of the lobby down towards the south side. Icy makes the breakout here, but it's likely he's going to go down. Tries to take the shot back. Unbelievable.
Okay, before he goes out, a parting gift sent back down towards RJC. Another point added to the tally for the Vicious, which is pretty sorely needed, but now a victory lap potentially coming on through for 4 Thrive. 7-2-1, they do make it to second place, Blank, after going down so early on to 2 players. That's a big opener. Okay. Malik gets 1, and now 3 players alive for 4 Thrives. You can't let it slip away from you. It can go pear-shaped very quickly if you're not careful.
For 7-2-1, they were in the top 4 at the start of this game. Like, this is a great salvage, and it's going to make it even harder to get themselves back up again. Malik will manage to find Falak, which is a huge pick-off. This guy has had a lot of talk about him as one of the best players in the world, looking to continue that onwards, but it's Huzaifa. New guy up to the plate here, looking to make his team proud.
The circle is not on top of any of them. 4 Thrives have to move forwards, but it's going to be 7-2-1 moving first. The nade pin pulled around the corner. I wonder if 4 Thrives have any nades left. Smokes out the door to maybe cover an approach that they can make. A 2 versus 3 is possible. The Molotov there for Malik as well. Covers them on the near side of that fence line. IQ, though, I mean, with IQ's position, this should be done and dusted.
Yeah, IQ whipping down towards that south side. He was playing on the north, but this is a way better angle to take. T24 opens up 2-1. Now looks to finish the job. T24 now sending shots around the corner. So much damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position off a high Elim game here on Erangel.
I think there was 16 eliminations right at the end there, Blank, adding those final 2 to their tally. It is a huge game coming through for 4 Thrives. Pakistan is singing their praises right now. They are going to be so happy with their countrymen. What a performance coming through from Potato Hill. What a chaotic fight on the north side of that, and they came out smelling of roses.
I mean, 4 Thrives, they delayed, and finally they stabbed the dagger in. Still so funny to me watching the balls flail around, wondering, I thought our 4th member died. There's another guy here. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. I mean, 4 Thrives played that perfectly from there onwards. But this is a team that lives and dies off the back of momentum. And I think as soon as you get that big win there on Potato Hill, it's very evident to me that the pressure was just all off. It was a bit of a sigh of relief, and then they could just play the game that they're used to.
They were right next to that top 4 as well before this match. They are looking to solidify their spot as well. After that match, they were in the mid-teens. I can't remember exactly what their point score was, but with that, they are now starting to put pressure on towards those top 4, leaving only 2 maybe spots in flux.
And our first Pakistani win was a massive one, and it couldn't have been done at a better time. With that chicken dinner, that could have just solidified their ticket to the grand finals.
It definitely gets them closer. 4 Thrives finally showing why we have been so high on this squad, Max. I mean, the way that they were able to play it out earlier in the previous Erangel, I was telling them how I didn't like some of the splits. Yeah. The splits here, I absolutely love them, whether it was them being singles, whether it was them being 2-2. They played it out so well.
We said we were waiting for something more from 4 Thrives, and this is something more from the Pakistani Super Squad, looking insane on top of Potato Hill. They failed a Potato Hill finish back in their group in Group A, and this is the redemption arc you love to see. Going over some of the highlights loops. Good try sitting onto the Harry Potter Tower core, though. Successful defense. But look at the setup at the end of that play, man. It was just a thing of absolute beauty.
And I think we just have to rewind it. When we saw maybe one of the craziest plays, not by just one squad. I think it was maybe like 5 squads. Who was it again, Max?
It was
Do you remember who was fighting who?
It was too many. We had R8 with Ida, with Loops, and actually with Foot, then it was going to be Al-Ula, then Bo, and then 4 Thrives, all fighting on the western side of bloody Potato Hill.
But for 4 Thrives to just have that awareness to actually go for the third party, this is something that we didn't see out of them in groups. They were just being too passive. You're looking at the stats here. It wasn't just Falak. It wasn't just Husaifa. It was the whole squad putting up good numbers. IQ with 4, the IGL, T24 as well, 5 for Falak, and then Husaifa with 3.
I mean, especially what's interesting, the damage they've taken is insanely low, meaning every fight they took was so decisive, committed to. And this was our big point of contention, Seven, on the past few games for 4 Thrives, that hesitation. These stats alone show they were not hesitant. They had an idea in mind, and bloody hell, they committed.
Absolute zero hesitation, and this is something that you love to see if you are in 4 Thrives too. You love seeing your IGL as the MVP for this kind of match. We're used to seeing Falak, we're used to seeing Husaifa, sometimes T24 as well in the past. Naki, that's not the case anymore. Everybody's fragging out, and something that Blank pointed out that's really, that's super true with this squad is they do tend to carry momentum. That is one of the biggest factors for this squad, and I think is going to be coming into their favor.
You know what, IQ? Because you're the MVP, I allow IQ to call me Panotti whenever he wants. He gets 1 joker.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Top 4 players, such even across the board. That is how you get it done. And you know, like I said, they didn't hesitate at all in that, what was it, like 4, 5, 6 party play. But one thing I loved is that once it was all done, they ejected from it like perfectly. That was awesome.
I would say this is as close to a perfect game you can really get in that scenario that was thrown the way of 4 Thrives. And actually, perfect timing here. We're going to check out exactly how they rotated throughout the entirety of this one. Western Bridge, typical drop location for the Pakistani team. And here, they go for this interesting spread, Seven, that we were discussing here, where they have the area next to the cliffside, and they send players over the mountain, and especially one off-angle player down in the ditches in Pachinki Fields.
Yeah, and right here, they ended up having some single splits. I was actually fine with it because they already had players in the past that had it scouted and were giving intel to those other players coming up. And then you can see them just going up towards the north, taking that Potato Hill. And the scouting, it's honestly what won this game for this squad. The scouting and the awareness to know where all those teams were going to be and where they could possibly get crashed on or get a fight from.
That was some 10 out of 10 terrain knowledge on Potato Hill. Using those plateaus, I think Yumi Hodgins were like the plateau usage was
getting the dub, and they did not disappoint. This is what you have to do here, folks. If you're looking to make it all the way to the top, when you get an opportunity to get the win, you got to do it in extreme fashion. And with 16 eliminations, 26 points total, that's how you do it.
And I got to give some props to some of the other squads here too, because we did have some good performances. The 7-1, I'm not happy about them going for that hot drop once again. Somehow it ends up working out in their favor with 12 points. And Vicious and Rejects Force, I mean, we were talking, X-Force Rejects, we were talking about wanting to see a bit of a reaction from this squads, and they're able to do that by putting up a 3rd place and a 4th place finish.
Sorry, just go back to the hot drop. I was mad.
Yeah,
you were pissed.
I was pissed. I was hating. Like, you literally have a second chance to not hot drop because of the reset, and they're like, oh no, round 2, Electric Boogaloo. But here we go for the overall rankings, and oh boy, that's good to see the Pakistani flag over in 2nd place.
Woo! I mean, they're up there in a major way, guys, because look at the difference, right? That 4th place is that cutoff with only 28 points. Prior to this game, Wolves were in 4th place, right? They put up 0 points in this game, and now they've been regulated all the way down to 6 here, 7.
And keep in mind, too, Boar, I mean, in 8th place with 14 points, away from top 4 with 14 points. You have to make sure you continue to have good performance here, Boar. If not, after next match, it might be just all said and done for you.
Exactly. Though, first time also, we do see Wolves getting pushed out of the top 4, so that's going to get a little bit tricky for the North American team to make it work out. And we did see also a little bit of a jump up from Vicious, which actually had the Harry Potter Tower, held off loops, and Koa was just saving the day for that roster. So really good to see some presence on Erangel, because keep in mind, yesterday for them, they only got that big game on Rondo and then just disappeared on the grassy pastures.
Oh man, I mean, this isn't over yet, guys. We are now officially at that halfway point, but it's getting pretty scary here, because I think those slots that are available are starting to dwindle down majorly. I mean, if you look at that 28-point cutoff, I mean, these teams at the second page here, I mean, it's really time to get a chicken dinner right here, right now in this next match.
They really are. You got to look at Ida. You got to look at Voin, T2K. I mean, Reject, even with the good performance there, they're still in 14th place. It's not going to be good enough. You also got Nigma, which continues to just get into interesting situations that I'm just honestly not happy with.
Nigma Galaxy, what is that one placement play I'm checking right now? 13 eliminations. Elimination-wise, they're looking really good, but you're not going to qualify off of eliminations alone, right? We're not going to pull an IHC in this kind of a lobby. One placement point. I need to see just more late game finishes, them surviving as more than just a duo or sometimes even a solo at the end of these games.
I thought about it. What was the difference for 4 Thrives today in comparison to the group day? And I think I know what it is.
What is it?
What is it?
IQ did his hair.
Oh, okay.
Hair buff.
He actually told me. Okay, to be fair, he actually told me at the beginning of the day, he's like, I was like, actually, you did your hair this time. He's like, yeah, it was actually a good luck charm. He literally said it word for word.
Crazy.
So
Hey, imagine he dyes it red like OG top, or the buff would be insane.
if he wins it, you know what? We got to go convince him.
Green.
so.
Hey, there you go.
Ooh.
Pakistani flag.
Hey, yo.
Hey.
Now you're cooking. That's that show.
You got to do something at this point. You got to pull out all the stops here, because, man, I mean, with 4 positions, right? I mean, that's the end of the day. That's what it's all about. You know, we were talking about, the group stages earlier. We were looking at bottom 2. Now we're just looking straight up at that first page. When it comes to this last Erangel match, obviously teams got to perform. On that second page, though, we do have 2 Miramars coming down the line, right? Do you have any hope for a squad that you think is going to be able to turn things around there at the last second?
I do. Foot Esport, I think, had a really good third party on Potato Hill. The main issue is you had a third party on the third party and then a third party after that one. So it was a great idea for them, but then you have 5-6 teams converging in like a small radius on the same circle. So of course that's not going to work out. So good idea, but unfortunately a lot of teams had the exact same idea at that moment.
Wait, but if I understand it right, you think that Foot can actually come back
Yes.
and be in top 4?
Yes.
Max, I just want to remind you, Foot is currently in 16th place with 7 points.
S2G, they're from Turkey. Don't worry, Miramar's coming up, I believe.
All right, guys. Well, make sure you guys are ready, locked and loaded to go. Get your drinks, get your popcorn, because we're going to be right back real soon, right after this short break.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. To kill the nerve to on the final gas.
Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. Play more. Play more.
kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas. Fire in my mind, running through the flame on and go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A million drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the drop to the last one standing sure. Flame on. Flame on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 live here in Jakarta, Indonesia. It's the survival stage for everybody just tuning in here for the first time. Top 4 are making it on forward, and the rest are going home. One team, though, I think might just make it. It's 4 Thrives here, 7, and you're looking pretty fresh.
Oh, what can I say? Shout out to my boy Naki for bringing me the jacket real quick. It looks nice. I might keep it. I think this is
That's a perfect
T24's
fit.
jacket, but I'm definitely going to keep it. It's nice, especially after they won. But it's not over yet. I want them to actually go ahead and continue with what they've been doing. Continue to keep this momentum going. I want to see more than just one win.
Because we're looking in the future. We're not just looking, yeah, that should be enough to make it top 4 and make it for the finals. We're looking at the finals themselves. If you want to do well on that stage, consistency is going to be key here, Hot Troops.
That's right. Consistency is so important. You got to be able to clutch it up if you want to make it on forward. And I think 4 Thrives definitely just did that. Looking down, though, at the leaderboards, you got 4th place cut off 28 points. Down to 8th, there's a 14-point difference, right? That's already a pretty major gap here, guys. I think this last Erangel is going to be so crucial for these squads.
It really is going to pretty much set up the last 2 games. Are you technically in reach of top 4, or is that going to be falling apart?
Yeah, that's right, guys. But also, we got a big event coming up right around the corner from PMGO to EWC at the Esports World Cup. Every single match matters. Teams aren't just battling for trophies. They're battling for EWC Club Championship points, global prestige, so that way they can put their name at the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. Guys, mark your calendars. It's going to be from August 6th to the 16th in Paris. So, guys, I hope you guys are ready for that. It is going to be one awesome event.
Oh, I can't wait to see, especially, I'm just hoping Boars can make it because you'd have a French representative teams at the EWC. So, Boars, I know I'm asking a lot, but please make it happen. My dream needs to come true.
They're just 14 points away right now. They need to have a good match.
Yeah.
I feel like, will we say that this is going to be the cutoff match for them?
No, not yet.
No?
I think it's going to be the cutoff on like match 5.
Okay.
And we know they're willing to go for hot drops, right, to qualify at the end. So if they get a little bit further away, they are willing to be desperate.
The reason why I bring that up is because Flash, I mean, they're only up ahead in a big way, right?
Yeah.
4 Thrives now after that amazing win. They have a bit of a lead too. They really don't have that much of a worry. So they're able to kind of secure their spot. They're not really going to be giving a damn, Max.
Really?
Meaning that they're
Straight
going to
up.
be crashing other teams. Meaning that they're going to be willing to take fights that they weren't willing to take before. And that gets me a little bit worried for some of those other teams, like Board that might be 14 points away.
Yeah.
This is why I'm hoping that they close that gap to those top 4. If they don't close that gap is just going to keep increasing more and more and more. And you can see right there, Falak with those 9.9 eliminations.
He seems a little happy now. I don't know why.
That's a nice looking jacket.
Yeah,
Hey,
that is a nice
Maybe we should
looking
get one. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But actually, talking about 4 Thrives, we can talk about South Asia in general.
Yes.
T2K struggling, right? For Nepal, having a really bad time. Hora already qualified into the finals. If they qualify in top 4, it is 100% assured that we're going to have both Hora and also 4 Thrives make it to EWC.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit on one thing, Max, right?
Okay.
I do think this is the last game for pretty much 8th place on down. I think that if they don't clutch up 10 points, I don't think they're going to make it.
I think S2G disagrees.
And I would normally say that, right? You just look at how crazy this lobby is, though. We saw that last game. We had third party after third party after third party. Teams are going to be trying to soak up so many eliminations. These squads don't want to go home. Got to be able to make it happen here, at least in my opinion.
I mean, I'm going to disagree to your disagreement to Max because of what Max just said. S2G was able to do it, and that squad went from 15th place all the way up to 4. And how many teams are qualifying to the grand finals from survival stage? 4. That's right. So there is still a chance, but they need to start making things happen. They cannot allow that gap to get even bigger because for Foot, for R8, for X4 Rejects, if you do let that gap get higher, it's not going to be looking good.
I agree to the disagreement to me.
Yes.
Very Eastern playing path. Are we going to see the mill to hot drop again? I hope not for T2K and 721. It worked out luckily enough for 721. They got really fine that game right. But still, for me, even if you get a strong finish, a hot drop, there's no reason for it to happen, Hot Tricks. Please give it up.
Oh, give it up indeed, guys. Man, we'll see what happens here. We saw something magical happen from S2G. Can it happen again here in the survival stage? We are about to find out here, folks. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Thank you very much for the agreeing, the disagreeing, and all of the deep analysis that we had from the desk there. Of course, we are stepping into this match with the thoughts running through, certainly my mind, that it's only 2 spots now that are in flux coming through from that last match. 4 Thrives pushed themselves so far over that boundary. They're on 42 points now.
42 points is a really easy margin to make up to get up towards that top side. And remember, we were kind of saying that 50 points is roughly where you need to be in that top 4. 8 points over 3 matches. Very doable, very, very doable for Thrives. Really, really glad to see this team stepping up. Again, I think many times in the past I've always said that Falak's probably one of my favorite players of all time. Some really sick grenades coming out of him. I think he's up there with Aaron as well for me. But yeah, really, really, really good team. And I'm happy to see them getting some success. Now, this is a squad that I wanted to talk about, though, is Alula. Right now, we kind of have this weird setup with 721 and Alula. And again, probably not the teams that a lot of people were expecting to see in that top 4 currently. I think that this kind of points that you get up towards the top 4 with 30-28, it invigorates you, right? To get and stay in that top 4, to get those minimal amount of points that you need. Question is, are we going to get goose eggs from these squads, or are they going to have that little bit of extra boost towards the end of the day?
Well, that is always the question on these short match sets, right? It's so temperamental. 721 did adjust, though, Blank. They are not going to return to Milta. Instead, they go for a Kameshki-Stalba split, very wide on that northern side. And they are going to have to push down a little bit because the circle does pop up towards the north on the east side. Not even tempting us with a little bit of military island this time around, Black. We're not going to have a military finish on this match. Fingers crossed unless there's a remake. It doesn't happen. Move on.
Fingers crossed unless there's a remake. We've done it. That's the little fingers crossed ritual.
Okay. Revenge, maybe. RJC should have kept their fingers crossed when they took down one of the teammates of Alula. Immediately, Shiva will fall, and yeah, there's no real way to get back for that one. So just nice and clean for Alula to equalize, but still, having lost a player, not a good start.
Well, again, for Alula here, every single point is one step closer, right? These guys have been in the back rooms from when they played last time on day 1. It was a struggle to get up. They've been lost in the mazes, but finally they're starting to see the way out here. And every single point is just going to make you feel so much more comfortable every single time. For some of these other teams, they know they need big matches. They know they need big games. And potentially for squads like Nigma Galaxy, R8, Boars, which is just a little bit too much for them to potentially grab now. You look at GOAT as well, Ida, 13, and then 14s across the board. You need a big match. You basically need a big match, and that's just to start contesting with the top spots.
It's really, really tough. I mean, with Flash and 4 Thrives, as you say, just jumping up so far. So looking to put the best foot forward here, necessary to do so. It would be pretty crazy to, after match 4, be going into our Miramar set with just a kind of locked top 4. It would really be quite something. This is a replay of
No way.
Immediately. Not even letting them play the game. That was pretty nasty on that one. That was the pickup, of course, from Reject on towards Alolo, which was later there was revenge enacted for it as they were able to go 1-for-1. Ida trying to leave the military island right now. Looks like they go for a West Bridge rotate and past IQ from 4 Thrives.
IQ's going to be holding in that position. He'll be watching down. I mean, it's the main thing that he's kind of responsible for right now is watching out for that bridge crossing whilst the rest of the team does loot up. You've got Hazaifa, T24, Falak already staying a little bit further over towards that northeast side. This team is banging on the doors of Grand Finals, so for them, they can start to play a little bit speedier. They don't need to have that hesitation in their hearts anymore. That is great news for them. The Vicious, though, I think is a bit of a step up on that last game overall. Again, we still have the situation where Koa is having these big pop-off moments, and then he needs the rest of the team to kind of come together in those moments and make something happen alongside him. It's just not happening at the moment.
It's an interesting set of adjustments that we made today. I mean, obviously, most notably Team Flash into the first 2 matches. And it looks like they're going to continue to burn away, and it's going to be Vicious who bear the brunt of that pressure from Zeus. Is that a solo position for Zeus as well? Yeah, he's on his own there. So for Team Vicious, that is not a good way to try and make your bid towards the top 4, especially giving a point to Team Flash, who are now at 50 points on the nose, and just there's no way that they don't make it.
We're kind of crossing them off the list at this point, right?
We don't even need to think or talk or imagine what they could do anymore. I do want to talk about Enigma Galaxy again, because they did this last match.
What is this actually? What is this?
They've sent 2 out from Pachinki. Now you think, okay, that's fine. They're going scouting. They are currently 3 kilometers away. There's 2 in Pachinki. There are 2 to the east of Prison right now, Blank.
Yeah. I'm not even really sure what to say about that. I'm slightly speechless. Flabbergasted almost. That is not something you see very often. I think that's a terrific mistake.
It's just a bad play.
Yeah. Why though? Because returning to one another is very difficult, right? Marrying the 2 halves of these squads back together towards that end game is not really a possibility.
I'm so confused by that, dude. Like, it's actually crazy. When the next stage pops, you guys will be able to see at home. Although, to be fair, the 2 in Pachinki currently now in the vehicles. I reckon they might go north of Yasnaya, see what happens, you know? Why not?
Oh, check it out.
Just check it out. Do the full grand tour of everything. Teams looking to get a little bit more central though. We've got Al-Ula with their 3 players alive. You've also got Wolves, who are on a much more sane 2-2 split in the middle, playing around the loops in the road. E2K struggling to get in against Vicious on the north side of them. Vicious will be able to hold their face. 3 players alive for them, obviously losing 1 to Flash earlier.
Yeah, with the help of Koa and Doran, able to get that single elimination, which is great news for them. I do agree with Max. I find that the subbing out of Narvalo a bit weird. I think in a short format like this, you sort of just need to work through your problems, right? You have a sub for the days when something has gone terribly wrong with a teammate. Maybe they're unwell. Maybe they break their arm doing something silly. That's why when you have a sub for a 2-day format. But other than that, you want to keep the synergy alive. So to me, it feels odd. Something's off.
Yeah,
I'm unsure.
I don't know if you guys saw that as well on the map feed just then. The Enigma Galaxy A and Enigma Galaxy B teams, both in this lobby, currently playing only as 2. It's unfortunate that they couldn't drop in as 4 players each, you know. But you know, if they're going to play as 2 teams, you can't be earning points for yourself. So we had to limit them somehow. Swift pick up there for Boars to bring their players back in tow. They are a little bit split as well, but they are doing so with a little bit more reasonableness, I think it's safe to say. That leading to their players just entering the circle on the northwest side as they scout out a path forwards. Dangerous on the back of the buggy, though.
I just don't know where you've got to win with some ridiculous shots at distance. Rob's going down. He's terrible news for the Boars, considering this guy is currently the 17 elim mark for them from both their initial group and this stage. He has been putting in a significant amount of work for the team. If he goes down, I think the chances for Boars gets really, really quite bad.
May well do, but the Wolves are starting to take a tumble as well. Foot not doing the best. They've already opened up for one, though, and Zedwolf will want to get back to his feet. Kine holding the mount. The Wolves are looking to try and turn this one around. Swonic, good for one. Turns his attention to the second. Kine falls. It is a 1-for-1 trade there, and the Wolves have two to play with. Foot playing only with the one, but Elementrix fumbles on the spray down, and Swain immediate with the flush. A 1 versus 1. Swain around the corner. Can't stop his teammate from going down, but will stop his team from falling out.
I mean, it's mutual destruction for both squads. Foot and Wolves, both favorites in this one, struggling. For Wolves in 5th place, they're right at that boundary to get in towards the 4th position. And here, losing every single one of their players is really bad news. You're going to have this massive turnout performance over on Miramars, just like S2G did on day 1. They have a chance to get in, but the Vicious will clean out those final 2 players from Foot and actually open up a huge space down towards the southwest side of the map. The rest of Boars were able to regroup on a very central position, but there's not a lot there, John. There really isn't a lot there for them to play.
Gonna have to try and survive this one out, try and outlast the shrink of the next circle, see where it takes them. I'm looking at 7-2-1 as well, who are, again, looking to defend that 3rd place spot. They're playing on the mansion area, playing in some of the compounds there. Pretty nice split that they have, but I struggle to defend the north flank of that compound against Voin Chaikari as Loops defend the staircase, apparently. He's taking shots up the stairs. Back and forth with T2K over on the east side of the mansion area. Diego is down already. Loops playing against 2 downstairs right now. Maybe need to be a little bit more fearless with it as the circle shifts up towards the northeast side. Diego, very much resible unless that nade finds him. No, it doesn't.
And now there's a really, really big engagement going on in the middle of the map. Boars were able to just quickly slip on through past the guys from 7-2-1 to the top portion of Mansion. Now looking to hold this out versus Ida. It's a really important part of the lobby to take a look at, but we're on board with Loops for the time being, just slowly clearing these buildings. Do find one. T2K goes down, and Loops continue to get those shots in. They're up to 20 points now. Loops have been fairly quiet today, but it has been consistent.
They've managed to be racking up these points quietly, as you say, and they are within striking distance. The last player for T2K now trying to batten down the hatches. Fearless has nades pouring in through every single window, trying to stay alive, and so far, protecting himself nicely. In the meantime, Boars haven't taken any knocks, neither have Ida. It looks like they may have settled a little bit, or they're just biding their time. Have to wait and see. Fearless still holding on the staircase.
Yeah, it was sort of strange that 7-2-1 have all just confirmed over towards the southeast building. I understand that it's way easier to get out of, but I feel like if you have 4 players, you can quite easily control the majority of Mansion. Instead, they just let a lot of teams in, which I found fairly strange. Maybe they just didn't want to get too involved, go early, and scupper their chances of making it further in this lobby.
Chasing teams are taken down by 1. Wolves obviously now out of this match blank. But you've got Vicious playing as 3, Boars playing as 3, Loops playing as 4. And I think that is a pretty important position to be in. An aid onto Fearless will seal the deal and leave another team out of the lobby, allow Loops to gain another healing point and put their chase into a little bit more of a front-footed approach now. 4 Thrives sit to their southwest, and they're playing on as 4. Goat team potentially could flank around behind them, but they're safe in the circle for now.
Ningbo Galaxy, I don't know how they've done it. They've regrouped. They're on the southeast side towards prison. They have a compound to work around with. This is looking fairly quiet as well. This is the position we were talking about earlier with Boars, 7-2-1, as well as Ida taking the double split across the buildings, both the north and the south side. For Boars, they're probably the one team that is kind of locked into Mansion. I think Ida has options, 7-2-1 has options. Main reasons you wouldn't really want to get into a spot where Boar is currently playing. But next circle coming in right now, and it shifts over towards that north side. Voin Chaikedi to grab themselves a strong position on this north side, try and hold it, but it has been those team fights where they have been lacking.
Just looking at Team Flash's position blank and thinking they've got this Heaven compound completely locked down. They have a route out towards the north side as well, with everyone approaching for the south. I feel like this is going to be a great game for Team Flash.
Definitely could be. I mean, getting off this top side is a big deal, but Alula moving in on Ida. This is only a two-man on side, and Emre's immediately shut down. Swain's going to pull the pin. They know they have to move upstairs. Alula get forced back. There's a nade down there as well. Yasser will get flushed, as will the other player, and Alula's chances slipping through their fingers.
Ooh, Swain doesn't quite make the last jump there, and now
Forgot to press the screen.
as one player alive, trying to defend their 4th place spot against Vicious and against Loops, as well as all the teams beneath them. A hard north shift, and you've just pointed out something on the screen, Blank. They don't need to stay together, but they do need to be in the middle of the circle. I'm pretty sure they've invented teleportation.
Somehow, Nigma Galaxy have not only made the wildest split of all time work, they are now in the center of the circle, playing on the ridge side. It is unfathomable how they've managed to do this. I don't understand it. I'm on board with it, though. Sit me down, talk me through it.
Ralph with the quantum IGLing coming in right now. It's real mysterious right now. If you look at it too much, it starts to get all wobbly. But yeah, it's going to work out for them this time around. We'll see how far they can go into this match. They haven't yet chimed in with an elimination as much as they would love to have done. And on 14 points, again, they are a team that is within striking distance. 4th Rise, unfortunately, taking a knock there and taking the flush as well, leaving them on 3. On the south side, there are a lot of teams.
Yeah.
There are a lot of teams trying to push in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, that first checkpoint has always been Mansion, and Mansion's pretty full right now. You know, this is feeling less like a mansion and more like a house share. It's not great. For 4th Rise, on the other hand, we do need to state that although they have been looking sublime so far, they are not safe yet. 42 points is under the margin of 4th place, if we were to take past statistics into account. And we've seen before, even Wolves on their day, you know, they had these really, really low count games, and that caused big problems for them at the end of it. 4th Rise a little bit further this time, but the bar has been raised up to 4th place.
Another knock over towards RJC. Only one player now in action. You're talking about 4th Rise, and I mean, we spoke about it being a momentum-based team. The desk has spoken them, feeling like they are a momentum-based team. They're coming off strong from a big game. If they stumble now, I think that's going to be a massive blow to the mental.
It's a killer. Stops you dead in your tracks a lot of times. Well, I think for 4th Rise, we've got to try and figure out how they want to make this approach. Coming in with 3 players, so your team fighting ability is severely diminished here as well. Black's going to head over towards that northeast side, start scouting over towards Loops, and the circle moves north, which cuts out 7-2-1, cuts out Alula.
It's on Team Flash as well. You saw their Team Flash characteristics spread around the edge of the circle there. But they're going to, I imagine, rotate up towards the north. Top Z has been scouting this for quite a while, playing on this north side, potentially put more pressure on towards R8. There is a real inroad for them there. And have to fight against Goat Team on the northern side, but leave everyone else on the south to party on their own. They don't need to get stuck in. They don't need big Elim games. Another knock and flush, though, onto Falak from 4th Rise. Their south approach is starting to falter.
It's incredibly tough. Good shots from 7-2-1 over towards T24. A lot of shots going over towards that direction, but it is Masku to pick it up. And 7-2-1 are racking up these points in a big way. They have to move too, though. We must remember this.
They can't stay there forever, but they do have 4 players alive. With 2 Elims already, they are still chugging on up the leaderboards. Time goes on. Nigma Galaxy, who miraculously sent it into the middle. Okay, Team Flash. I thought they were going to go rotate up north, but no, they want to get stuck in closer to the middle here. They do have a lot of defilade to be playing around. Nigma Galaxy don't have to put pressure on them, but they are within nade range. And it's this south side that Team Flash can now start to put pressure on towards. Vicious feeling the run of it for now. Again from Zeus, spraying down, not quite fully connecting. Goes for another mag.
A very rocky area of the map it is, where Enigma Galaxy and Flash currently are playing. Easy to avoid one another here. Hazaifa goes down, and almost a 0-point game there for 4 Thrives. Just a 1-point gain, but that is 1 point just a little bit closer. Loops able to find some shots over towards the Vicious there as Icy goes down, leaving them just as 2 with 25 points. They are the closest now, but Loops on 4 looking to make a good bid on this game.
Got a real chance here. A lot of 4-player rosters behind as well that could jump up towards that 30-point mark realistically, depending on performances. But you're going to really hate to have seen earlier on that Alula got 4 elims and 721 have found 2, and they've got 3 players left. But they're making their move now, and this is the big test, right? This rotation past this glut of teams, they're going to go straight on towards the Vicious. Koa has the hold. Dora is good for the first. They sprayed out for a second. Dora is just able to dismantle it, but no, where did that come from? How do they go up in smoke? I have no idea. It looks like they just found it from the back line. And 721 keep themselves together, and Loops want a piece of this as well. But Law bites off more than he can chew, and Loops need to send in the cavalry.
Oh, I mean, for Loops, this is incredibly important to take down 721 right now. They do not want anyone in the top 4 to continue gaining momentum, to continue getting those points. Rafinha goes down to a nice nade from Vagnazada. Over towards Rita there. He's going to send one back. It looks good. It sends over towards him. Second nade, not quite as efficient. Immediately doubles back. The nade luckily will hit the fence, and it's a full reset for both teams.
Trying to burn him out there. Unfortunately, he's already shimmied his way back towards Terminus. The blue zone, an ever-present threat. The off angle, SnowX on the high ground on the rooftop will look to put more damage over towards Loops. Needs to be careful with this blue zone as it is. Drops down under cover. Nicely navigated there from SnowX. Looks for the other angle and will confirm that flush. Nicely manipulating the edge of the zone there. And SnowX allows his teammates to get back to their feet. Ida likely don't have too much more ordnance left, and Boars do need to make the cross now.
They had to wait it out. They knew they were a team in a little bit of bother here. Looks like Util's run very dry for this squad too. They're desperately trying to look for any kind of utility that they can use in this upcoming fight. Quick M79 down in the front lines for Tino. Has a smoke out. Diego has one too. Diego, bit of a problematic player to come up against. The nade goes long. They're walking back into it though.
And another one as well layered on top of it. No, Boars just sidestep it.
Dude, great stuff.
It's just not quite good enough there. Bozy taking an off flash in the meantime. Magnazada trying to thread it around the edge, and his nade's just not having an impact from Loops. They do need to be a little bit more on target. That one looks okay. It bursts right on top of SnowX's head and sends him packing. Magnazada wants retribution, but steps too close to the fire and will get burned back. SnowX crawling forwards, trying to stay into cover. And Loops with 2. Do they find it? That's a big nade out the back, but doesn't quite tag Magnazada. The cook's not just perfect from Loops. And now they're playing with the smoke. It's starting to fade. In they go for the fight, potentially to end the Boars, and it's looking good for them. They step forwards, and they manage to find the first, but they're backed off the angle. And with 1 player left, it's Magnazada. Loops try to hold it down, but no. They're able to take their fight back into control. Ida! Fall almost immediately from a nade from Ida.
Man, it's a rough push. It's a rough push, but great patience coming from Ida, waiting that one out to the very end before they sent in. Enigma Galaxy battling off versus R8. In the meantime, P90 in the hands of one of the players there up on the top side. Ado has this one, plenty of ammo to work with as well. These guys have got a lot of loot on board.
Okay.
MG3 as well in the hands of Lord. What is this?
But they're going to have to take on Team Flash now. And that is a big hurdle to try and cross. With 4 eliminations, Team Flash have 4 players alive. Enigma Galaxy are playing as 3. You can have as many weapons as you want. Generally, 4 sightlines are going to be better than 3 blank. You just need to make sure that they can all be played. And that is the difficulty for Team Flash right now. Because their position is fairly linear, you do need to be careful to go for those spray downs. A team that we haven't really talked about too much, but is in a beautiful position, is Voinchaikari right now. They are in the only compound, slap bang in the middle, and it looks like maybe Goat Team are going to go for a push, or no, they're just going to try and bait out some shots.
Yeah, Voinchaikari playing L block here. It's a good spot to play. There is some pretty nifty little positions you can head in there as well. There's the alleyways, as well as the high ground, play on the rooftops, play on the doors almost. Enigma Galaxy Ralph though opens with a nade, finds the first. A lot of damage over towards BoZ. Another nade goes long, looks to be fairly on target, bounces high, but above his head, the shrapnel will take him down.
Now they've turned the numbers around, and it is a 3 versus 2. Another knock comes through, and they are just going to run through them, but they have found a challenge now. Win is up to bat. And Zeus as well, playing with a shotgun in the smoke, has the M4 in hand. One knock over towards Nick Galaxy. 2 of them down the hill, looking for more damage, but Win now left last standing for Team Flash. Nick Galaxy into a 1 versus 1.
One
Lord
nade
in the back line, that's a Molotov to burn him away. Will force him out, does tag the damage though. Lord steps back into it. What are you doing, Lord? No! He goes up in smoke, and Team Flash may have time to get the reset.
They go up in smoke like a bonfire. Their chances are eradicated there. Goodness me, I thought the nade would do the trick, but the Molotov plays so perfectly, so nicely by Flash. And that's Nick Galaxy running with basically all crate weapons as well.
And that means Team Flash potentially running with all crate weapons in a moment, but they don't have a lot of time to be playing around with. The circle is slap bang on top of L block.
Point check, Harry. This is it, right? This is it for this team. I don't know if they even have that many eliminations in this match. I haven't really been checking. But if it's down to 0, yeah, they do have 0. They have 0 eliminations. They need the chicken dinner. By proxy, those eliminations will come through from that chicken dinner, but that is the first step and only step.
Team Flash are a difficult team to take down, even as 3. They're dropping down. Rita not quite able to thread the needle on that shot. The last player alive. Oh, sorry, no, they do have 2 players alive for Ida, but one of them's just been knocked. A lot of damage sent through. Just about tags the final shot to get the knock onto Zeus. Now 2 players alive for Team Flash. Very unlikely they get that res, and down they go. Point Chikery having to hold off against Goat Team now. This is the big battle for the L block, and Point Chikery seem to be crumbling. They've already lost 1, and now they're looking to lose more as well, as Goat Team encircle them, envelop them, and choke the life out of this hold. It is just not happening for Point Chikery. They're on 0 eliminations blank. A 4th place is not good enough.
Point Chikery just flaking like pastry here, trying to get away from Goat. Not a single knock on the approach, no smokes required, no util needed. The MG3 on the front lines of Point Chikery was not able to make it happen, and they go down with naught but a whimper here.
Goat Team get a 4-player hold in the God compound now. This L block, I mean, the king in the castle may have changed, but they are going to build it up towards a potential chicken dinner here, which is a great result for Goat Team. They're looking to put the screws on towards the teams towards the top 4. Team Flash, though, still in action. They might only have 2 players, but they're looking to just keep pace and steal all of these points from the rest of the lobby.
Focus already securing center spot. It makes sense. The difficulty is here is that from that rotation, from that position, no one has vehicles. No one's got movement. I mean, a lot of teams would be desperate for Flash to get the chicken dinner here. They want them to sponge those points away. But it's going to get incredibly tight on the rankings towards the last 2 matches.
Goat Team with a potential to jump up really far on this. With 6 elims that they found so far. Potentially get 3 more into this game, leaving them on a 19-point chicken dinner. Put them up on 29 points to end this match. The double of 33, that is within striking distance, but BoZ's there to play a little bit with the heartstrings, and in they go. Team Flash not going to waste any time getting aggressive with it. If you're going to take a 1v4 and you've just got a knock, this is how you start it off, right? The nade over the top for Win. He's going to shrug that one off. Not that he can get that healing off too quickly, though. BoZ on the back line, looking to try and keep his teammate safe. Pulls out the nade, but it's a little bit short on that one. And his own nade, not quite.
Nah, there's no way, there's no way!
How does Win get across there? And now, Focus maybe actually out in the open. BoZ has made it across. The res has come through for Goat Team.
Yo, he's just running it.
But he is going to run it down. BoZ in a 1 versus 1 on the off angle. This is crucial, and he wins the challenge. It's Win who gets that shot, and he will be able to find it through the garage window. This man is ethereal. He cannot be touched.
Oh, Goat, you cannot lose this. This would be a tremendously sad result for them. But for the Flash, they have been on fire today. And they're not looking to stop anytime soon. The nade goes long once again. Another one sent far, but Win has so much utility on board. This was only made possible. I don't know how or where he found the coop, but that was so essential for him to get up towards the wall to allow BoZ to creep onwards.
I mean, they took the tempo. I mean, immediately on that knock, he said straight forwards. He knew that another sideline was going to get disparaged and taken away. It was his only chance, and he took it. Team Flash, so proactive in these crucial decision-making moments, getting across there with minimal utility as well.
Win basically has to make the most out of these next 3 nades. As the circle starts to push in, he needs to get 1 or 2 knocks. 1 would even things up. Neither team currently has the center dot on this one. It's right in the middle of this courtyard. But I think Win is the one with the most util right now, surprisingly, with these 2 nades in hand.
Force waiting for a little indication as to where a player is. I think he knows where BoZ is. That cook, though, it goes short. He doesn't get the lob on it. That's a waste of a nade now. Force does have 2 smokes. Another nade does damage for
so
Win.
close.
Is it closing inside a building, though, Blank? I think it might just be shutting in, and that's why GOAT team have put so much stock into holding this central building on it. BoZ trying to layer down that sideline. We'll look for the shots down the line as well. That alleyway needs to stay under control. He has still got an nade in the back pocket for Win, and there's another nade that they managed to dodge.
Last
Win
nade.
steps forwards. It's out the back, actually, Blank. It's going to shrink everybody out of this one. And BoZ still looking to charge forwards, out onto the roof. It's Ayato dropping down. No, not quite. He's a little bit slow with it. Are they ready for him? He's going to still just peek over the top, and they spray 1 down. They spray 2. It's jumping wide. Win's still there, but he's just about going to be going down. They gave us a little bit of a fright, but GOAT team do in the end close it down for a chicken dinner.
For GOAT, that's the hardest win of their lives versus a 2-man. Oh my god. Cannot believe how much of a fight Flash was able to put up. If I'm GOAT, I am so stressed right now. I would love to have heart monitors on these players because it would be through the roof in this game. But a difficult one, and it all comes down to these last Miramars. There's been many different teams profiting today, and it really does feel like that last game on Miramar could decide 2 of the spots in the top 4.
Quite a few of the chasing teams of the top 4 as well went down fairly early into that match. It does allow for a lot of flux to be seen. But I mean those final moments, right? That was a team unleashed. For Team Flash, they did not have any pressure on them. They were just playing their absolute hearts out. The speed at which they made that crucial decision towards the end, it looked like it could have gone their way, but GOAT denied them that and crucially earned those 10 chicken dinner points, earned those Elim points as well to put them up and towards the conversation for a qualification spot.
I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top floors. Me and too smart to drop costs, and I got 2 fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. Let's fire with us. I said, go and line up.
And it's GOAT to finally put a chicken dinner on the board here. They're still going to need a whole bunch more if they want to make it into that top 4, though, here, Max.
A scary win, you know.
Yeah.
It was a 2v4, but it felt like a 4v4 with how intense it was at the very end. But BoZ and Win almost able to snatch it away from the grasp of the GOAT, even though I guess they don't have hands technically, but still a really good attempt. But GOAT, the crash onto Voin.
Yes.
Voin, a fumble,
man.
and GOAT, that crash alone secures them that win.
100%. The way that they were able to just execute the crash, and as you mentioned, Voin didn't seem ready whatsoever to be able to defend that crash. They were just all over the plate, but something that you did tell me while we were watching the game is you love the way that GOAT took about that crash.
Sweeping motion, right?
Yep.
They go for the eastern side, they take it building by building, just clearing every single corner of those spots, and if it's free, move on to the next building, and then to the next building, and guess what? At the end, Voin were fully eliminated, so that was just a textbook play on how to breach a compound successfully, and GOAT did great at that moment.
Yep.
That's how you do it right there. Unfortunately, Voin going out like that, it hurt my heart to just watch them hold that central position for so dang long and not get a single elimination point.
0. A big old donut. It's just a team that's not really being aggressive, not really being proactive whatsoever.
Man.
Парни, пушьте быстрее вы его, пушьте. Убейте его, и все, у вас лес остался только. Я иду. Вместе, говорите. Ласт, все. Тут где-то чел должен быть. Я на крышу лезу. Давай, я пока говорю, давай. Антихае! Они подают в гараже. Сейчас будут выходить. Смотрите, парни, выходят. Еще один.
You see him there, he was like, third party, just stared at his feet. He's like, no. Switch to MVP. Let's figure out how can I get that angle.
Oh, all the esports are, oh yeah, communication in esports is so intricate, so precise.
Hey, sometimes that's what you need to do, baby, right? To get that chicken dinner, and good for them. I'm glad they got it because these teams at the top are soaking up a ton of points.
Well, with this win right here, they should be able to jump up even more because of what happened during that match. I think it was in Circle 6, we had second place all the way down to 7th or 8th place eliminated.
Yes.
So it should give them a big buffer to just jump up and close that gap to top 4. If not, maybe.
Massive
be in top
opportunity.
4.
Yeah, massive opportunity for Boost here. As our game MVP, it's not going to be from no team. No. It's going to be Win, which, to be honest, truly deserved. They went for a really good rotation. It's really interesting looking at the playstyle of Flash because sometimes it feels like they're making a mistake going for the wrong position, but they pivot so quickly. I think they were going for Northern Rotate. I was like, please don't go up there. It's not the right entry point. And they go up there, scout it. It's not worth it. Reposition and instead go to the ridgeline right next to Nigma Galaxy. So Flash, the IGLing for me is just absolutely S tier, deserving to be at this global event.
It really is. The use of utility too, the timing of this squad, the way that they were able to get that close to go was insane. Now, something that I do want to notate here for top 4 players is we're finally seeing some action from Loops, and it's none other than B-Team. We saw them being able to win some fights. They won the fight against T2K. That was impressive because so far today, this squad has just been struggling to win fights. They've been able to get points, but struggling to win fights.
Yeah, for a moment there, they were actually in 5th position, so breaching top 4 is possible for the side of Loops. And actually here we're going to look at how all of these teams rotated. And Yasnai Polyana, we saw this circle, and I was instantly like, go to heaven, and Flash didn't have to wait. Instant rotation, taking that spot. And actually, one thing you did spot yourself, Seven, at one point they went for a 3-1 position, keeping 1 on top of heaven, which just a great macro decision.
And this is what we keep talking about this squad. It feels like a completely different squad than what we saw in groups. Their macro is currently on point. Their timing for everything, honestly, I gotta say it again. The timing that they were able to kind of push up on GOAT, making sure that they both work with each other, considering that they were going up against 4 people, was what was so impressive to me.
Yeah, I mean, first place of the survival stage, locked and loaded. That's done, right? And the fact that, you know, we had that 2nd through 8th place go out early. That means pretty much all the top teams had an opportunity, were out. And I gave a lot of squads an opportunity to put up points. Loops, I was really hopeful there for a hot second, right? Because they had about 7 eliminations. They were still alive, moving. They end up with 9, not a single placement point though, right? So we're gonna have to see some magic happen in Miramar for a lot of teams here.
I'm happy with those 9. Honestly, for this squad, I'm happy to see them being able to win fights and win fights without losing players. That's the big factor for them because, as I said, they've been getting points, but just keeping your 4 players alive allows you to maybe get even more points later down the road.
Yeah, that was my main issue with Ulf, and the moment they get 4 players on the line until the very end, actually 3 players, right, and they do get himself that win on Miramar, so it is a very important factor going into this. Though looking at the second half of our game rankings, I was a little bit hopeful for Foot, and you know what, you did put me on the spot earlier, you're right, talking about it, Seven, and this 4-pointer, they were already very low in the rankings. I think that potential comeback off Foot, unless they pull it literally in S2G, is looking out of the question.
To give Foot some credit, though, they were taking the fight. I think they know what's at stake. They're trying to go for that fight. They actually won the fight against Wolves, which Wolves is going to be knocked out of the first page.
Wow. Completely out of the first page. And there's your cutoff, folks. 4th place, Alula. 33 points total. Gold, though, are now in the running with that chicken dinner. Only 1 point separated from that golden ticket.
And you were talking about it earlier, right, Hodrix, about a team in the top 4. Could there be one without a single chicken dinner? So far, we've got 7-2-1 and Alula up there without a single win for themselves. Actually, Alula, only 7 placement points over the course of 4 games. Not looking too good, not reaching that late game too often. So that's something they do need to work on if they want to try and remain in this position. But Loops, 27 points. Again, the storyline of taking down Alpha 7. Loops, the amount of pressure, like when we have that pressure meter coming up, it should be an absolute 100% because there's so much on the line on these last 2 Miramar games.
Yeah, when you saw some of the other squads there as well, from Vicious, from Ida, it's good to see them being able to pick it up. But as I mentioned, Wolves, Nigma now fall far behind those top 8. And you gotta hope that you start reacting here, especially going into Miramar. You need to start reacting. If not, those 2 teams at the top might take it away. Although for 4 Thrives, they really didn't have one of the best performances there, but it was a tough match for them.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit dicey going into Miramar, as you said, but 7-2-1 Alula. I would say right now, it is clearly a race for like the bottom 2 spot of the top 4. 4 Thrives, if they get 2 0-pointers back-to-back, technically could also fall out of contention.
Sure.
But at this point, I'm looking at 2 teams to realistically be able to make it to that final stage of PMGO Season 1.
For 7-1, I'm hoping that they clean fights quick. This fight, they were able to take a fight with Vicious, but they ended up getting third party by a Loops.
What if you chase down Boar like they did in the group stage, right? There were some weird fights happening in Miramar.
And honestly, with what we've seen so far, we saw them hot drop earlier, back to back, even though one of them was a rehost. Anything can happen with this squad. I don't really think they are too worried about it, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, they're not scared of early fights, which I feel like to some extent you might want to be, because if you go out early, even if you win the hot drop, you lose a player, you lose 2 players, your chances of a massive game are pretty much Hodrix, just straight up down the drain.
That's right. Yeah, doing a little bit of math right here, guys. Okay, so we're going into Miramar. 4th place, going all the way down to 9th, right? That's going to be the Wolves and Nigma Galaxy that are going to be tied with 22 points. That's an 11-point gap, right, to be able to make it into there. Boar's a 16-point gap going into Miramar. If those, 3rd, 4th place teams do well here, I mean, it could be almost a wrap. So, like, I think for these squads in particular, this game is just so critical.
It is. It is. They have to put themselves at least within 5 points.
Okay.
Of top 4.
5 points.
If you have anything more than 5 points away from top 4, I think your chances are just going to be pretty much gone. Because now you have some of the other squads that are towards the bottom that they have 0 chance of trying to get to the top 4. And I always love talking about that madness because it does end up coming into play. Teams really just start playing different because they got nothing to lose.
Yep. I mean, especially like Boar, right? We looked at them. Hot dropping Pandem back in Hacienda. They're back on the last game on Miramar. Actually, that's the team. You say normally 5 points away, you should be good to go. For Boar, they're 15 points away. I'll be like, hey, it could happen.
Oh, really?
Wow. I mean, that is crazy because, you're right. I mean, there is that big craziness, and I'm expecting to see it right here, right now. From these teams at the bottom, I want to see them just go straight crazy here. They need that 20-point game to give them a chance to extend their tournament life.
And you're talking about teams there towards the bottom going crazy. I'm going to be looking at team there in the top 4. 7-2-1. No hot drops, no craziness. You don't need to early fight right now, okay? Number 5th place, GOAT is just 4 points away from you. Play it safe.
Yeah, just one thing on the last game. We had so many airdrop weapons, P90s, MG3s. You also want to look at the loot trucks here. One team that loves to play with the loot truck is GOAT team.
That's right.
And they usually drop Puerto Pariso, and that's an instant spawn for loot truck. If they get another one of those airdrop weapons, man, GOAT can maybe make the back-to-back happen.
Not only that, the confidence is going to be high.
That's right. Well, we definitely saw GOAT put that crate weapon to work, right, from that loot truck in the last game. Let's see if they can make it happen here in this one. We got an Eastern play path. Let's take it on over to our casters for some desert action.
Oh, it's do or die in the dry, dry desert sun. These teams are going to be parched and ready to slurp up any points that head their way. An Eastern plane path does make things a little bit dicey, though. I think, what have you spotted there, Blank?
Well, I mean, RA's dropping Hacienda, right? But that's where Boars would have liked to have dropped. And I think that any other world, Boars might have gone for the instant hot drop. But I think they're worried. They're extremely worried. There is no second chances here. Nigma Galaxy Lord will be starting things off with First Blood over towards Ida right at the start of the game. Luckily, circles over towards that eastern side for teams like Foot.
What? Uh-oh. He didn't want to see it. Over on the desk, I hear the exclamations. 7:21 embroiled in an early game engagement. This north side, Blank, is really just jam-packed full of teams. This East Plane path has given everybody, it seems, too much to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, for 7-2-1, talked about earlier, these are teams that are very capable of pulling up very minimal points, both them and Alula. And I think that, again, they are very close, but it's getting into these early engagements is just not a good idea. There's very big possibility here with Truck Stop being open. El Azahar was very, very exposed. Foot's basically the only team that kind of dropped in this area of the map, and the plane path was directly over it.
It definitely allowed them to get down nice and early. GOAT team in Puerto Paraiso as well, as Max was highlighting. Getting that loot truck on as well. See what they are able to snag from that. Ooh, okay. Was that a double line up there on the spray down? Swain doing a lot of damage to Nick McGalaxy. After losing one of their players, this is not how Nick McGalaxy wanted to start their penultimate match and potentially end it if they're not careful.
Well, for Nick McGalaxy, completely split off from their teammates. Emre waiting and ready. They know they have to go for this one, but there's a lot of bullets going to be going their way. Ado is sent away from this one. Ida's going to be guarding the flushes. Lord up top of the hill, and for Enigma Galaxy, this is really, really tough stuff for them.
That's that 2-2 split that should have been punished in the last game, Blank. They've lost 2 of their players this time around. Lord does have the LMG on side, though, and that could be trouble for Emre. Neither team has had a lot of time to loot. They got stuck in pretty quickly. Now just looking to finish off these flushes. Enigma Galaxy desperately looking to try and keep this one nice and safe. There is more hot drop action. I think is that Boars and T2K in our picture-in-picture as well. Close to one another, but I think they're extricating. Lord now stepping up, has got the level 2 helmet, which very much might help him indeed, but not to a gut shot from the auto shotty. And that's going to leave Nick McGalaxy down and out. Oh, they go down fully. That is nasty business. And Ida pick up 4 elims.
Ida with 4 elims off the back of that. Nick McGalaxy out is really, really going to cause big tension. And I mean, I respect the shots going off there. Trying to test them in the early game, trying to pick up those points, and they suffer because of it. But yeah, for Nick McGalaxy now, they need a chicken dinner on the last match of the day if they want to have a chance in. I'd say anyone underneath 25 points, you need a chicken dinner on the last game, and it has to be a pretty big one. Right now, if you're under 8th place, this game is your foundation to get into top 4. Last game is where you have to pull out the big guns, and I just think it's so tough. It's so tough to do. Let's run it back towards S2G as well, because both their games, first game was kind of well played, but they still didn't have to move all that much. Second game, I'll be frank with you, very gifted that final game.
Thanks, Frank.
So it was a, yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, okay, they made this miraculous run, but still, for S2G, a lot of little factors had to come together to make that happen for them.
Yeah, it was a real confluence of serendipity right there coming through for S2G. Doesn't happen all too often. Maybe we'll be treated to it this time. And this is what started it all, right? We saw that replay there. The cheeky little pop shot. Nida were like, you know what? We're taking that personally. We're not letting you get out of this game. We're not letting you get anything more. You get 1 point, and that is it. That's your lot. Be able to do too much. Really low supplies as well on side, so a pretty scrappy fight on all fronts. I thought that the LMG would be a little bit more impactful. M249, obviously high ammo count, got a lot of bullets you can just put down range, and especially against unarmored opponents, can be highly effective. But shotguns are just one and done.
100%. Again, for a lot of our squads, it's so stressful at this stage of the day where any little mistake can be the difference between you making it and not. The Flash, not done, apparently. Still want to go further on this one. 65 points now, and it feels like the #1 team just keeps adding more and more points to that first place position as the days have gone on. Differentiating themselves from the pack, and it's always Rondo. It is Rondo at the end of the day. It gives you such a buffer to play so much more freely throughout the rest of your matches. And I think that's the biggest deal about Rondo, that if you played an Erangel and you get a 14-point game, you've got teams underneath you on 11, 12, even 9 points, you're still worried, right? You come off a Rondo with like 29 points, yeah? Come off a Rondo with 29 points, you do not care what's going on at that point. It's just, you're sailing so easily after that.
I mean, they finished this last match with a 13.5 average points per match, right? Like, that is an insane metric to be able to hold. They have definitely already done enough. There's no way that they can slip down. They are over double, actually, 5th place now. So it would be... I always am hesitant to say mathematically impossible, but this might be it. I haven't crunched the numbers, but Team Flash may be just too far ahead for everybody else to be able to catch them up in just 2 matches.
Oh, easily.
I mean,
what are we talking about here?
Legally, it may be possible, but like logically, it just never happens. Not in a million years.
What would need to happen here? I mean, 3 teams would need to get 30 points, dude.
So you'd need 22 points for 4 Thrives, or 23 rather, because they'd have to go further because of the chicken dinner disparity. 721 would need 4 and then 25, so that would be 29. 20, so 30 to be able to get over them. So you're talking about already investing like upwards of 60 points just in the top 3.
That's what I'm saying. What are we talking about here? That doesn't happen.
Exactly. I'll keep calculating at some point, but not right now because we've got a little bit of a scrap on our hands. As Team Flash want to make that even harder as we keep going on about them. T2K, I think they lost a player earlier on. They are not going to have a good time down there. And that is a cheeky little shift down towards the south side of El Zahar, puts that truck stop area into play, as well as the northern parts of Impala.
Yeah, no one really wants to play truck stop, though. It's in this almost a dip location, but it's this hilltop over towards the eastern side, which is extremely important. T2K having their run completely demolished by Flash at this point in time. It doesn't even matter if they do get a limbs over towards the Flash, because it's just 2 players left, and you're at 10 points. It is impossible.
It's just not happening for you. And we know what Zeus and Win and Bozy can all do in these scenarios. The clutch potential on these guys is insane. Win just pops a nade in through the window, and Slayer gets bounced from the house. Last player to stand for T2K. The nades for... I feel like the nades for Team Flash definitely have been the most on point we've seen from any roster so far today. They're up to 68 points now. They are chuffed to bits, I'm sure. 4 Thrives, they're on 43 points. They didn't do much in the last game, and they've just lost IQ, which is not a good start. And remember what we've been talking about, that 50-point threshold of safety, that 45 potential cutoff. They're still not there yet.
Yeah, and last game it didn't go very well either. Just getting 1 point on the tally for themselves. So for 4 Thrives, certainly a scary situation to be in. RJC slowly slipped down as the day's gone on, currently in 14th place, but still had some pretty pop-off moments yesterday. So 4 Thrives have to be careful. Alula also making their way through, another team in danger. This is all the way on the northern side of the map as well. There is a lot of safety to be had on the southern side here as they go down towards El Zahar, towards the ridge sides that sit towards the road. But you do have Ida, as well as Loops, breathing down your necks.
And those 2 teams are in pretty crucial places on the tables as well, right? These 3 teams, Alula is on the bubble, Loops and Ida both chasing and very, very close to them. Whoever comes out on top of this northern side engagement, should they all go for it, that is, will be so, so happy with themselves. If they can earn all of those points and stop the points earning potential for the teams around them, that's going to be great news.
Foot right now in an extremely good position. This is a really, really good spot on the map to be playing in. Very, very central. A lot of high ground to work with. They have a massive amount of scouting potential as well. So information for Foot is really good. So even if the circle moves away from them, they should have a general idea of where teams are playing, what rotations are going to be safe. And I think that is the big benefit from being able to play on this high ground.
Vantage point. Hopefully going to play into their advantage. Alula looking to defend against Voin Chaikari, who kind of threw away their last match. Blank. I think it's safe to say, playing in that L block, they've just taken enough as well. If this goes down to Alula, that's another point to the bubble. And it looks like they're going to be able to claim it. That is nasty stuff. The circle, again, will keep them just in for Voin Chaikari's position, but they're just going to lose out on that ground to the pressure from Alula.
And Alula needs those points as they're moving in. Voinchaiker is going to be the main ones that are going to be holding them out. So looks like they're going to leave Boychill behind. He will be going down. Sacrificial Lamb in play there for the guys on Voinchaiker. Ida's finding Zeta as well. Man, it's just going from bad to worse here for Voin. Able to put up 16 points on the day, but that's coming to an end very soon too. I think if you're on 2 players at this point, I think the run's dead, sadly.
Well be. May well be indeed. It's just there's no pace, especially from their position on the south of El Azahar. Where do you go from there? It's just vertical ascension or going straight into a valley that is going to be surrounded by other teams. There's no way that 2 players make it, barring the circle literally finishing on top of them.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen for them. In the meantime, everybody else is trying to get their foothold into the circle. Oh. Remember that Team Flash lost a player earlier on. The Boars definitely don't want to meet that same fate. They currently have 4 players, but uncharacteristic, Zeus does miss the spray onto Snowix.
Taking a lot of bullets, Zeus does go down, and Boar's able to hold on here. Really, really big deal for them. I think that right now, Flash is just going around trying to take down teams that they see as a threat to them. And I think Boars, you know, as badly as they might have done here in this survival stage, they're still a really strong team that you can take out early.
Well, they are giving it a good fight. Zeus going down is a heavy blow towards Team Flash. Remember, they lost one earlier on as well. Snowix pops the sniper shot. Extends that bayonet, bears his fangs, and the tusks plant it deep into the side of Zeus. 2 players now remaining for Team Flash, one of them fairly low, bleeding out, and Boars might just try and cut the head off the Hydra here.
It's 3 points. They need those points. And they have a general idea of where these players they're going. They know they're fleeing off in the distance. Why wouldn't you take shots? Why wouldn't you chase this team down? They're going to have free reign over towards the south side of the map as well if they can clear them out. Just need to hit the shots and win stumbles.
The vehicle taking so much damage as well, but they get to a little bit of cover. Is that in the circle? Not quite, but it may just be enough to slingshot them around and maybe give a vantage point. Remember, not to count out a 2-player Team Flash, though. And they have got still a lot of firepower as we hop on over to another engagement here. The Wolves, again, a team that looked like they were in contention. They've taken a knock. R8 as well, trying to leave the bottom of the tables, but they've lost another player. Metrix just about dodging enough damage to stay alive, but they need this res and they need it fast.
Metrix does go down to Amori on a nice little sideswipe here. Does find it. Molotov in hand now, looking to burn out the ground underneath them. Wolves sending more nades. It looked like that one kind of ricocheted, but just the trick of the camera there with Marth charging one of his own.
Amori down. That was a spot by Slonik on the off angle, who now moves into regroup with the forward 2 from his roster. 2 players alive for R8. Full stims coming through, the adrenaline shot on for Marth. Dodges out of the way of the fire as it burns the side of his vehicle. Amori flushed away. Marth and SK Ton now trying to hold the angle, or maybe even just get away from it. Marth left alone here. Batten charges up the hillside, does tag on the damage, looks for more as well. The shotgun around the edge, not quite good enough. He does find one though, and Necessary does go down, but it's a trade, 1 for 1. The flash is almost immediate. SK Tun with an nade cooking, wants to find the players pushing around those vehicles. But Slonik on the off angle, finds the nade, blasts it behind his neck, and that is going to see to it that R8 go down once more.
R8, they're done. 11 points, no way they're going to make a comeback in that last game. Even if they got a big chicken dinner, it's only up to the mid-30s, right? And that is not enough. That is just not enough. For GOAT, coming off the back of a big game last time around, getting themselves up to 32 points, this is a team that can make something happen. Now looking in over towards the Vicious right now. Redux already sent early, so currently the Vicious are just a 3-man.
They have got that regroup coming in through though. Redux now moving back down south, bringing themselves to a bolstered 4, a full roster. The 2 from Team Flash did manage to get central, but Blank, Foot, who have been in this area for a long, long time, look to keep control over the storage crates here and win. Needs a crossing to get that rescue, and he's just about managed to find it. No, okay. Just through out of nowhere, Foot is able to thread the needle, and Team Flash go down. That's going to open up a little bit more area in the middle, but Foot still have it under control.
Yeah, trying to play those crates, I mean, it's the best you can do there, but that position a little bit further towards that northern side is better overall. Foot's hoping that the northeast side gets cut out because a lot of that high ground actually does look down upon them at this point in time, which is a little bit frightening. 7-2-1, we're hiding once again. That's what we're going to go for. I think it's a fair enough strategy at this point in time. I think it makes sense. You try and play this early game a little bit safer. And by doing that, you can try and confirm some more of these points, but they are just down to 2 now, which is a rough position to be in. Goat and Boars starting to clash. Good nades over the top coming through from Goat, chunking some damage at least, so they instantly try and go for a lineup here. Robs goes down first.
Snowix has a big off angle here, but the Goat team not really giving him too much to go off of. The nade there potentially pushing them further back, but Rob's already in a rest position. Snowix goes low. Now they can start to move forwards without fear of getting spotted by that sideline, and immediately Magnazada falls. Boars are getting churned up here. The dirt beneath their feet is just flying as the bullets will find their way through the bodies, through the brains of the Boars. One player now stands, and it's only Snowix who has to commiserate himself moving forwards, and it may just be the end of their run. The Vicious want to try and backfill on this one, but the attention can be turned because they've already handled the Boars.
For Boars, they just gift over Goat some really good points. The Vicious just step up to the plate as well, and Goat is happy to chow down here at the elimination buffet.
Another 4 points, thank you very much. Adding more to the tally. They're up to 5 now. Blank, they've pushed past Alula, putting them back on the bubble. Loops are down in the meantime, and Vicious have fallen as well. Goat team with a big chicken dinner in the last one. Now look to put the eliminations on the board this time around.
They really have a good chance to make this happen. Wolves playing up on high, trying to find as many players as they can. Boars with their singular player, heads down towards the south side. For Boars right now, basically anything less than 6 points is just not good enough. You need to get yourself towards 24 and then have a huge chicken dinner on the last game. But even that is feeling unlikely at this point in time.
It depends, right, on what 7-2-1 can do, but the bubble at the moment sits at 37 points. You need to be within reaching distance of that at a bare minimum. That's assuming that the bubble doesn't move beyond that. It's real tough going now. But for Wolves, they're kind of in that running. For 721, who, of course, have dropped down now out of the top 4 thanks to GOAT, they're going to be within that striking distance in the final map. Everybody from that front page will be in with a chance, as well as maybe the Vicious. They might be able to sneak on through there.
Yeah, I would say for Enigma Galaxy, the Vicious, and upwards, that's where the cutoff lies. It requires a really big game to make it happen, which is why I say Boars need 6 points, because I think anything under like 24, I think 23 is even a stretch for Enigma Galaxy, but for anything under 24, it is so difficult. So we might just be counting Boars out at the end of this game, honestly, which is such a shame. They're a very good squad, but they didn't play up to par here, which is undoubtable.
I want to take a look over on... Ooh, okay, hang on a minute. Wolves do take a knock from 7-2-1. Remember, they're a chasing team. Well, both of them are chasing teams. I did want to take a look over towards the west side here, in that truck stop area. Blank, 4 Thrives and RJC have been in there for the longest time. They are now crunched right towards the eastern side. And 4 Thrives, remember, we said they need to do more. The placements haven't kicked in yet, but they will start to add up if they can win that fight in truck stop. They will get a placement point for finishing at 8th minimum. They will get those 4 elim points as well against RJC. That would be enough in my book to see them safe.
Yeah, for 4 Thrives, they just need to live this out. It's been very much a slow last few games here for a lot of the top 4 that made their presence known in the first 3 matches. Foot finds a shot over towards 7-2-1. That's one of the 2 final players. Masku does go down. 7-2-1 left just as 1 now.
On that north side as well, a little bit cut out by Wolves. But making Wolves' presence a little bit more diminished there. Next circle comes on through. Snowix has been spotted by the rest of the GOAT team as well. It goes very central on this one. It goes very central. It helps out Point Chikari, but we've seen what they can do in central position before. It's not been pretty.
For GOAT, very simple solution here for them. It's just to overwhelm Snowix. They know he's a solo from their fight earlier on. really easy position to take on the map. Kind does have this little bit of an off angle going through for them. Ida would have loved to get further into this match, right? You look where they are right now, how many points they had accumulated during this game to 7. They would have made their run at the end of the day a lot easier. Sadly, weren't able to get past this part of the map.
This west side fight, though, this needs to start going because the blue zone's about to push in, Blank. It will be painful, and you need to make inroads. For 4 Thrives, the good news is they've already sent T24 out wide, and RJC have already taken a knock. So it's a good start to that fight on the western side. But just raining down hell over towards Emre. As the last player to go, Ida do indeed fall out. But this west side truck stop fight is crucial. Nade over the top, a second knock found, and 4 Thrives are starting to come alive here on this hold. Moving out into the open is necessary, and it seems like they're going to be able to make that transition a little bit easier. 2 players now for RJC, Blank, and one of them is trapped behind, and a nade from Falak seals the deal on this crossing. The question is, how far can 4 Thrives go?
4 Thrives has already started off well. T24 with a beautiful wrap out over towards the north side, completely enclosing the guys from RJC, who do finally go down. That's 3 points added to the tally. We're 4 off a safe position on the lobby right now. We're up to top 6. And in that moment, we missed it, but Boars did go down.
They will be locking in 19 points going into the final match. It's just not going to be enough. It would be the most miraculous of miracles for them to be able to find it, but I don't think they can make it here. For 4 Thrive, though, they've already locked in at least 2 placement points. That puts them on 49 points here, Blank. I think we're seeing a Pakistan team in the finals.
I think we are as well. I think this team has played extremely good here at Survival Stage, and we can't really count out Foot right now. This is a big jump up from them. 9 eliminations this game, 4 players still alive. They can go further on this one and sit themselves outside the porch, right? Try and get themselves in towards grand finals, but they haven't stamped that ticket just yet. We're still at the booth. We're looking to order one, and they need a bigger game to make that conversation happen.
7-2-1. If they could survive, a couple more placement points would be brilliant, but with the Wolves chasing, they're going to want to take care of that player nice and quickly. Goat team have turned their attention on towards the west side, and Falak is under pressure now. 4 Thrives looking to try and suppress Goat team on the approach. The backline will need to volley fire back over towards Goat team. It is going to be difficult to find those angles, but Focus manages to peek over the top and bring Falak very, very low. Moxie goes low as well as the trade-off happens. Healing needs to come on through for Falak nice and quickly if he wants to stay alive in this fight. He's relying on his teammates to keep him safe here, and Goat team can't overinvest because they can't push out to this side of the circle. A med kit brings Falak to full HP.
The secret weapon the med kit brings out. He's revitalized, full HP, looking to take it to task with Goat. A nade coming through, but there's backup now as the bullets start to rain in. The nade will take down Falak. Where's the rest of the team?
Point Chikaria having shots in as well onto this fight, but T24 is down. Now it's all up to the backline. The Lone Ranger coming through for 4 Thrives. They've already done probably
way,
but a big long-range nade might from the grave find them another point. They're on to that 50-point margin, and Goat team are about to go down too. This is huge for the teams looking to chase. We've got Foot, we've got Wolves looking to try and push their way in.
T24, as he gets knocked, lobs a nade over the top, and it's the nade that does just the enough amount of damage that the rest of the team can all pile in on top of it. For 4 Thrives, they've got enough points, but it's Wolves, Foot, Voin, Chikeri, and 7-2-1 once again surviving through to the end game.
This man is a survivor. They will surpass Alula into that 4th place spot from the placements they'll earn here. How much further does he go? They've got no eliminations, Blank, right now. It is a full snake game for 7-21. This is kind of insane. They've been hot dropped and gotten into hot drops the last, 3 matches? And somehow they just keep earning these points.
Swain goes down. Bad news for them. Foot desperately wants to make this a big game. They've been scouting out. They've been spreading over this match, trying to overwhelm the other squads. Play a similar card to Flash in our first match of the day on Erangel.
Wolves with a big game, could jump up into the top 4, so could Foot. Maybe not into the top 4 directly, but the Wolves' chances have just been cut into thirds. But they still have a chance, and that is what they're banking on. Frozen looking to hold the line here. Zedwolf needs to be a backstop, and the Wolves will fall. 2 players down for Foot, and they need to res it fast. A 3rd place guaranteed for 7-2-1. How do you make this happen? Zedwolf, I mean, he knows exactly where he's playing against, and they have no idea.
Zedwolf, the rest of Foot able to get them up to 3. Frozen with the frost bite over towards the other teams on that side. Wolves just do not have the fangs to bite back. 14 eliminations this game, a gargantuan result which might be spoiled by 1 player here from 7-2-1 with a good angle over towards Zedwolf, takes him down. This is the off angle as well. This is terrible news for Foot. They don't have any way to get towards him. Still 3 players up though. Voinchai over towards the eastern side, but if past mistakes come to bear here, maybe they just fall over in the face of Foot. We'll wait and see if the boot can be snapped down on them.
With the angles that Voinchai have, they've got great position to hold this run out. They can't go towards Rehan, who can crawl closer to the circle than they can.
Rehan, again, kept the team alive versus Boars in the second to last Miramar in Group A. Now looking to do the same here.
These wee timorous beasties playing up against Foot. 1 elimination for 7-2-1, no eliminations for Voinchai, and 14 for Foot. But they have their back against the wall now, and they need to find a sliver of something, and they might have just spotted the dome at the top of the head of Rehan, who denies the point, which could be crucial, especially given how far behind Foot are. But now it's up to Voinchai. First knock goes in. They're looking to try and flush this one out, but the approach is coming on through. Kine and Swain moving on in, 4 Foot. Foxy on the back line, waiting.
2v2. Good nade. Kine goes incredibly low. Somehow, Voin is not able to get it. The hot potato is sent over from Potato, but it's not received the way he would have liked.
Oh, he has the angle. Foxy backs off it though. The healing potentially could come through if Kine's got a first aid kit to play with. Does indeed pop that one off. No more nades in hand, no more utility there for Potato. He's waiting for the face to peek over the top. Closer towards the edge, and Foxy's playing for the close of this stage. A sideswipe for Potato, but he can't quite get it done. Foxy now needs to come up big, but the vehicle now is over. Potato on half HP, looking for the first aid kit, spots the player pushing up the ramp, and the breakout wide is spotted as well, but they're just not taking the shots, and Kine able to move forward. Foot looking to add the 15 to the tally. Now in a 2 versus 1 to try and charge up the tables. Foot for Turkey want to take the top.
Voinchai is their last chance for Foot. This is just the beginning of a great final 2 games. Once again, here from Turkey, the nade goes in. Foxy's in a lot of trouble, and he goes down. A huge game coming through from Foot, revitalizing them at the last moment. A refreshing day here on hot, sunny Miramar.
16 eliminations come through from Foot. They dominated from that high ground. They were helped out a little bit by the circle, S2G style, but that's the Turkish special. What are you going to do? They are going to have to dominate from that high ground in such a brutal fashion to get that sort of elimination tally. It's more like the first S2G win than the second, definitely.
Absolutely, but again, for the guys on Foot, they started in a great spot over towards El Azahar. They had plenty of options to take on. Over towards Truck Stop, El Azahar, practically no one played there, so Foot had an incredible start to their game. But for a lot of teams, it feels like the dreams are beginning to die slowly here. Voinchai, they basically needed that chicken dinner. If they got that chicken dinner, there was a world, a parallel world almost, that maybe they're able to get into that top 4. I just think it's too little, too late for them now.
And we've got 2 teams at that 50 and higher threshold now, with 4 tries able to put up the points to get over the
Yeah, foot on the gas, yeah, I'm on the way now. Move out the way, yeah, it's gotta go down. Coming in hot, I ain't finna back down. Won't give it to me, I'll take that ground. Moving and shaking, I'm shaking the ground. Gotta stay ready, I'm ready right now. I bring the noise.
goodness! Foot come out with a legendary chicken dinner right at the buzzer. Are you kidding me? Max, I asked you the question early on, okay? I don't want to hear nothing about this curse nonsense here. I just asked the question, okay, you know, which team do you think could possibly do something special in Miramar, huh? And out of all the squads, you said Foot. And oh boy, were you right.
To be honest, I didn't even trust myself fully when I did it earlier because this is such an outlandish performance. This is S2G levels of comeback from Foot. I am loving it. Kane was doing so good, but especially Seven. Looking at overall storyline, remember the era of Nova Esports back in 2020-21, where they won PMGC back-to-back, and one of the players on Next Korea that used to dominate was Frozen, and the fact that to this day still putting up massive game. He got an 8 elimination match, man. Frozen, one of the best of Turkey of all time.
And I was so impressed with the way that Foot was able to use the 3-1 splits there on the east side of that circle. It was wonderful. It allowed them to be open to third-party fights, which meant easy eliminations, which means, ladies and gentlemen, points, because that's what that team needs right now to try to get to that top 4.
Well, let's listen in to their comms at the end.
Göremiyorum. Gelin aynen. Kanka konteynerde kaldı. Kanka biri en sağa geçmiş. Burak sağında var kanka. Solunda var Burak. Soluna gidebilirsin, takip edebilirsin. Burak koş. Bütün olacak. Bir kaldı en arkada. Tamam bekle. Beraber. Gel önüne geç, önüne geç. Gördü Burak gördüm. Vuracak şuraya arkanda. Bomba molotov varsa çek. Ne çektim? Tamam çok iyi. Tema at sen neydin? Sakin at sen. Sol dışına cross koydum. Biraz şurası sana açı sürteceğim.
Nice indeed, boys. Oh, wow. I mean, look at that. Frozen with 8 eliminations all by himself.
Oh, this guy's been an absolute beast. Just shy of 1,000 damage, but putting up some big moments there. Kane in particular, I think, sure, maybe not as high eliminations as Frozen, but he was really the entirety of this match 7, keeping Voin in check in that building that Voin really didn't have even an opportunity to flex out because every off angle was keeping them deeper and deeper in those crate areas.
And when you talk about Boyne, I'm going to have to go a bit on the dark side here because what a disappointment, honestly. I expected a lot more of this squad. This squad has just been so passive.
2 games in a row.
And they've been blessed by the circle, and this is why we were hyping up so many squads whenever they did end up doing good with the circle, whenever they do end up getting blessed because they were being proactive. Boyne was nowhere near that.
I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it. I saw him in that position twice now, and I'm like, you realize that just a chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it, right? Like, you need to get some elimination. So I don't care if you have the best circle or the best position in the zone. You need to peek your head out. You need to be able to steal some of those eliminations. Otherwise, you're going home, and I'll tell you what, the Foot, they wasted no time. They got out there, they put in the work, and they put themselves in a position to win. Hey, so did another squad as well.
That's exactly what I was going to say. GOAT right there. 10 eliminations for this squad, and they finished Boar as well. And the way that they were able to defend the third party that Vicious was trying to do on them was absolutely beautiful.
Oh, what an engagement versus actually 4 Thrives looking really good, and then 4 Thrives get what, a post-mortem grenade elimination out of nowhere. Very interesting strat overall. And actually, we just saw right there, what was it, 8 points total coming out from the side of 4 Thrives. So I'm going to say those 8 points is enough. They just overtook the 50-point threshold. So 4 Thrives finals pretty much done and done.
Last match. Oh my god. FM 68 for 51. Got 45. 71, 42. A 50, 37. All 37. All 31. ULA 37. LPS 30. খেলা জমে গেছে এখন কোথায় কি করে 40. Oh nice, last match, final number. দেখা যাক কি করে পাকিস্তান টিম লাস্ট ম্যাচ ফার্স্ট হইতে পারে নাকি নিজের জায়গা ধরে রাখতে পারে টি2কে হ্যাঁ এটা অবস্থা টি2কে আরে লিগ মাগলাসে 23 লাস্ট কাতারের একটা টিম সাউথ আফ্রিকা টিমের অবস্থা খারাপ ওই ভাই কেউ নাই ভিউয়ার্স তাদের জন্য স্টিমিনে বসে থাকে লোকসানই নাই আসেন লাইক সাবস্ক্রাইব করেন ভাই Password 499. Thank you, bro.
Could fall if things line up perfectly.
The crazy thing too for Alula is that they do end up having those elimination points. They just don't have those placement points. Even when we ended up looking at Foot, the only placement points that they had today was literally from the win that they just got. So it's gonna come down to a consistent match here out of Foot if they want to make it into top 4. For Alula, we need to see that fracking power again because we know that if you do end up getting some placement points, it might not be enough as we go into the final game. Here we go, baby!
Last match. Then up শুরু হয়ে গেছে দেখা যাক কোন সাইড থেকে কারা যায় Oh, John se deja con Zara.
Just towards the south side of 4. For Max, the Frenchman, he's still got hope. For me, a Western Europe enjoyer. I just don't know anymore. I just don't know.
এবার যদি ড্রপ ফাইট হয়ে যায় 40 এর সাথে
Incredibly good position on this side as with Force. But we're right, you know, you've got to go absolutely insane in this match. Do or die moment. Seriously, right now. For real. But for real. Come on. But for real, for real. Maybe something might be good. Is it more? To get a little bit freaky with it now. Those our team are back to the plan. They're going to say 14 points. 7
142 points পারবে সার্ভাইভ করতে? আর পয়েন্ট দেখো অবস্থা 37 37 31 30 29 26 23 23 45 42 তিন ডিফারেন্স এবার 37 42 37 অবস্থা কি ম্যাচ হচ্ছে সো টাফ ম্যাচ সবার জন্য দেখতেছো না এটা কোনো কথা হইলো কোনো ভিউয়ার্সই নাই গাইস বলেন পারবে 40 গড 71 এফএল এটাকে চারজন থাকতে পারবে এদিকে টপ ধরে রাখতে বলেন বলেন তাড়াতাড়ি বলেন পুরো পাহাড়
Teams towards the top. So certainly for Team Flash and very likely for Four Thrives, they could take one of these rosters out. Maybe they want 7-2-1 to get in towards those finals. Maybe they want GOAT Team to be against them in the finals. They'd much prefer it to a Foot or to a Wolves or a Loops beneath them. Could potentially be an opportunity to control the enemy that you face. Change things around that way. It could be pretty nasty stuff, but that's easier said than done, I think. I think it's safe to say. Foot do have a central position, but a lot of players starting to move into the area. An opener for Enigma Galaxy, and that is over to our bubble team. 7-2-1 have lost a player early again.
I'm gonna be real. I think 7-2-1's been fairly lucky in quite a few of their games.
Yeah.
I think that they've put up a tremendous performance from where they came to where they are now. But Four Thrives opening up over towards Foot is a huge deal. Losing one player at this stage of the game can be nightmarish. Wolves also finding Rahan from 7-2-1. They're dropping the 4th place team out early. That is a really big deal. 42 points, that's not that difficult to jump over. We could have multiple teams vying for that 4th place here.
And GOAT team aren't fully secure yet either. If they lose players early on, it could be 2 spots up for grabs, potentially, depending on where these points go. But right now, the story of 7-2-1 could be drawing to a close. They've played on with 2, however, multiple games now, Blank.
Yep.
They know how to do it, evidently, even though, granted, they have been lucky, they know how to play with that luck when they're given to it.
Catch him on the pass, the Enigma Galaxy. For Foot, I think that they're suffering from exactly what you're talking about, but maybe not for the same reasons. For 4 Thrives, I think that this team is just so happy and so ecstatic that they're in the top 4, they're secured in the top 4, they make a direct send over towards Chumasera Foothills. That is maybe a misguided decision where sometimes you can get caught off on the rotate, there'll be teams watching you, and you might struggle because of that. 4 Thrives, they don't care at this point. They'll take a risky rotation any day of the week.
And they are potentially going to earn a lot of ground on that southwest edge, up and into those hills. Obviously clearing out an angle against Foot gives them that elevated high ground. They have managed to actually split the difference. Look at the angle. Ooh, okay, Zedwolf is still there, but now Falak knows about it. 2-star
এত সকাল সকাল ফাইট নেওয়ার কোনো মানে হয় করতিস Ah. বুড়া এবারের মতো বাড়ি got her DCS LBS এর সাথে 40 এটা জোন রে এবার পানির ভিতর পড়ে কিনা অবস্থা খারাপ অবস্থা 4 নম্বর ধরে রাখতে পারবে না ফাইট নিয়ে গেছে 2 জন আছে 2 জন ফাইট নিয়ে নিয়েছে ওই দেশে শেষ loops. Oh, nice, nice, Palak, nice. Nice. Nice, bro. Love you. I hate her all.
There is teams surrounding them everywhere. Necessary does open over towards Amori though, which opens up a little bit more space. Necessary on the disgusting northern angle.
Getting the technical re-knock over towards Amori, and they lose one. They have a split player on the off angle, and that is known about as well. Mars tries to find Elementrix, but he can't hit for too long. Can't get too bold with it. Doesn't tag on the spray quick enough. And now underneath him, Prestige has Slonik to deal with. A nade being cooked in hand, but he spots an elbow, forces him back upstairs, and the pin goes back in the nade. They're stepping forwards. 2, 3 players for Wolves. Move on in. Where's the nade? Will it be there? No, it won't, as they're able to find yet another. The Wolves look to charge on through. They want an NA representative in those finals.
Slonik hits the elbow, and it looks like they might be hitting an elbow bone here, but it looks like they're not laughing at all. With one player going down, Wolves not happy about this one.
Well, they've got 3 elims. They sit 8 points behind the bubble right now, Blank. With 3 players, it's definitely doable. And they are starting to rack up the pressure here. Forthrights are clashing with Team Flash, and in the midst of it all, looks like they're trying to hold down their building. Loops as well, under pressure. They've lost 1 player already. But with Zeus a win in your building, you are never going to sleep easy.
Never. Zeus. 9 elim at the start of the day on the Rondo. An incredible game from him, and continue to put performance up from there. And not only him, but Win, Bozy, Tops, all doing incredible work for the squad. A backstab comes through from Zeus. Never saw it coming. Win ducks behind the stairs, but will go down in the process. Law keeping this alive.
Just about in control. Loops do manage to get the res onto Vitin, or they will do in a matter of time. Loops playing on 5 elims now, in a position inside Bayademar. There is a world that they can push through here as well, but in 3, in this urban environment, the route out is almost impossible.
Super difficult. Forthrights, they're trying to live it out here versus Ida. T2K will swap him by. Not happy at the previous performance going through from Forthrights, where they just took them down so easily. Can have a little bit of a clap back here.
2 players might have been doable, but the third rocks on in, and all 4 of them are here to party now. A back off on the angle for Ida, not getting involved there. Rules hops out the window, looks for the flush onto Farlak and finds it. Forthrights, remember, they have very likely done enough, but D24 wants to do more. He's going to find another around the door frame. Doesn't have any ammo. He doesn't have any ammo in the DBS. Runs dry and doesn't realize that death knell of the click on the DBS is going to ring raucous in his ears. Forthrights fall, but we will be seeing them again.
Man, imagine if he did have ammo. I mean, he'd shoot the feet off that guy any day of the week. Incredible performance. We got the explosive bow in game here. Don't really see that too much outside of Sook using it. Out of his speciality, but nice to see it still utilized. Waiting for the next circle to pop here. Does he go down towards Vaidemar? Or do these teams need to think about leaving?
This is so nasty for all our chasing teams, right? Because you can have dregs of teams playing inside these buildings. It makes it so hard to guarantee that your opponents are going to get eliminated, and you just can't guarantee that they aren't going to get in towards a top 4 or a top 5, that sort of area where placement points will kick in and be very, very important. I'm thinking specifically about 721, who as a duo are in a building inside Bayadamar, and they have quite a big buffer zone around them.
This is an easy place to live in. No one's pushing them. No one wants to move on towards them. It's a real question. If you get a southeast shift on this one, it'd probably be the worst thing for 721 to happen. But this is way better. We do go down towards Valdemar. We're having a fun time on this one. But more importantly, John, look at that water. Look at that beautiful blue. There is so much involved, making life hard for these squads.
Vicious have a nice setup on the bridge. I mean, it might be difficult to push out of it, but right now, they are fairly protected from the teams inside the settlement. The main worry for them is the teams beyond them, in the hills that sit with potential oversight onto that bridge crossing, right? That is going to be where the difficulty lies. But for Vicious, they are right at the back of the queue when it comes to teams trying to push in towards that bubble. And now they are at the back of the queue moving forward. I think that is an accurate representation for the pressure meter, showing, oh, it's just ticked up as well.
Oh,
it's even
It's
hotter.
maxed out. It's maxed out.
Someone getting 105% on that one. We need to adjust percentages. Maths needs to change to display how this is going for them.
Yeah, we're revving it up. And I mean, it makes sense. Perfect time to bring it out here because the pressure is phenomenal on this team. The further they get into this game, the more that pressure will build. Just got to try and not get crushed here like a can in the Marianas Trench. Wolves on our screen, over towards the north side, a chaser, a chance. 5 points on the game so far, up to 36, doable.
Remember, GOAT team are still not safe, but with 4 players alive, inside Bayadamar on the south side, I don't see them dropping down anytime soon. I don't see them not being able to get enough out of this game to make it safe and secure into these finals. Potentially push up and jump up over.
He needs it.
Thrives, maybe.
He needs it desperately. Any more shots he can get through, but he's running with some pretty poor utility, some pretty poor weaponry as well. Swain locks out the nade. There's damage happening throughout the window. It's a good nade. Looks for the double. Emre doesn't go down though. There's one more, but all the flushes are getting stolen away. Swain at least able to confirm one.
Swain now in a 1 versus 1 when it looked like he might just get crashed and evaporated. Foot add a point to their tally as well, Blank. If they can find those. Oh, did the flush get stolen? I think it might have done.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nasty. They would have been 1 point, but they'll take survival over the point at this stage. They'll take anything they can get. Jumping up will be so important. And Swain out the door has another nade. Can the muscles do it? Emre, look at a lift heavy for Ida right now.
Swain, it's a difficult one, right? He has to guess where this player is. There's no window on the backside of this building, which is what makes it so good to crash. There he goes through. Ooh. It's on target. Not enough damage. One more nade is in the hand of Swain. Immediately with the first aid kit round the side, tries to pop it. It doesn't get far enough and is not cooked long enough. He's so desperate for these points. In the meantime, 7-2-1 pick up one for their own.
Oh. A moving goalpost, and the 2 players on the east still in the circle. T2K potentially to push through them, but who else is going to go that way? Wolves, maybe, but they've just lost Slonic. They are very, very low on that forward position. I don't think that the Wolves are going to be able to make this one forwards. 7-2-1. I mean, you said it before. They have been lucky time and time again here, Blank, and with 2 players so early on, they are just keeping their heads down and everybody else around them not doing a thing about it.
Again, extraordinary a team for 7-2-1. Relatively unknown as a squad. To get into a top 4 would be a crazy result for them. But we do have to say that this is not what wins you championships, right? The way they're playing right now will not get them a first place later on.
Might get them a 16th though.
But it is impressive. It is impressive nonetheless.
I would agree. It's another knock, though, that they're able to find. There's potential for them to jump up past GOAT if they can find a couple more stragglers around the way. Some waylaid Wastrels to pick up points towards Malik. Plenty of ammo. Nice healthy armor. The helmet not looking so hot though. Federer, ooh. Able to just about duck back behind the cover.
Yeah, the level 1 helmet really not helping him here. Any headshot that comes through over towards him is devastating. And it's just about on the barest amount of HP before it breaks. T2K need to make their way through Bose. Bozy is still alive on the south side from Flash. Could get involved if he wants to. We're down to RJC. GOAT looking to secure their position in the top 4 right now. Very, very central. Loops also on for the run of their lives. Loops, a team that we thought would make it through in their group, but fell very short.
Alola, they've been in the top 4, they've tasted victory, but they crash into the building, and Swain's there. Emre's there as well. This could be troublesome. He steps up, he's going to get a point here. Eden may be able to snaffle that away. No, I think that goes over to Enigma Galaxy, and Swain's still alive on the top floor. The Turkish split duo, the bounce on the nade, takes Emre down, and Swain steps forward, but he's out! Oh, he did so much damage, but Alola able to weather it, and Foot cannot go the distance. They are denied entry.
I think it's a whiff nade. I think it's a whiff nade that gets thrown, bounces back onto the stairs and takes him down. They had no way of knowing unless he was still cooking it, pulled the pin on it for the player on the outside, and then just quickly flicks over. Alula, though, 39 points. I can't believe that it is between 7-2-1 and Alula chasing down 4th.
I mean, you've also got Loops, and you've also got Vicious, Blank. Vicious, who were our most outside of outside prospects. 4 players alive on this super high ground bridge now. Everybody's starting to get cramped in down towards these buildings, and they can start to unravel the hold that the hillsides have had on them for the longest time.
Vicious, like you say, high ground, looking good. Opponents bare in front of them. Enigma Galaxy still up as 4-2. Everyone make their final attempt at victory. The circle centers up over towards it. The bridge in play, the Vicious in control. Can they get the points? Can they brutalize the competition?
Point, I just don't know. I don't think you can get super high elim games from this match though, Blank, because it's so straggler heavy. Teams are going to take chunks out of each other and drag the player count in this lobby down. GOAT are going to take 1. They've already managed to get 5, and Blank, they're up to 50 points now. They are very, very secure, but they do want to go further if they can. 51, 52, 53. That's when you're going to start to wipe the sweat off your brow and feel it not getting replaced by more.
Like I said, John, they just don't have the vision right now. They do not have the vision, and it's so crucial for them to grab that. 7-2-1 looking over towards Alula. Masku yet again takes more damage. Icy trying to find Ado as he makes his insane cross. But they do need to get rid of Enigma Galaxy, because then they will be the one Western team to take shots towards everyone on this eastern side. Alula outside the circle. They have to drop the smoke train and keep this train chugging at this point.
But where did Enigma Galaxy go from here, right? They are really penned in. They can stay here for the time being, and it may be profitable to do so indeed. But from here, they can't get across because the Vicious will line them up and knock them down, send them left for dead, and they might just have to wrap around after Alula make this move, which they are desperately trying to go for. Last player alive
7-2-1.
And they move on in. 7-2-1, you're right, they are still alive, and they are racking up another point from the eastern side. The Vicious, okay, they've taken more hurt than I thought they would. Enigma Galaxy, okay, they can get over the top of this one.
Good shots over towards Doran, really just about getting those bullets through. Enigma Galaxy still on as 3. 7-2-1 starting to make their cross. Malik gets himself to the truck. A nade goes through, doesn't tag him on. They think he's on the right-hand side. He's not.
They know he's there now. Another nade in the right place, and it's all done and dusted. We'll lock in our final bubble position for our teams to aim
he's
for.
barely in!
He's so close to the blue zone.
You must be joking me at this point.
There it goes. So they are on 45. That is a locked-in 45-point bubble for Alula to chase, for Loops to chase, for maybe Vicious to try their best to go for, but they've just lost Doran.
For Loops, it's chicken dinner. They're done. They just need to get the 10-pointer here. But they are on the outside edge. The blue is starting to push them. Goat are down towards their south side. RJC on their west. Fearless still this member of T2K who could cause a big problem for them in the future. Lord keeps hitting nasty shots. They've got such minimal count on ammo.
It is looking real bare on the cupboards for Nigma Galaxy. They have managed to get all their players back up and alive though, and already a lot of damage done towards the Vicious. They've taken a player out already. Doran fell before, and more is pouring through. These are high-value rounds that he's sending down range, but they are paying out dividends. Icy starting to get chunked through. Redox not able to survive for too much longer. Lord able to layer it on down. I think that's a weapon swap coming through for Ralph to swap back over to the UMP. The ammo just wasn't there for them, but they are doing so much to punish the Vicious. In the meantime, T2K fall, and Goat Team get another point, and crucially deny that point to the teams looking to chase.
The Vicious desperately bandaging, licking their wounds on the other side of this bridge, but more shots come through from Lord. He might have no ammo, but he has the accuracy to boot.
I see the last player alive for Vicious. They're trying to stick this res, desperate to get their players back up in an action. But where do they move? I thought Nigma Galaxy were penned in, but no. They've turned the tables, and now Lord's starting to creep up on the girders there. And Koa gets spotted from the side angle that has been on this flank for so long. A thorn in their side that just gets gangrenous for Vicious up the top. Icy still trying to keep it together. And the nades, oh the nades, it is nasty. It is a brutal way to finish things. They might go long, and he steps out, burning beneath his feet, and the Vicious fall.
The Vicious down. Their run ends. Not bad. 9th place. They try to get further, but Nigma Galaxy now dominating in the lobby, looking to push this further, but there's not many eliminations left. For Loops, they just need to close out the game.
From the eastern side, Nigma Galaxy have such a great position now. They are free on this edge, and Loops are taking damage. Loops are going down, and Loops are out. It's only Alula now who can reach the distance, but they are only on one player. Goat are falling in the meantime. RJC have managed to find a game, and Goat charge on in. Can Alula survive up and into second place? That might do it for them. Blank, Alula have a chance to topple the top spots and take this one home. It depends how messy it gets, though. And Nigma Galaxy still have all 4 players alive.
Nigma Galaxy were flying in to try and assist on this one. They knew they needed the points. They knew they needed a bit more action on this game. They've only got 7 elims though, and I don't think there's enough remaining for them. Nigma Galaxy play a blinder at the end, but it is just surely not enough.
Goat Team now with 3 players alive, with a nade to seal the deal. Nigma Galaxy may not quite make that margin. I think Alula went down just in time, and I think the 7-2-1 have stayed in that 4th spot, but it is so close.
It is really unknowable at this point in time until we head over towards the desk. But honestly, for 7-2-1, what a survival play from them. We felt like they would be going out in this last game, but they just lived this one through. They saw it to the end, and they made it happen. Are they in that top 4? We'll just have to find out.
A spectre that haunted the lobby right until the last. 7-2-1 would not give up the ghost, and they find their way. I'm pretty sure they found their way into the 4th place.
Now the question is, who threw the flashbang into the room? Because everyone is dizzy. And it will be hopefully another dizzying performance over towards the finals as Flash come away from this one on a massive high. A back-to-back chicken dinner at the start, and it was chilled out throughout.
They looked so clean as well. A big resurgence from day 1 of the group stages. From Group A, they just about snuck through, but they found their pace here in the survival stage. Moving forward to the finals, it is a team to watch out for. They are a title contender if they stay on this form.
Sad to see Boz here. Team with a real chance. Not able to make it at the end. They'll be going home. I'm sure we'll see them again in future. But Flash at the top. But the real question is, John, who is at the bottom.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet.
Still young spits, but you're coming young. Don't run track, but I run up the check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Action-packed all the way until the last second. The survival stage did not disappoint one bit. Nigma Galaxy get the chicken dinner, but man, they did not look happy about it.
Was it enough? Did they do enough to try to get into the top 4, Max?
From their reaction, I would say no, but I hope they're bad at math.
Yeah, I hope we all are.
But like, it was such a good play taking not mountain, it was a bridge side position away from the side of Vicious, with the Mini 14 right under those containers and those vehicles. And Vicious still had smokes, and I'm surprised they didn't try and use it earlier to keep themselves alive, Series 7. And I think that, unfortunately, the lack of smokes usage mainly is what caused Vicious to go out and just miss out on a top 4 spot.
And going back for Nigma Galaxy, I think one of the things that hurts them in their group stage might end up hurting them here in this final match, and that is that they were a bit too passive. When they actually needed those eliminations, when they needed to go for those fights, they were playing that late game for too long and just totally forgot about the eliminations to be able to catch up to that top 4.
Maybe Coops would have been enough. Make it work out.
Honestly, I think it would have made a big difference for that team in this tournament. I think if he would have been here.
Hey, this moment is Alpha 7, by the way, qualifying 100%.
That's right.
PMWC.
Yep,
it's
that's
done.
right. Yep. Now that Loops did not make it, we will. In fact, wait, what's going on here? 7-2-1.
Does that mean?
Yeah, they look pretty happy. That's a good sign when you're throwing up the #1. I'll tell you that right now.
That Flash is #1 though.
Okay, well I guess that settles it.
Yep.
That settles it.
I think that does. Yep. Let's see. Winner, chicken dinner to the okay, Nigma Galaxy. We'll wait until we see the exact overalls, right? But that is definitely a good sign. But I noticed that you see something here. Seven, what do you think?
I just want to give props. I want to give props to Satan. This is a player that's been playing PUBG Mobile for a very long time. One of the superstars in the MENA region. And today, he was actually able to put the team on his back from the first game, be able to clutch up multiple times, clutched it up a beautiful 1 versus 3 early in the day as well. So it's good to see him being back in form, and I can't wait to see what he's going to be doing for the rest of the year with this squad.
Oh, hello, Satan, right? Able to get himself some good moments throughout the entirety of that game. But especially able to get rid of Vicious, it was just a key moment. But the main issue, because by going there, you can't get as many frags as you really want, and eliminations is really what Nigma Galaxy needed if they wanted to go the entire way to make it in the top 4. But here, the eliminations were incredibly low.
And on the opposite side, too, this is one thing that disappoints me. Diego, on the final match, then we finally end up seeing the potential there for the fragging power. But just Loops, even from the get-go, Loops didn't seem like they had what it takes to actually climb that ladder and be there within the top 4.
Yeah, it's just not enough. I cannot believe we just got this crazy of a circle.
Yeah.
And all the teams that were competing for the top 4 were there. Al-Ula, Solo, 721 trying to survive, Loops, Vicious on top of the mountain, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase it down for the win. So many storylines colliding in Valle del Mar. But the top 4, man, is going to be close. We could literally be a tiebreaker, Hot Chooks, to make the difference between you going home today and you making it to the sorry, not to the survival then, making it straight to the grand finals.
That's right. I mean, we just saw it before, right, in the earlier groups where, you know, a team had to go home by 1 singular point, and that could totally happen here. This circle, I mean, I'll tell you what, when it comes to these massive moments, the circle for some reason decides to not disappoint. We get a bridge Valle del Mar finish, and Nigma Galaxy, I completely agree with you, Seven, right? This is the hard point, is you want to get that chicken dinner, you want to get that win. Sometimes, though, you have to just make a crazy adaptation play, and with the numbers the way they are, they needed to do it. They needed to just go crazy, push heavy, and make something happen, and unfortunately, they weren't able to get those eliminations.
It seemed like the spark was there towards the end, especially when they ended up taking the fight there to Vicious on the bridge.
Yeah.
But that fight took too long for my liking with what they needed to do, Max. They should have taken advantage. They should have been more aware of where all the other teams were. If you could get maybe a chance to third party from far away, still an easy elimination, that you just need to be more proactive when you know you need the eliminations to catch up to top 4.
Because looking at their reaction, you know they made the math. Meaning during the game, they were calculating how many elims they needed to get. And they got desperate at the end. I mean, Satan literally dropped from the heavens down into Valle del Mar to try and get involved. The thing is, everyone's getting pushed by the blue and fighting each other. I think especially Go, pushing into that building, stole enough eliminations away to make it almost, if not straight up impossible for Enigma Galaxy to make that leap into top 4. So, but GOAT team, by the way, very impressive day. Like, they've really stepped up massively for all of EECA. So, got to be careful. That team is a threat going into that finals.
Absolutely. They showed here today that we came to play. I mean, to finish top 4 in a 6-match day with all these squads giving it all they got, it is not easy. And they just said, you know what, we definitely can do it as we take a look at the overall rankings. And Alula miss out by 1 singular point.
Look how close everything was. 1 point once again. Enigma Galaxy falls short, 5 points. Foot, I gotta give them props for what they were able to do to even try to make it a chance, especially after that 5th game. But look at the leaderboard at the top 4. GOAT does end up passing 4 Thrives.
Yeah, massive jump up for all of the boys of GOAT. So congratulations, able to take it away from 4 Thrives in that final game. But Foot, you know what? You give him props. I'm going to take the props away because they only got 10 placement points. You take that 1 win away, they will be right at the bottom, right? So hopefully this is going to be a learning experience for them in the next global event they get involved in too, which actually might be PMWC, checking out how many points they get for that leaderboard.
I really thought it was S2G all over again.
I was hoping.
It was close.
It looked like it.
But then I started believing.
You started believing, Max, man. And I tell you
Should
what.
have doubted yourself.
Yeah. I mean, you doubted Alula, and that was dang close, man. I mean, they almost
Actually, for Alula, really good play from Quick, right? Trying to hide beneath the bridge. They got 5 placement points, 2 eliminations. It could have been enough if 71 went out just slightly earlier.
And I think now that we know the top 4 that are going to be moving towards the finals, and something that we've been seeing here, especially on the 3 days that we've been able to work together, is how close the margins have been throughout this tournament. And it's because of the format. So for everybody currently watching at home, keep in mind, in the finals, we could go 12 games, or we could go 8 games based on this smash rule, because it's going to be super tight. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up coming down by just 1 point. By the way, MVP, woo! Look at those numbers.
I mean, it could be anyone from Flash, really. The entire squad has been an absolute menace from start to finish, but Zeus will be the one smiting down the lobby, Hot Jukes, and becoming your survival stage MVP. Definitely very deserving. And good to see Vietnam back, because Xavier disbanding, players retiring, but no, the torch has been passed on to Team Flash.
Oh, it breaks my heart. I can't say, para Jin anymore, you know? But, man, way to go. Team Flash, these are your 4 squads, folks, that will be making it to the grand finals. Team Flash did not mess around in this one, boys. I mean, the first 2 games, they locked down that slot off the rip.
And by the way, this is the 2nd time ever that we have a Pakistani team, 7, making it to a global finals.
Yeah!
And it's no surprise that it's 4 Thrive.
The same team.
Once again, making themselves there, go to the grand finals, and there you have it. All the teams that are going to be participating. Let us know in the comments, on social media. Use the hashtag PMGO. Who do you think is going to be the champion? Because there's so many options. And with the craziness, with the margins of points that we've been seeing, the champion could come down to either a tiebreaker, a smash zone, or just 1 point.
Absolutely right, 7. All right, boys. Looking at these participating teams, give me 2 that you're most excited to see in the grand finals. 7, I'll start with you.
One has to be Bigatron because of what they were able to do during Group B. That consistency was amazing. And the second one has to be Aurora Gaming. That is my pick to actually become the champions.
I'm looking at Horror, right? Come back
Oh,
from
yeah.
Nepal. They just dominated not any group. It was the group of death in that stage. And they get number one by a pretty significant margin. The main third-party squad in this lobby. So very excited about them. And I would say Ulf, sure, they didn't show their true potential in my opinion, but I feel like that ceiling is incredibly high. And if they get back to that, their old days, not that old, that long ago, but PMGC 2025 style, Ulf could be a contender for that number one position.
Absolutely right. There's a smash ruling that is going to be taking effect into those grand finals. So remember, at the end of the first day, it is going to set what that threshold will be, right?
Plus 10 points.
Yes, yes. So whatever that point is, we go 10 points more once that threshold is met, and the next chicken dinner will be able to smash, and that is the tournament over.
So you know how we said Rondo really important for this tournament format. Now we add an extra layer with the Smash ruling that is going to be your entry point into the Smash Zone 7. That second Rondo of the finals is going to be mental.
How big is the gap going to be, honestly, or how tight is it going to be? Because for what we've been seeing so far, it could be multiple
ওকে, সবাই ভালো থাকেন, সুস্থ থাকেন। আজকের মতো ওয়াচ পার্টি এখানেই সমাপ্ত। আসসালামু আলাইকুম। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, আমার জন্য দোয়া করবেন, আমরা আপনাদের জন্য দোয়া করব। সবাই ভালো থাকেন, আল্লাহ হাফেজ।